evening and happy Saturday. Welcome to the very last day of China Division 1 Winter Tour DPC. We have our tiebreakers today. I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but I know these three here are going to help me out when I do stumble. Sheep, Kezu, T. It's the last day for us. Last day of Division 1 Winter Tour. And we got some spicy tiebreakers coming up.
My God, yeah, we do. I mean, I didn't get to cover the Asta LGG game yesterday, so I get to cover it today.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, we can actually go through the recap of yesterday, because even though you weren't on panel, we can have the highlights. We can talk about that series after we talk about our opening series. That was the Asta Aries versus Dawn Gaming. Both of them already knew that they were going to be relegated down to Division 2, but at least they don't have to go through another set of tiebreakers or anything like that. And it went 2-0 in the favor of Asta Aries, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Dawn, they're just going to need more time. We can also see it from these games here. I think the first game they didn't have a chance, really. I think in the second game they did a bit better. They tried some Arc Warden last pick, had a bit of a better draft. But I think they need more time. Whereas Asta Aries, I think, even though they are going to Division 2, this team is pretty good. I think they have solid drafts, they have good gameplay, they had many series that went 2-1. So I'm honestly pretty hopeful for Asta Aries down the line.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they got eliminated with more game wins than teams that stayed in the division. That's how awkward it is.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So IG finished 5-11, Asta Aries finished 6-12.
Oh yeah, they did too.
So just even saying that aloud just kind of sounds weird, but that's just because Asta Aries was able to clear out some 2-1s, get some of those, extra little freebie, or at least getting the one game wins in those scenarios. But yeah, I think this matchup, it just proved that, Dawn wasn't really ready to be a true contender in Division 1, and Asta Aries easily, what if, could, maybe they got a game here and there, they easily could have survived, but they look like they should be able to bounce back straight away next tour if they're able to, just tweak a little of the small things.
It was mainly just that consistency because, like you said, they were able to push a lot of series to 3 games. So hopefully they can find that when they're down there in Division 2 next tour. But the second series of the day was the series I think almost everyone was tuning into. It was Asta up against LGD, the top 2 contending teams. It went all 3 games, but it did eventually end up going the way of LGD, Sheep.
It was hype. It was so hype.
Especially game 3. First of all, to get to go to game 3, it was intense, but then the way game 3 unfolded in itself, we'll see the highlights for that, but game 1 was probably just as intense as well.
It was. I mean, the game 1 and game 3 both went to an hour each. I mean, the first one 54 minutes, but whatever, same thing.
You round up.
And it's I don't know, you keep seeing this exchange of Aegises in game 3. You see this I keep thinking, oh, the game's over because LGD would get wiped, and then the game would still somehow manage to go back to a neutral state where they're both standing off on high grounds against each other and just kept extending and extending. This was the most evenly matched series I've ever watched in the China DPC so far.
I mean, what impressed me a lot is, as you were saying, it came down to a lot of small things, and even though one team was ahead, the other team would know their timings, that even though they're down 10k gold, 15k gold, they know exactly what they need to do, their fight condition, how to fight, in which vision, who to focus. So I hope we're in for, another series today that maybe it can be equal to as good as this one.
The way that they were playing was fantastic, but also the drafts were phenomenal. I mean, T, I know that you were hyped. We finally saw a Doom win in game number 1. We saw Anti-Mage come out in game number 2 there. It also got itself a win. It was just beautiful drafting from both of them, and then the ability to be able to execute the way they did.
Yeah, and that's the best thing, that we get to repeat the series today, because we got to see how PSG overcome Asta in game 1, coming back in the next 2 games. And the takeaways are PSG Marcy, probably need to ban it out. Second phase Y Enchantress, super strong. NTS picking Pangolier on the first phase, very powerful.
Yeah.
There's so many things that PSG leaned on yesterday, even in the Shadow Demon, I think in game 2 and game 3. I think PSG, they showed us some amazing stuff, but I think if you want to break it down to the smallest thing, it was kind of one strategy, but slightly tweaked 2 games in a row. So Asta should be able to understand that, adapt, and we should be seeing brand new stuff today, because I'd be surprised if Asta gave away the Pango and the SD and the Marcy all into one draft 2 games in a row.
No, that's the, I guess, enjoyable thing about that, this being our final series of the normal part of this DPC tour is that they end up on top. They're both 6 wins, 1 loss, and they are going to be playing tiebreakers again today. Knights then fall safely into 3rd place there. eHome and Extreme, though, also tied for that last major spot, so that's going to be our other tiebreaker. IG there, knowing that they're going to be staying in Division 1, and then Aster, Aries, and Dawn Gaming going down to Division 2. Let's have a look at our schedule, so then we can find out that the LGD Aster rematch is going to be up first, and then the final series is going to be the one that decides who is going to be our 4th team going to the major. Both of them are so hyped for like 2 very different reasons, you know. The LGD Aster rematch here, we can just jump right in. We can just have a bit of a chat about it because Aster are going to have to change up a lot. You already mentioned the Marcy there. Do you think it's going to go back? Game 1, it was first phase banned. Do you think it's going to go straight back into being first phase banned?
Honestly, I think they can, because PSG isn't a team that's picking Broodmother, for example. So the value of that first phase ban isn't really there against PSG. So there is room to have, you know, a free Marcy. Last time they did some Lina, some Phoenix, depending on pick side. But I think if PSG's first pick, you ban Marcy, you ban Lina. If their second pick, you ban Marcy plus some flavor for the game, or whatever you're thinking in the moment. Maybe some Phoenix, maybe some DP. But yeah, I think do not give them the Marcy. It is too consistent and shuts down these ranged carries that, of course, Monet wants to play.
Yeah, that was the hardest thing. The 2 games we saw Aster lose, he was on the melee carries. And that's not to say he can't play them. It just is clear that he is a little bit more comfortable on the ranged. But on the side of LGD, Sheep, how impressed were you with them yesterday? What was the shining moment?
Oh, moment. I mean,
Yeah.
God, that's probably the hardest question of all time. Okay,
it
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm going to put you in the spotlight here.
Well, I mean, I'll say my favorite things that I enjoyed watching was nothing to say on his mid lane is amazing. Like even game 1 where they lost, I think he had near perfect CS on the first few waves of mid. Like he's just so good in that lane. It can potentially like sway this series pretty hard, given his team like a good start. I also was massively impressed by Shiro and his ability to farm, like especially in that game 2 on his anti-mage. He was just miles ahead of everyone else in terms of net worth. It was nearly like a 1v5. And then like boosting that advantage with an IO on top of that, like I really enjoyed watching that game in draft. So just like the cores of LGD, very solid for me. Obviously Aster are good too, but those 2 are the ones that like caught my eye the most.
100%. And for you, Kezu, what are you hoping Aster have changed up for this? Because when we had a series go the way it did, it was next to nothing in it.
Yeah, so I think they don't have to change up too much. I would like to lean on to what T was saying. I think Pangolier yesterday won all 3 games. The hero is amazing.
Yep.
I think if you play against LGD from first pick, I think you need to consider the Marcy Phoenix bans once again. If you're first pick yourself, there's also a way where you can play Marcy yourself. Aster have done that before. So I think that's also an option for them. And other than that, I think later, think about the SD if you want Treant.
Okay.
And I think other than that, just chill out. Because the gameplay from both these teams is top class. You don't need to overthink it.
Yeah. How much is it a reset from yesterday compared to trying to carry over and do a little bit more meta stuff?
I've been tactically planning a delivery of my glasses due to my blindness.
Oh, I see.
So,
I was like, who is T looking at?
No, this is Lacoste. Thank you, Lacoste. Thank you. I was hoping it'd be more theatrical. I mean, we don't have to hide it. I'm just for glasses gamers. Thank you. And then I can open the case. Thank you, Lacoste.
Oh, you have 2 pairs.
Yeah, I was hoping Lacoste would be all like, you know.
Here you
Get on
go.
one knee, my lord.
Finally, I
Beautiful.
can see again. Okay, anyway.
No, that's what you should have done the reaction. Oh, that's what you guys look like.
Thank you, Lacoste. Shout out to Lacoste, absolute lad.
Would have been better if you just like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah,
the
true.
reaction I would have done.
That would be what my dad does, so I don't want to be there yet.
Oh, jeez.
Well, he's going to warm up before it gets a little bit spicy there.
That's true.
What were we even talking about? We were talking about...
The PSG draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Pango, that's going to be highly contested. Marcy is going to be highly contested. Oh yeah, it was the shift in every series sort of creates its own meta. So how much is it going to be a reset of yesterday and what they were drafting, or more leaning on a continuation of, oh, this is what was happening, this is the meta forming, we have to kind of continue it in this second round of the same matchup?
The series meta of yesterday will 100% be impacting today, because like there wasn't time to really adjust in regards to like scrimming since those days. The only information you're using is that best of 3. And you saw how PSG in game 1, they came into the series with a clear idea of how to beat Aster. They had this like super team fight, reactionary lineup that should scale really nicely. And they haven't really done that before in the other drafts. They've had maybe layers of it, but not to that degree. They failed with it, they adjusted. So I think PSG made the correct adjustments. It's now on Aster to recover and at least adjust from PSG. But again, these drafts, RTK Xiaowei, they've always got something in their mind. There's going to be something new today. There's going to be something spicy. Maybe some nothing to say Tinker. Something to just bam, you know. I'm going to keep saying it. Every time I'm on panel, I'm going to keep saying it because they draft it, or at least one time they drafted it, it was with confidence. They picked it on 23. They even had one more counter pick left to give it. They still won the game. Like, I don't know. I feel like this team, this hero, it's underused, undervalued. It should be in more games. If you don't see that early game pressure to shut down the levels of Tinker. It's not about the farm, it's about the levels.
I'm going to ask you guys the extremely difficult question of how many games is this going to?
3.
3.
Who is... Oh, you didn't even let me finish. And who is going to win?
In the words of Shiro, it'll be a 2-0. Because if
No.
Shiro loses game 1, then
No.
he's not going to rage that Rupture DK stun, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, I'd say, yeah, let's go 3 games. And PS Aston.
Nice.
You can't do that.
Cheating. You
That's
can't do
cheating.
that.
Cheating.
Remove him from the panel.
I will revoke your analyst status
Okay.
unless you
Damn.
have a hard decision.
I'm
Wow,
still an LGD
Christ.
believer.
Same.
Yeah, I put them at the top
Okay.
of my predictions at the start of the season, and I will stick with them now.
Okay.
To the top.
Although,
I think so too. There's also a way, I think, where if you're Aster, I wouldn't personally be too afraid of LGD's Lina. They've played it 3 times. Once against Dawn. It's a free dub.
Free
True.
dub.
They played it once against Extreme. It was kind of eh. Then
True.
they played it, and then the one win I think they had was where Tinker, nothing to say on Tinker, made like some 1v9 comeback from 15k gold. So I think it's something they could consider if they want to ban different heroes.
okay.
Oh.
Maybe you won't see it here because Aster first picked themselves, so most likely LGD will ban it themselves, but maybe down the line. Yeah.
My last thought before we get into the draft is, though, that
Yes.
I will say Aster obviously pretty much took the lead in game 1 and was able to run away with it. And they had the lead in game 3.
Yeah.
So whilst I do believe in LGD, Aster
Nicely.
kind of showed that they were able to get a hold of the games pretty well. So I am like, it could definitely go either way. I'm not hard leaning LGD. Anyway, go ahead, draft.
Okay.
Woo!
We got the same draft, so this is going to be Marcy Pango again.
Oh my god, that was really quick.
Dude, he was spam clicking that
Yeah,
Ember.
yeah, no,
I'm
it's
not even
sorry.
here yet.
I thought there'd be something new, but this is identical to the game 3 draft
The
and game 2.
Yo,
no,
bet, yo,
the
speed up the
difference-
bands,
the
guys.
difference is the Ember.
Oh, sure, after.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 out of 4 change up.
Guys, get to your points, please. The bands are nearly done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
sorry. Shadow Demon's gone. That's pretty hype.
Yep, just the Shadow Demon.
I mean, that hero was incredibly impactful. Like watching
Yeah.
the game 3, especially when it went late, he had like what refresher and stuff, and was popping off 100 ults and shard.
Cleanses,
Cleanses,
whatever.
yeah.
He was ponying.
It was insane, the impact that he had, and I wonder if we'll see. Oh no, Magnus is gone. Yeah, we're seeing lots of bans of the heroes that showed up in the last season.
It literally just feels like they just went, had a nap, woke up, and just straight into game 4 of the exact same series.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
ban the good stuff and off you go. Again, PSG ban-wise, you know, some Naga in lane, Marcy can't really pressure, Mag enables Ember. They're just taking away just concepts that Aster would like to utilize on. And then for Aster at least, yeah, like Sheep mentioned, take away the SD. We now get to see Planet on a new hero, which will be great. But they're still opening up for PSG to go for like the Ench pick out of phase. I honestly think this would still be great for them. The way that Y played it yesterday, Ember shouldn't be too much of a deterrent. You don't really care about what happens mid when you're an Ench. You just care about your side lanes. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the return of the Ench.
Same. I think here also for LGD, you should consider a 3-in ban. Aster took out the SD, which I think has been like the most prominent counter to the hero,
So
both
you think
aggressively and
they're trying to
defensively.
build themselves up a little bit? To
Yeah, I
get
think
through?
so. I mean, Aster are one of the best teams at playing it. They're kind of showing you with the bans that that's something they should be considering.
Yep.
So unless LGD have a straight idea of what we want to do, I think they should consider it.
Also,
I like this.
the Treant Rubik seems to open up Doom quite a lot for these teams. I've noticed. Everyone loves
Yeah.
playing Doom with it because those 2 heroes are so good at helping hold your towers and letting him be greedy and get to his item timings. It's like it would be like similar to the lineup they played in game 1. On the side of LGD, I'm actually surprised they didn't go Ench because it's something I really liked about their Marcy Pangos plus like Ench or whatever is the fact that Shiro is incredibly greedy as a carry. Like in game 1 that they lost, he went Midas Maelstrom on Faceless Void into a Doom even. Like and and into a drought, like into silences and control and stuns and dooms. It was like, well, Jesus Christ, bro. So these heroes, the Marcy Pango especially, have been so good at enabling him to do that in the games 2 and 3, just letting him get his net worth up while they fight, while they brawl, while they make space.
I like the silencer just real quick because I think it helps your Pango and your Marcy to get in the fight and feel confident even early on without the BKB. It is also, in my opinion, pretty good if Aster were to pick Treant, so I think there's definitely something there. Also, I think Aster did ban it yesterday. So even though you lose a bit of tempo, I think it gives you quite a bit of like preventative teamfight from LGD.
Yeah. Aster looking at PSG's playstyle from game 2 and 3 and now trying to match it at least. You know, Aster, after you leave lane, Battle Fury +1, like you also can join the fight. You actually can tank up against this PSG lineup. Sure, there could be windows of the game where some early defusal, the cover of globals, you can die a bit, but yeah, I think Aster, they're going to take the fight, and it's exciting to see.
I was going to say, I'm excited to see the Ursa because it was banned second phase all 3 games last time that they played off yesterday in yesterday's series. So it's cool to see it get through, and Aster were like, we have to take advantage of this and just pick it up themselves.
I'm trying to think what Shiro would want to play into this. I mean, he's played, what, 14 heroes in 18 different games or something. It's
He is insanely
versatile, but honestly, I still like the idea of doubling down on that in-and-out style of fight. You can still go for the Slarks and just punish everyone, pounce on Ember. I mean, again, he's got like 13 heroes still left in the pool.
They'll also probably, unless they think the carry pool is starved, I think they'll pick their +4 hero here. I'm not sure if Planet has.
It's PSG,
played,
of course, yeah.
I don't know if he's played too much Dark Willow, but I think that would be a pretty annoying hero in this game. Both the Mirana, annoying against Ursa, lanes well with Marcy, somewhat annoying for Ember. Just some range 4 that's going to help your Marcy, give some follow-up damage, maybe a bit of lockdown.
Ooh.
Cool stuff.
That's going to be a deadly lane. So Aster, I think the weakness with their draft is just having Mirana, Rubik as your 4-5. These are slightly aggressive supports in lane. They're not the most defensive in nature. And like Rubik, sure you have lift, but it doesn't really help you. You can't body as well. You rely on your heroes doing damage to feel good, or at least tanking. So now this Ursa is going to be left on an island where Marcy will free farm, Sky will just constantly just pepper that Ursa in lane, like, get out of here. So I think lanes right now, PSG should be really happy with what they've been able to construct so far.
Who was it that played the other Sky? I feel like we've seen one other Skywrath here in China, but I can't wrap my head around who it was.
I can check for you in 1 second.
All right.
Okay.
Was it Boboka?
I don't know.
Doesn't ring a bell. It lost though, lol.
I was going to say, I do know it lost. That's all I know.
It was Dawn Gaming.
Oh,
Unlucky.
unlucky bears.
Unheckin' lucky.
I think PSG is going to be pretty weak though to any of these pushing. They've already banned Beastmaster, but other than Pangolier, their supports hate anything summony. So the Visages, the Lycans, the Beastmasters. I would be surprised if Aster leaned towards the Lycan, but just maybe a Visage, just to give them a couple auras, and then Ursa gets items, Visage gets items, super tanky, they survive the roll. Where's the damage from PSG? That's kind of my my weakness right now for PSG's heroes.
Yeah, there's also like a huge reliance on Marcy and Pango to start fights, which is good. It's fine. But like if they do need to ever like settle down and farm or catch up or anything, like if the early game goes wrong, these two supports are going to be like kind of sad. They're just going to be stuck sitting behind their cores and like waiting around and doing not much.
I think both Visage and Tide would be heroes that I would like. Either something that gives auras to your boys to keep going in. I think also when I see some silence for Sky, I think there's two ways you kind of break it. You either A, have these heroes that make it hard for them to fight. You like him beats Visages, as you mentioned. Or like this frontlining anchor, like Tidehunter doesn't care that there's a global that you're being rolled on.
Yep.
Constantly gonna break. So I think either of these heroes would make a lot of sense and kind of fulfill their draft.
Do you have any ideas, Sheep, of what you'd like to see here, or at least some holes?
Night Stalker.
Oh, okay.
The Forgotten Hero.
The Forgotten Hero.
It's
Bro,
very forgotten.
anytime
Yeah.
I
Very
see
forgotten.
two squishy supports that want to sit on a backline, it's like makes my Night Stalker senses tingle. I'm so, I'd pick that in a pub.
I'd snatch it up.
I'm not a pro, and they never pick Night Stalker anymore, but my god, that hero is beautiful. Anyway, Centaur's still fine. It's like a good way to just start fights for them, initiate, get yourselves out. Like, you're playing with slows on your supports on LGD, and your Marcy 2 like wants to jump on you. This is just a nice way to get out, because they don't have super hard lockdown outside of Pango.
I actually think the center pick is really good. It's one of the better ones I've seen. If you look at LGD, I would put it in the type of draft where they rely on either A, bursting, or killing in like a fast succession with their spells. You use global, Martial, Pango roll, and you kind of want to like get 1 or 2 kills really quickly. Whereas you can use them P to like run away from the global, kite the roll, kite the BKB, and there's a goddamn Wraith King on the screen.
The heck?
All right. I mean, so Aster, we're talking about them on the skirmish and things. PSG, the issue with Wraith King is you need to get out of lane, get out of jungle to then feel tanky enough, right? But this is a game where you should be able to absorb that damage. I don't mind it, not that much, because they have the Sky, they have the Mark, they have so many layers of damage that this carry can be anything. That's often what PSG does with their drafts. The 4 heroes unlock Shiro to play anything. That's why he has such high versatility. So in this game, I don't need him to be a carry that has that innate damage early on. So honestly, don't mind it too much. Excited to see Wraith King. I think we've seen it.
Do you favor it though?
I mean, it's out of meta for sure. I think Aster might have damage issues killing off a Wraith King. They need, Urs has to jump on top of him. Ember needs to jump on top. Like, triple melee core will give Nothing to Say quite a good game. So honestly, I actually kind of like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming the idea is that like Monet has to commit in, and then he'll have to use his ult and stuff, and then Shiro will just have a second life, and then he's kind of left out with nothing left on the Ursa. So
Yeah, it's like a different form of sustainability, Kazu.
This one. Every time these two draft, I don't know really where to go. I'll go with Aster. Something is telling me that there's something good about their lanes and how they play their mid-game team fights.
Okay, I like it. It's not so much something that's logical, but more of a feeling. And I feel like we're going to have a great series on our hands. It's game number 1 between LGD and Aster with Bcop and Lacoste.
A series so nice, we're going to do it twice. We come back this time, LGD, Aster. Should be a fun one, and these first drafts do line up to be something a bit exciting, right?
Yeah, yesterday's series was really good. Like, if you haven't watched it, first watch this live now, but if you haven't watched it, if you have time, watch the series from yesterday. It was really a nail-biter, especially the third game. So, but, PSG LGD, again, like, I have a same kind of feeling what happened yesterday when they picked Enchantress plus Shadow Demon. I didn't think it was going to work out with these two supports. But this time around, it's a Skyrat plus Silencer. Like, these two supports, they don't play well from behind. If they lose the lanes, I'm a little worried, like, how much they're going to be able to do in these like mid-game fights, because these two supports also don't push the wave, so that's another issue. Like, Mars is also not the hero that can easily push the wave, so it needs to be Pango. And a bit of a surprise there, last pick Wraith King, a hero that we haven't seen, but definitely glad to see it.
Yeah, not a hero we see too much because Erica, aka Poyoyo, doesn't play in the Division 1 at the moment, and I feel like he was the one who spammed this hero. And probably still would if he was in Div 1, but it's now Shiro on the Wraith King, and we'll see how this goes for both these teams. XXS and Bobica in a classic Centaur Rubik lane. I mean, this is something we used to see spammed all the time.
Yeah, it's a classic lane. It's a classic killer lane as well. I want to see what the itemization from XXS is going to be. I'm a big fan of Pipe here to mitigate most of their damage. Like, might even get a boat. I see he's going for Vanguard first just to tank up. Like, sure, if you want to survive against the Wraith King, that's also cool. But I think eventually, if you get a Pipe, if you get a Greaves on one of your supports like Morana, there's going to be damage issues on PSG LGD, especially from these two supports.
Right, so we'll see how the lanes kind of go and if they can quickly get into the Vanguard for the Centaur. See if he goes into the Greaves Pipe combo. Is that utility offlaner that we see so often throughout this patch. And I was looking over at Shiro. He's going to the early Helm of the Iron Will. Always feels like a very strong item to get early on. 6 armor, 5 health regen is pretty nice, honestly.
Yeah, this is what Zhang Yu is also trying to go for. The offlane Marcy, he turns it later on into Armlet. But looking at the mid lane, this is the lane that I'm mostly looking at. It was the same matchup yesterday, XWY playing against Nothing to Say. This time around, much better start for Nothing to Say, because this matchup can sometimes be a little rough for Pango, where your Ember Spirit, he puts a point in the Searing Chains, the root mechanic destroys the Pangolier, you can still get the shield crash off, but you can't move, and same goes for the Swashbuckle, like you can't even use it.
I'm wondering about the 6-minute mark with these supports for the side of LGD. For Aster, I feel both of them come through towards mid. It's just a question of if they can pull it off and get a kill there when they go for the 6-minute rune. But for LGD, like, Skywrath, Silencer aren't exactly supports that you think are going to move, as pick you up towards top is going to fall. And he'll die to this off lane of LGD.
It's a lot of harassment from this top lane. You have Skyrat Mage. Ursa definitely does not like to play into this hero. Slow, constant spam before he gets any kind of extra regen. We see PQ TPing top, bringing some healing salve, some tangles as well, and battle for runes. And this is what we talked about, this power of Searing Chains against Pango.
So nothing to say we'll get one, and XWY, the artist formerly known as E, will also pick up one. But this is the classic combo, telekinesis into the hoof stomp, double edge, XXS is gonna get a kill here. And it really, when this lane was getting spammed, it's just that easy to get a kill.
Yeah, things can get really rough for this bottom lane from PSG LGD real quickly, because if they're off to a good start, if XXS gets to his Ring of Health, which he has enough money to buy, like this lane, they don't have the kill threat on a Centaur, and once it hits that level 3, 2 points in Double Edge, 2 points in Fade Bolt, Silencer will need to be careful how he's gonna approach. If he's out of position, he's definitely dead, because Raid King can't really save you. And he TP'd mid, refilled the bottle for nothing to say. Nothing to say this time around. Much better. Like he definitely practiced this. Like he played this matchup a lot because both of the heroes are very popular. Yeah. But yesterday I saw him struggling a bit more compared to this game, and now he's dominating.
Almost get a kill there onto the Brawn in the top lane. They'll bring Silencer back over bottom, but I'm kind of wondering when Shiro gets his Helm of the Iron Will, maybe we'll see why Smile kind of give Shiro an attempt at getting some solo experience in this lane. But for right now, he's back over, and he just needs to be very careful about how he positions himself. Looking over at Zhang Yu, but nothing doing. This Marcy, we've seen a couple times in a few different positions, but you've been liking and preferring it in the offlane, right?
Yeah, it just seems the role for the hero right now, because as a support, just doesn't work out. Like, the hero is very level and item dependent. Like, you need that BKB, you need to be able to protect yourself. This time around, I think it's a much better game for Marcy, because you do have Silencer to back you up if you go pre-BKB, so you don't have to necessarily be too worried about it.
Silencer again?
Yeah, we talked about this. This is a type of a game where you kind of wished you had a different hero other than the Silencer, because you haven't really done much in the laning stage. You gave Centaur a complete free farm. Ruby can also rotate. You're just going to be a food for another 30-40 minutes, pretty much.
It does feel as though this Silencer is going to be very focused on just using Global Silence and surviving.
Yeah, it's not one of those games where you're going to have like 20 intelligence stolen 15 minutes into the game. He's probably not going to even have Glaives of Wisdom at all.
Yeah, you know, that's very much of a contrast to the Enchantress we saw yesterday from Y, because he usually plays these hard fives, these 5/position 6 as some people call them. And seeing him on the Enchantress was very fun, but this is just feeling like a game where he wants 6, he wants to use the Global Silence, and that's going to be mostly it from him. At least that's what it's feeling like with the heroes in this game on Aster that can just kill him in a heartbeat. So he'll definitely have to be watching his positioning, and XWY will TP back over mid.
Oh, looking at the mid lane, not going to say 32-7 against Ember 23-4. XWY. Yesterday, much better performance.
Silencer's here. XWY. Sleight of Fist, but Bobica is going to be able to help him out. Arcane Curse doing the damage, and, you know, maybe I lied about Y, because he gets a kill there on XWY, but he will still die to pick you, so.
Now, this is the issue. Because Ember Spirit got dominated in the lane. Nothing to say hits level 6. It's not about him getting the level 6. He didn't even use the Rolling Thunder, but it's about Ember not having a Remnant to play with. Let's see the rune.
Bottom.
It's going to be bottom. Arcane. Bobica will pick it up.
And he's going to hold on to this. And XWY, by the way, he doesn't have a TP, so he's walking all the way back to mid. This is going to give nothing to say a massive advantage in the mid lane and make it really difficult for this Ember. Which means the rotations aren't exactly going to be that great here for the side of Aster. They were expecting maybe an Ember to do something, but instead, top lane now getting dominated a little bit.
No arrow on
able to get a kill on Monet.
He was not able to help him out, maybe with the arrow, but still Marcy's way too tanky.
Boy.
Oh, yeah. This is the type of a start that they needed in terms of the laning stage. This Skywrath Mage plus Marcy. We didn't talk about the combo from Skywrath Mage. Usually you have like some kind of an instant stun first. Rolling Thunder, still level 5.
And he's silenced thanks to the last word. They might be able to get a kill on Shiro while this is going on over bottom. They're trying to get under the tower. Sleight of Fist, down level 6. Remnant away. Shiro's still going to survive. They'll bring over Pikyu. Drop down a Starstorm, but that doesn't really do much of anything. And Bobica, does he have a Fade Bolt?
Ooh.
No. Ooh, Stampede, and now the Telekinesis. But the stun from Shiro, it's not looking like it's going to matter if Bobica could just get his hands and right-clicks on him. And that's exactly what he does. He takes away Shiro's life while he doesn't have a backup life.
Bobica cutting down the tree just so that he has a glimpse of vision there to be able to kill him. And off to his mana boots. XXS on top of the network. This bottom lane has gone pretty much as they would expect it to go. Centaur hitting that early level 6. Puts 2 points in Retaliate. I've seen more Centaur players put points in Retaliate just to be able to pressure the tower slightly faster. Not max it out, but 1 or 2 points, I think that's fine.
You do end up getting to the bottom tier 1, which makes Shiro's life a little bit more difficult. Top lane, nothing to say, makes a rotation. They'll get a kill on a Pikyu once again, and well, Planet has been doing well on this Skywrath Mage. He's 2-0-2, and you know, not a hero we see all too often in the DPC, but right now, doing quite well.
Yeah, doing good. He can play with Marcy, like Marcy's rebound. Once it's maxed out, it's 2.1 seconds stun, and Skywrath Mage ulti is 2.2 seconds, so you can get a combo off. It's not like the most reliable combo. It's not your Axe or Legion Commander type of a hero that locks them down perfectly for it, but still you're gonna be able to. Like one Raid King stun can also set things up. I don't think he's gonna be playing with Raid King, but in the mid-game fights, like the stun will definitely help out.
And we'll see how much of that damage is going to end up being able to be used here. As XXS, the idea at the beginning was that he was going to get a pipe or something like that, but for right now, it is not that utility build that he's got queued up.
Interesting build. BKB, like if we talk about the Centaur, what the items you want to buy, because you have like these rings, you can disassemble Vanguard, get the Lotus Orb to be able to counter-initiate. I think Lotus Orb is a really good pickup here. It seems like he wants to have a BKB, not care about the... It's very self-centric oriented, I would say. Like this BKB, I don't remember seeing it, but we haven't seen too much of a Centaur anyway. It's mostly from the games that we've seen are these auras. PSG LGD, they drop down the sentry, place down the obs, and now they smoke. Nothing to say. Even finish the full Orb of Corrosion just to have that a little bit more extra early damage.
Silence. They've got the seal. They'll have the Unleash. They should have the damage to get a kill here on XXS. Taking out the top of the net worth player in the game, and that will push Yang Yu towards the top of the net worth himself. So 2 levels in that Ancient Seal. That's a 4-second silence this early on in the game, which can be difficult to deal with.
And he just hit level 6, so now he does have that Mystic Flare available. And also one thing to notice is Pango with the maxed sidekick. It's like free Satanic for the hero. It's pretty nuts. Like you drop down low, one swashbuckle back to full HP. So there's going to be a lot of value, not just for Pango, but also for Raid King in this game.
Right.
To have that extra damage and the lifesteal.
While that's all going on, Y is just farming up over mid, trying to get himself to that level 6. And the Tome is actually going to be bought here by the Skywrath Mage. So knowing that Y is getting to 6 soon, I think that they don't need to give him the Tome. They're going to bolster up the levels here on Planet. And I think that, you know, getting Skywrath a couple more levels, the damage output he's able to do with that
yeah,
is
it's
gonna be
mostly
nice.
for Ancient Seal. They want to ruin this Ember Spirit. They want to ruin Ursa. Both of these heroes, they don't deal well with the silences, especially Ursa, because like he's trying to farm his Battle Fury, now sitting in the middle of the pack. Monet needs some time to recover. His second item should be a BKB to be able to dispel all of these things. And the same goes for Ember. Like he was off to a really bad start, so he needs to recover. And in terms of recovery, like he's not gonna get that much farm. He has a BKB queued up, which I think is a correct item build here. You are playing into like a lot of silences, a lot of stuns, so if you don't do it, like you're just gonna get destroyed by Skywrath Mage. Planet puts even a third point in Ancient Seal.
Yeah, he used that Tome to get that 3rd point. And what you're talking about really with these BKB timings feels like it puts Aster in this weird spot where they kind of just have to avoid everything that LGD is going to be throwing their way. which is tough, especially with Monet wanting to farm into that Battle Fury. But Moonlight Shadow's used. Smoke ends up being broken. Bobica able to spot this out. They throw down a sentry. They won't see him in time. And instead, they'll have Bobica steal that Arcane Curse.
It's a good spell to steal. This time around, there aren't really many good spells to steal in this game. Like, you're mostly looking for Arcane Curse, maybe Ancient Seal. Like, spells from Pangolier are not that valuable. So there aren't really many. Like, in terms of ultis, sure, you want to have Global Silence, you want to have Rolling Thunder, but nothing to say has been, you know, pretty impressive on the Pangolier so far. So I don't think he's going to be getting him that Rolling Thunder. Immediate Shield Crash after that. Planet in trouble, but there is also Global available.
That Arcane Curse is going to hurt Planet the most, truthfully. From the Rubik. I wouldn't mind seeing Rubik if he's able to grab that Wraith Fire Blast as well. Right now it's only level 1. And I wonder how long Shiro's going to keep it that way at just level 1 if he doesn't want to have it stolen and be thrown back at him with a 2-second stun.
Nah, you max it out. You don't care about the spell steal from Rubik. It's not Lina with the LSA or when we've seen like Shaker, so you don't want to give him his abilities, especially like the Fisher and the Enchant Totem. So bit of a different thinking. You know, Dota players are very good at adapting. The game kind of slowed down. Aster farming up the jungle, trying to get the items up. They don't still feel fight ready at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe there's gonna be like a smoke or another Moonlight Shadow try to get a pick off, but other than that, like, they're really not in a rush to take these fights.
Yeah, they really want these BKBs, and they do have a Blink Dagger on XXS, so maybe, like you said, they'll find a smoke, and if they can go and they can get a pick off on maybe a couple of supports, that would be great, but it's... I agree with what you were saying. Like, they need these BKBs, so...
Yeah. On the other side, PSG LGD, they will definitely want to take a fight because you have Global Silence. You want to use that. The Fusible Blade just finished off on Pangolier, and of course he found himself a really cute item, Lance of Pursuit, extra damage, extra slow, coming out, full Orb of Corrosion. So this type of like a poke damage from this Pangolier does really hurt a lot, especially on these two supports who can't really do much. XWY does have Haste Rune available.
Do they want to go is the question. Shiro holding a skill point. He's waiting for if he needs to use that reincarnation. Pretty typical of a Wraith King player. So, things very quiet, and I think it all comes down to Aster maybe finding their timing, but they are going to smoke up, so let's see what they can do with this. Haste Rune and the 3 heroes that they got going top. It would require them to kill Shiro twice, but even taking the first reincarnation out of his hands for 200 seconds would be pretty okay.
Yeah, this is something that the panel talked about, a slightly lack of damage on Wraith King to bring him down, so they might need to take him out once, even if they can. Let's see the armlet toggle. Ooh, dies.
End up taking him out for the first time, and they're still now under the shroud of Moonlight Shadow.
That Orb of Corrosion damage actually kicking in and not allowing him to use armlet.
So he ends up dying, and now he's going into the Desolator for the Wraith King, and we'll see now Shiro how he's going to play, because he's playing across the river when he knows he's got the reincarnation. Now you don't have it for a little while, so...
Back to triangle immediately. Yeah, he... It's a level 1 reincarnation, so we'll not have that for a full 3 minutes. We'll just farm the jungle until then.
There's the Battle Fury for Monet, so his farm's going to start to really peak as well.
Not the quickest Battle Fury, but still a decent timing considering what he was playing into. And his farm will ramp up now in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, not a terrible timing because he also got full phase boots, wand, and Wraith Band. Wasn't like a brown boots Battle Fury or anything like that. So, haven't really talked about Zhang Yu. He's going for a BKB. He's got his armlet as well.
Pretty standard. He's the most farm hero in the game right now.
Ancient Seal, but Blink, Hoof Stomp, damage on a planet. They'll go to the Stampede. They're trying to get this Ember out of here. The Global Silence being used by White Smile. They don't have the damage to get the kill on the Ember, and the Stolen Swashbuckle from Bobica to get the kill on a planet.
Most importantly, Ember got out. Like that,
yeah.
He needed one extra tick, one extra hit from Marcy to be able to bring him down. This is going to be an issue. Marcy with the BKB and Armlet plus a sidekick, that's going to be a ton of damage. The only one who can pretty much kill Marcy is going to be this Ursa.
And Ursa's not going in until the BKB's ready.
Yeah, he just wants to farm up. Like, once Aster finishes off BKB on Ursa, BKB on Ember Spirit. They're going to be looking for a fight. Probably transition that into Roche because they know that PSG LGD will probably not try to go inside the Roche pit. They do have like decent amount of damage. Will definitely want to have Deso before they start doing that. Because with the Swashbuckle, with this disarm and also sidekick from Marcy, you have enough lifesteal and sustain. This is a big kill.
Yeah, he doesn't
No
have
global
reincarnation
as well.
for 70 seconds, so the damage isn't going to be enough. They looked like they were looking to commit. Wraithfire Blast on XXS, but they're able to run and get out of harm's way.
Again, not enough damage. Ember's not having a good time this game, so he's not joining these fights. He doesn't feel safe coming into it because he just might die and they get nothing out of it. Now Global Silence will be available in another 40 seconds. I think this opens up potentially the Roche for PSG LGD. Get Deso down on Raid King, have a Global Silence, and try to force it, steal it from Ursa.
Dagger Ristral dropped for Monet, and he's going to use that. By the way, we were talking about, you know, Centaur not going into this utility build of the pipe as well as the Guardian Greaves. Right now the mech's being built by Piku on this Mirana, so right now he only has the headdress, but he does have arcane boots.
Yeah, that's the key part. It's just the headdress.
It's going to be a while. Well, he still has the arcane boots. He's getting there.
Eventually we'll get there. But it's a bit of a slower one. We see it mostly built from the offlane nowadays, and then you have like 15-minute full Guardian Greaves.
Bobica also looking at
Oh
building a
man, some
Lotus Orb.
really good items. Brigand's Blade dropped for PSG LGD. Usually Pango's the one who holds it, but I think this time around they're gonna leave it on Zhang Yu because it's the best item for Marcy.
Like Shadow Telekinesis throwing White Smile back up onto the high ground. Nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder, and they'll use the Stampede. They also lost the Mirana, but ends up just being a trade for now.
After getting like they understand how to team fight, who they need to focus. They kill the Silencer, so he can't use Global, and the rest of the team can easily fall back from the Rolling Thunder with the Stampede. Also, there was a gem pickup, so
yeah.
Why You Smile lost that gem. Centaur will send it back with the courier to put it inside the base. That's one of the earlier, like we see a lot of early gems, but losing gem this early could be pretty big.
Yeah, that's very Entity style, right? Like we see Entity buy...
Yeah, Fishman, he doesn't care about items. He's like, you know, I bought some stats at the start of the game and I'm good to go. Like, I'll buy that gem as soon as possible.
Yeah, he usually gets like an 18-minute gem. That's something that I've been too aware of here in the Chinese region in terms of them getting early gems like that.
Yeah, and this is something that I mentioned. Deso done on a Raid King. Global Silence is available. PSG LGD, they want to take this Roche. They want to force a fight.
Arrow flies across. BKB picked up here for XWY as well as the Marcio Zhang Yu. Got it in his inventory. So let's see if they're going to go to the Blink as well as the Hope Stomp. They don't have Stampede for another 23 seconds, but this Roche getting low. It's now or never, and they don't get the kill on a Roche, but they will get the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains to disengage successfully.
Boba can try to steal it
Shiro's hands.
with the Swashbuckle, but not successful this time around. It will be Shiro holding that Aegis. So, Reincarnation, a little surprised that they decided to give it to Raid King. I mean, he deals a ton of damage, but if you have two heroes, like one holding the Aegis, the other one having Reincarnation, then it's basically 7 versus 5. So this Raid King cannot be focused in a fight. Like, we've seen them lack damage on Acer to be able to do so. Monet finished off his BKB. Same goes for XWY.
XXS will have his in 1,400 gold, so it'll be a triple BKB timing, potentially, for the side of Aster, but that's going to probably also be a fight that waits till after this Aegis is gone, right?
They might look for a fight. There's also a Moonlight Shadow available, so going for the pickoff, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Babuka, he does have a rebound. Arcane Supremacy is maxed out. I forgot about that spell, actually, when I was talking about the good spells that Ruby can steal. This is a banger one. Like, if you get this off in a fight 2 times, like, it's just the cast range is so good.
Also, he was doing it yesterday with the Shard, just throwing creeps.
We slip into shadow.
Blink Dagger, I believe that was for the Marcy, right?
Now Marcy's has 1,500 gold going into Basher next. First BKB usage.
And a rebound right onto Bobica. And with the dispose, well, now Bobica no longer has his own rebound. Top lane, PicU, he's got the mech finish, so he'll be able to walk away. That just got delivered on him.
Pretty even game so far in terms of the net worth. It's been like steady 1k gold lead for either of the teams. Shiro on the top lane with his Skelly Bros.
gonna
Will
say-
push the tower. Rest of the team is mid.
Going in with the Blink Dagger and the Rolling Thunder will turn around, trying to catch up. Stampede used, but slowed down. Mystic Flare down on XXS. They'll get the kill onto the Centaur with the BKB popped here by XWY. Arrow should follow up on a YU Smile, meaning he's going to go down to XWY and he'll run afterwards. But nothing to say, still moving forward with that Swashbuckle Shield Crash Diffusal Blade. So the inhibit is going to make this very difficult for PicU to get out. He'll end up dying to Shiro.
Shiro was taking the top tower. They took the outpost as well. So now you can feel the power of this PSG LGD's lineup with the global silence. There's still no BKB on this Centaur. Considering how good of a start he had on a Centaur, he definitely has fallen off. And this might be just another tier 2 tower if PSG LGD wants to commit. Bottom lane's pushed in, so someone needs to take care of that. And you can see Monet. He's sitting at 0-1-0. Like, he definitely doesn't feel fight ready yet. Now with the Blink Dagger, I think he might start to join some of these fights.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can get him involved successfully. Going for the Abyssal Blade. Maybe would like to have at least that Basher. But still, Shiro working with an Aegis. Like, this is tough fights for Aster to take. And, you know, with Shiro sitting here bottom, maybe they want to smoke and go and find something. But even that's not too easy for him.
Aster brings the whole squad to take that outpost. They're not messing around. Bobica also going into Lotus Orb to have some kind of a dispel, something that he can throw on Ursa, potentially dispel the global silence on himself. Later, when he gets the shard, then he can save people with the lift. Nothing to say, pinging it out.
Rolling Thunder, roll up right on top of XXS. Mystic Flare's there, and Planet's got another kill on XXS.
Damage from Marcy's nuts. Like, this Marcy's popping off. I'm really worried how they're going to be able to kill this Marcy. Because in terms of, like, I already mentioned that the Ursa needs to be the one. But once you go in with the BKB, have this global silence to follow things up, it's just way too difficult. Now Basher's already done. Like, Marcy becomes like an Ursa pretty much with the item build. It's the same item build. Blink, BKB. She has damage from Armlet, and once she picks up a Blink Dagger, and I see a Nullifier, which I really like, to be able to dispel things. So no Force Staffs, nothing will be cast, no Ghost Scepters, already prepping for potential saving items that could come out from Aster.
Aster just have not been able to do much of anything around the map for right now. XXS felt tanky early, but they've been able to rip through him, and maybe that's a bit of an itemization thing that's making him so vulnerable. No pipe or anything like that. Going Guardian Greaves on the Mirana instead of him, and you can see XXS, he doesn't survive long against these LGD's heroes.
No, Marcy just completely destroys him. He even has like a bit of an extra armor from that Dragon Scale, but it's not helping out. I did mention Lotus Orb. This is what he's going for. I think it's a lot of value from the item because you're playing into Wraithing with Deso, into Marcy Pango. All of these heroes are physical damage-oriented core, so you want to have that, and also the Dispel mechanic is way too strong. So far, Aster managed to kill only one tower, but now Monet ready to go. Like, they want to take a fight. Monet level 18, BKB available, rest of the team smoked behind. Nothing to say. He's the only one who's showing on this bottom lane. Rest of the team in the jungle, playing off the map.
So it looks like this top tier one's going to fall for free, as they're going to go for a bottom tier one themselves. A little bit of a give and go. Aster, we're hoping somebody would come to defend it. Maybe they would get someone to defend if they were going to push the top tier too, but doesn't look like Monet's going to go for that.
We haven't seen a full team fight, I think, throughout this whole game. There were a couple of skirmishes here and there, a couple of pickoffs, but that's about it.
2K lead for LGD, and there's that Basher for Monet. That'll be flying out. Still gonna finish the Abyssal Blade. Is that something that you want to see here from Monet, or would you rather him audible into something else?
No,
Hold
Abyssal
that
Blade's
thought.
fine.
Ancient
Well,
Seal,
oh my
rebound.
God, the
XXS
damage.
just dies so fast. XWI's on the backline trying to go for these supports. Global Silence comes out, post BKB, so he's forced to TP away while Bobica is killed off by Nothing to Say. These two supports survive. Shiro there to protect him, and well, Aster again get nothing out of this.
We did praise Marcy. Zhang Yu pretty much having a perfect game so far. With the Basher, he goes in, destroys this Centaur. Like, he immediately disappears. I don't think even if he has something like a plate mail, it feels like he needs to have Lotus plus maybe Heaven's Halberd to have some mischance, more tankiness, and the disarm to be able to fight into these heroes.
Right.
But, yeah, he's fallen off. He's fallen off real hard on this Centaur.
From what was an amazing lane for him to now nothing in the mid game. And Aster haven't exactly shown anything yet in the mid game. XWI uses that BKB. Global Silence comes out afterwards. He's just forced to TP away. Monet never really had a chance to open up with his claws, and they haven't gotten many kills.
Haven't been involved in a single kill almost 30 minutes into the game on this Ursa. You know, things are slightly rough when you see the score. Gem now on a Centaur that they stole from Why You Smile a long time ago.
See how much the gem helps him out. Shiro, arrow, Armo toggling, but there goes the first life. So that'd be down for 2 minutes. Can they stay on him? No, Shiro's going to turn this around with the
Ooh, and a
BKB, but the
BKB.
BKB in time from Monet. So a life and a BKB from both.
This is level 2 reincarnation on Wraith King. Would definitely love if it's level 3, only 60 second cooldown. Items are starting to add up on PSG LGD. You have this Pangolier who finished off his Eon Disc. He actually assembled it, so does not want to risk anything, especially hero like Ursa, where you like the damage is very explosive. You die in a second, so if you misclick it, if you don't click it fast enough, then you just might die. Oh yeah, give it that ulti. Skyrat Mage farming creeps with Mystic Flare. We haven't seen Mystic Flare being used in a long time.
Just throwing it down. Why not? Get some farm. He's got that extra cast range now with the Psychic Headband that he picked up just a moment ago. Can stay safe while farming creeps with it.
40 seconds until the next roast. This is going to be big. Whoever takes this is going to be controlling the game for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Wraith King will have his reincarnation available. Not at the exact Roshan spawn timer, but he'll have it. And then, is there anything big coming out on Aster? This Ursa, he definitely would want to pick up this second Roche so that he has Earthshock upgrade from the shard. So it gives him that enrage, gives him a much more sustainability in a fight. Dire, they're using the scan. They know exactly where someone, at least from PSG LGD, is.
Scan came out from both teams, both landing. They get a ward down to the high ground. Nothing to say, he's over there, but he'll go to the roll-up. Now he's going to the Rolling Thunder. XXS was bounced to the low ground near the side of LGD. Global Silence is going to come out afterwards. Monet, he's got his hands on a Why You Smile, but it's not going to be enough damage, though. Trying to find the kill on XXS. Monet's still trying to do anything, but he's being bashed up here. Mystic Flares dropped down, but the BKB swung enough for him to avoid the damage to get the kill on a planet. But now over on the side, XWI, he's been caught, disposed of, and killed off. Nothing to say gets the kill there. The hoof stomp, the double edge. He'll take the first life out of the hands of Shiro. And now Shiro, can he jump for anything more? Nothing to say gets the kill into Bobica while that's going on. So 2 heroes dead on the side of Aster while Roche has just
this is also a
respawned.
gem.
XXS, hoof stomp. And has the blink. Also give the gem over to the courier.
That
just
was
in
nicely
case.
done. Yeah, a good play from XXS there, understanding that he might die. But Ursa focusing on Silencer in this fight. Using a BKB to try to get a kill early on. The rest of the team is there. Then he realized, I think he mid-team fight, he realized that there's still no reincarnation available on Wraith King, so starts hitting him instead. Maybe they can bring him down, but again, just not enough damage. Also holding the Elven Tunic, nothing to say. Breaking the smoke. Both teams having the Observer there on the high ground with the Vision. And you see the 4-staff Glimmer Cape keeping him alive. Monet is out of position here already, so kind of rough one. Like, you know that fight is over once Ursa used that BKB and the Enrage. Can't really come back into the fight. The next WY got focused down by rest of them, and now we can see the power of this PSG LGD's lineup. All 3 cores, very farmed. Wraith King about to hit level 20. Swashbuckle talent from Pango on level 20. Marcy about to hit level 18, so only 60-second cooldown on this reincarnation and also Unleash, so they can fight every minute pretty much.
Yeah, this is constant output from LGD, and unfortunately Aster not realizing that Shiro didn't have that reincarnation ready until it came up as he was jumping the high ground.
Yeah,
So-
it was like 5-6 seconds, but they're still not able to kill him that quickly. And now you see Ursa, he would definitely love to have that shard, Q's one up for himself. It's a bit of a sad moment, you know, sad bear. Also, Monet couldn't get anything done in terms of other than farming this game. 0-1 and 0 on your carry. You hate to see it.
Maybe with this Abyssal Blade they could get something done, but not looking all too likely.
And also if they focus Silencer in a fight and he does have a buyback, he does have one right now, might invest into a gem because he already bought one. They lost it relatively early on. But this is one of the better heroes to buy back with as a position 5.
Zhang Yu, he's forward, hoof stomp. Do they have the damage? Shiro's
That's
going to
a
come
big
in. The
kill.
Mystic Flare is down. They go to the Global Silence. The damage on an XXS is going to be a lot, but not enough to get the kill just yet. Rolling Thunder bounces XWI into the air. He's still silenced up. Can he run out of this one? Wraithfire Blast, and that's going to be stolen, but they can't save this Ember. They still get the kill there onto the Marcy, though, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. However, losing XWI again is just making his game much slower.
Yeah, first death of Marcy this game. Like she brings a lot of gold. How much did he get? 540 for XWI. He did die in the end. But not too bad of a trade. If they can like get a trade where the trades are even, and PSG is holding this Aegis for almost full 3 minutes, I think they're fine with these type of trades. Ooh, full Nullifier done on Raid King now.
Lotus Orb finally finished there for the Centaur as he disassembled the Vanguard. So that no longer on him. He's now got this Lotus Orb. He's going into the heart, or double heart next from what he's got queued up.
Yeah, make it triple. Get another
Why,
one.
why not? Ooh, Rubik silenced and gonna be killed off by Shiro. He's now got 6 charges on that Desolator. Has that Nullifier, and well, honestly, with that Aegis, it just feels like Shiro could do whatever he wants for the next 2 minutes. Not too sure where Aster kind of find their opening. They're still hoping that Monet can carry the game. He's kept up in farm, so it's not like he's not right there with him, but the rest of the team is
they just
not feeling that good.
They just couldn't find the right targets in a fight. All 3 cores on PSG LGD, very tanky, but now like the damage from Monet is gonna amp up. Raid King, it's that level 25, 20 talent, 25% cleave, so his farming is much better. He also did pick up the shard from Roche, so doesn't have to care too much about his mana.
Ooh,
BKB, all right.
that is just off a swashbuckle, and BKB immediately. That being down for 80 seconds, I think LGD, you just forced the high ground at this point. He's just still in the hands of Shiro. He's got 3 lives to work with. Overwhelming Blink, that's into the back lines. Moonlight Shadow's also going to be pushed as they get the first life. But can they get it again? Arrow on the Reincarnate, so they've got some control. Arcane Curse doing some damage. Shiro forced staff back, but they just don't want to commit too far.
They got the tower.
Oh.
Shiro, oh
Okay.
my god, that lifesteal with the sidekick.
1 hit, and he was back to like full health.
He's still thinking about it. Like, he wants to go in, reincarnation in 30 seconds, Aegis in 20. So, Aegis will run out earlier.
Blink, Wraithfire Blast, and a dead Piku Murata. Overwhelming Blink, that hits all 4 heroes, and now they're going to go after Shiro. They'll have Monet jump in, but the Nullifier's going to be on him. The Sun's going to be on an XXS. They've got Piku going, well, not doing anything because he's dead. It's actually Zhang Yu who gets the kill there on XXS. They'll rebound out. Aegis is going to expire, and now they've got Reincarnate.
You can see Shiro, that the Reincarnation was on cooldown for a couple of seconds and popped the BKB. So Reincarnation back online. 2 heroes dead. No buyback on Centaur, no buyback on Mirana. They have enough damage to take down these barracks. 2 catapults, focusing on the range one. Do the spin, hell yeah.
Just waiting for the glyph to be gone, and there go the racks.
pretty clean. PSG LGD climbs the high ground, loses nothing other than Aegis, 1 reincarnation, and now there's going to be another set of items. Nothing to say. Overwhelming Blink plus a shield crash. He does have this Aeon Disc, which was procced only 1 time, but he feels very comfortable just jumping in because he does have a shard, has a global silence to follow things up if he feels threatened. That Aeon Disc that we mentioned, and now AC about to be done, Wraith King. So a lot of items, a lot of tankiness on their side. That seems like Aster, they don't have the answer for it. Timeless
Yeah, all
Relic.
they have is Monet, and he's not able to really output enough damage.
We didn't talk about Planet too much. He's been staying away from the fights, like keeping the distance, using the concussive shot, and trying to bait some BKBs with the Ancient Seal. Now going into Hex, so having Hex plus Timeless Relic, and also his abilities, like this neutral item just feels very strong on certain heroes.
Lincoln's for Monet, by the way. Defensive, we'll see if that works out for him. He wants to get an MKB and a shard, but still just trying to farm 40 straight minutes, basically. Really hasn't done much of anything, but they're going to 5-man smoke, so can they find anyone? If they go into the triangle now, maybe they get Why You Smile and Planet, but Zhang Yu and Shiro are here, right by their side, and they'll end up going into the jungle instead. Ooh, Shiro. Spotted, blink, host on, no fire, immediate land success. They've got the dispose, but the Lotus Orb is in. They go to the arrow, that's gonna land. They've got the first kill on a Shiro, but the Rolling Thunder coming up for nothing to say. Monet needs to run, he's just dead.
No buyback.
No buyback, and down goes Bobica. GG immediately. They are out.
It's one of those games where you feel like it's slowly getting out of control, that you can't kill any of their cores. They try to kill Shiro multiple times. His reincarnation is back online. We wanted to see this hero being picked. Sometimes, you know, it feels like, oh, Doom's back in meta. We're gonna, or Faceless Void. It looks like a good Wraith King game. None of these 2 heroes were in this game, but looked really good. We might see more of a Wraith King coming. You know, the DPC is about to end, but coming into the Lima Major, if there's no patch, even without getting some loving from the Ice Frog, we might see this Wraith King being picked up.
Definitely seems like a potential pocket pick, because we don't see this hero at all. Throw Wraith King into the mix. Shiro showing that he's pretty good with this hero. And I liked what Planet was doing with that Skywrath as well. Another hero we don't see too much of, and he was able to accomplish a lot. Why You Smile, hard early game. Felt like he died 3-4 times in the laning phase, but then from there on out, he seemed pretty perfect.
This mid lane, this is the matchup that shouldn't go this way. It's Ember against Pango. I've seen it so many times. Ember just... Not completely dominates, but has an upper hand. But I also seen like Pango really struggling, dying pre-level 6. Didn't happen this time around. Nothing to say. Was really on point. Like he got that faster level 6, got the kill with the silencer, and made his life miserable throughout the whole game.
Yeah. So with that, LGD take game number 1 over Aster, and we'll see if Aster can even it up at 1 in the next game. But to break down this one, we've got the panel. Take it away.
We're going to have a chat about how dominant LGD looked in this game. We talked about the momentum from the last series, how it would impact this one, and it's very clear that LGD are still on top. Aster were just way too slow to the ball in almost everything throughout the game, Kazu.
I mean, so I think it's not that easy for them because this role alone with the global silence, I feel like causes a lot of threat. Like even that alone, I feel like is half the game. It's too hard for them to play into it. I do think with their lineup, and especially when you do pick Potem and you have the Centaur, they should try to go for some plays on like some side lanes. Sure, you don't want to take 5-on-5s into the global and into the role, but I do think if you just sit back and do this, then at some point this game hits this stage where you're just going to slowly lose.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a little bit more aggression from the side of Aster T, but again, it just very much felt, especially because I know that they did lose mid quite hard, but it just felt like nothing worked out for them. There was no recovering at all from that.
Yeah, I think PSG did a really good job at kind of installing fear into Aster's aggression. You know, Kezzy's mentioning making these side lane plays, but after Ember kind of fell victim to the Skywrath Mage, the Ancient Seal, the early globals, he didn't really want to join the fight until BKB. And then Centaur, I mean, PSG made this beautiful smoking move into bot side of the map, killed off the Centaur pre-blink. And then at that point, it's like, Centaur just died, stalled out his game. Ember has died a couple times, stalled out his game. And Earth is going Battle Fury, then BKB. So they don't really have a core that actually wants to enter the game. And if one core does, they don't have the second core to actually then provide the damage. So I think there was a really awkward early to mid game from Aster, and PSG just capitalized on it with how beautiful their draft was, where Shiro, he didn't even really need to be in any of the fights. Time after time, it was just NTS and Marcy just popping off with just the artillery of Planet and Smile behind.
Yeah, there was also like LGD were playing really nicely in pairs, I'd say, throughout the early-ish game.
Yep.
Aster were looking for moves to make on the side of the map, like they smoked bot with the offlaner and both supports, but they're not high damage. When they ran into Shiro, like he's just got a Y sitting behind him. They're able to just rebuff the initiation pretty much instantly. He's got an armlet plus a bracer on Wraith King. It's like way too hard. Even if he doesn't have ult, which he didn't, they just couldn't get through the health enough, and then we're just forced to back off. And it's just little moves like that that keep failing because they just can't bring so many heroes to these moves.
Oh, just the scoreline for Monet, it's so rough. 0-2-1, and it's like, you might be able to argue like, what could Ursa do earlier? But like, he's not really a hero that wants to join these fights early on. If the rest of his team's having a bad game, and Ursa jumping in isn't going to help. He's just going to get kited out by the Pango pre-BKB. He's going to get punched up by the Marcy. The Wraith King also went for a beautiful build where he goes like Armlet, Deso, Blink, so he always has kill threat throughout the game. So the scoreline doesn't really reflect how hard of a game it was for this Ursa to ever translate his net worth into the game.
Yeah, I'm actually just impressed with LGD. They get a win with positive KDAs this time around.
Let's go!
the last series, the 2 games LGD won, they still won it with almost half the amount of kills that Aster had. So I guess there is also something to be said that Aster can't make as much space for themselves when they are down compared to LGD, who are able to make space even when they are down. So Aster's sort of struggling to really get themselves back into this game, and I think both of you, at least on the side of T and Kezo, I'm not too sure about you, Sheep, are like, get rid of the Pango and the Marcy. Do you feel that there needs to be both of them removed?
I agree with Kezu.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Ban that Marcy. I mean, coming into game 1, I wanted to see Marcy banned. I think Aster blundered heavily not banning it. I think it's PSG's biggest drafting strength is Marcy to unlock everything else.
Yeah.
I think after this game, I'm agreeing with Kezo a little bit more that the Phoenix and DP ban doesn't have the highest value, but yeah, if anything, please get rid of this Marcy. Don't give PSG.
Yeah, I
zero.
honestly think like you need to take both of them out. Like the way they play is just they have this early tempo with these picks. They always do well. And also when you look at this game, you knew they were gonna pick these 2 heroes.
Yep.
Your response on 8 was Ember. So that was your best idea to counter Ember,
And
to
it got
counter the
just
Pango.
shut down.
He got destroyed in the lane. Pow. So if that was your best idea, you need to move on and figure something else out because this was not good.
They're going to have a... Do you want to say?
Yeah, okay, one more thing.
Yeah.
I actually watched Ember in a bunch of the fights because I was
Yeah.
wondering why he was struggling so hard.
Yeah.
You have like 2 really squishy supports, and it just, they just both managed to cover each other. I watched him jump in. He's forced to BKB due to the silence from Skyroth Mage, and both these supports are just playing together, by the way. And then as soon as he BKBs, they just global, and then he's literally just standing there on top of these supports, unable to kill them. They bought like a Ghost Scepter, which was able to stall out the BKB even more. And then at that point, the rest of the team has communicated, and they just come back and cover and come and kill the Ember Spirit. And this happened like multiple fights in a row. It was impossible for him to ever stick on someone for long enough where he could kill them and then get out safely.
Yeah.
So I think his game was just impossible. This early pick, totally countered.
Yeah, you love to see it from LGD. Not only are their cores really coming online and having that impact, but so are their supports. We're going to jump to a break, though. Hopefully, Aster can have a little bit of a think about what they want to ban, how they're going to come back in Game 2, which will happen after this break. Octopuses? Octopi? Octopus is already the plural. Welcome back. The cameraman got us. It's the real love. This is the storyline everyone's here for.
He's the real star, so I get it.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
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 go
Game number 2,
platypus.
though. Platypus. Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion in the break about what the plural of platypus was, and we found out it's like sheep. The plural of sheep is sheep, and the singular of sheep is sheep. So the plural of platypus is platypus, and the singular of platypus is platypus.
There's only
That's
one
sick.
sheep.
This one right here. And I'm not going to ask you a question, though. I'm going to ask Kazu a question about the Pengo. We had a good discussion about the Marcy, how it needed to be banded. Abandoned? Abandoned. Just abandon it. No, how it needs to be banned. A higher priority on it. The Pengo has been picked up in, what, every single game
It's
now?
won every game that these teams have played.
Okay,
since
so it's
yesterday.
4 out of 4 in its in this own little meta that's forming here.
Like, I think LGD also, apart from the fact that
I
they're
must
very
raise your
good
hand, I'm
at
sorry.
Pango, it's the fact that they're really good at enabling their supports. Like in this game, they're giving the mid lane to Y for like 3 minutes, so he can get to level 6, which then in return also allows Planet or the Sky to take the tome. Pango can just run around. He's happy farming some jungle camps, pressuring top, going around killing heroes. So I think not only is this hero very good for LGD, it's good against Aster, and it helps LGD to really round up their lineups. So I think I really want to see it go out. I don't care about any Linas, whatever. I think play a different game, take out the Marcy, take out the Pango, move on.
Aster is going to be a second pick, so is that going to be more emphasis on maybe LGD having to ban it out? Is it going to be something that you can open up with? Would you rather them, on the side of Aster, favor that rather than opening up with the Rubik?
You could ban Marcy, and you could decide also to pick
Pick
Pango
up the
yourself
Pango?
on 6-7 if you're not too afraid of them taking it first pick.
Yep.
I think that's the other way, since they are second pick this time.
But with these drafters, I feel like that's the evolution that we'll see. Like if Marcy's
We
banned
might.
out, and then PSG can't take it, and then let's say Lina's banned out, they probably will just first pick up Pango, because I think based on what Kezu's saying as well, like when you look at Nothing to Say's hero pool, Pango is the hero that can do everything that the Tinies, Embers, Void Spirits, and Tusks do, but without the items. He just needs levels. Like he has Corrosion, which you get from 4 minutes of laning, if that, and then everything else naturally happens. If you have a bad game, you will always have some level of impact in the game, and it is just Giga Broken. It is, I think, easily the best hero in mid right now for just breaking the game so early on.
That's a good follow-up question. Sheep, in your eyes, what hero can beat Pango in lane? What favorable matchup is there if your opponent picks him up?
Well, as an offlane player, I'm quite versed in the mid lane. I don't know. I'll be real, honestly.
Okay.
I'm assuming any...
I mean,
help me.
so like I think you have heroes that do well against Pango, but the thing is, usually you just run into a problem that later you can get ganked because he just rolls on you 8 times in mid lane.
Okay.
Or the team fighting becomes hard. So we saw yesterday, I think LGD's answer was like Kunkka in one of the games. He owned the hero in lane, but then eventually it's this later aspect that's very annoying. Even if you slightly beat the hero, I feel like he just goes with any damage dealing 4, and he's very happy.
So then, oh, well,
Honestly, this is the weirdest opening I've seen. Not in regards to weird, but the speed. So honestly, I thought this would be a Marcy ban, but now it's like, Asta again, PSG, please, play your Marcy. We'll beat it this time.
it's
But
the
they take
fact
Pango.
that the Phoenix as well, like they would rather not come up against the Phoenix than the Marcy. Like what? The Marcy has helped them so much, Sheep.
Maybe it's just a combination of Marcy plus Pango. Like, because Phoenix can sort of work with a lot of different things, but I think this Marcy-Pango combination is really OP. Like Lacoste was saying in his cast, that you max the sidekick and you use it with your Pango, and with one swashbuckle, it's just like a massive amount of like heal and damage. So maybe, I mean, we see it here, right? They've taken the Pango. And I think that's their response, as opposed to just, oh, we're going to try and ban them out. We're just going to take one, break up the combo, and then we also have a hero we value highly that's been valued throughout this series and lost.
Okay.
Well, at least they did half of it. They
Yeah,
got
that's
one of the
true.
heroes or banned them out, whichever way you want to look at it. I do think that it's most likely 2 cores with DP Pango.
Yep.
I guess there's maybe some weird world where DP can be support, but I do think... So XXS plays Pango off lane. They can obviously play DP mid. But I do think in terms of laning, they share a lot of lane counters. Like all these range heroes like Drows and Snipers, whatever, they kind of take a big shit on both DP and Pango in the lane. So I think this flex isn't as good as it may seem from the first 2.
A question that you will be able to give me a little bit more insight on, Sheep, is which offlaner do you want to be picking up with, I guess, a pairing of a +4 that can help the Pango a little bit more? Or are you more focused on, you can pick up whatever offlaner you want because the +4 doesn't have to rotate as much with Pango mid?
Is the deep wait? Wouldn't the DP just be off lane?
Most
Okay.
likely.
Yeah, most likely. Let's say like it's not. Let's say
Where
there's still
where
that
else is it
flexibility.
going?
Maybe off lane instead. So I guess like the +4.
One of these has to be the off lane. I'm
Yeah.
confused by the question.
Okay. Let me.
If Pango
Say
was
it
to
in
go
baby.
off lane,
If,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
Pango go off lane,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. What +4?
Oh, do I want?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
To help either you in lane, or would you much rather put the emphasis on mid?
Oh, okay. yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
my
yeah.
question was worded
No,
poorly.
it's fine. I'm just stupid.
Same.
I mean, when Pango can be like slightly weak of a laner just because his health pool's not like super high. But you just pair him with any ranged hero is sort of the whole like, oh, hoodwinks, and like they'd use Skywrath Mage last game. I mean, it's nice when you can just go on them together with like Shield Crash plus Nuke and you just like poke them down.
Okay.
I think it's a hero that can be left alone only because sometimes it depends on the matchup, because you can just like drag waves yourself because you're quite mobile. It's like hard to sort of kill you. But I do like the response by LGD with the Bane. That does make it a little harder. Like if you are ever left alone, the Nightmare stops you from pulling waves because the creeps just de-aggro off you, and life kind of sucks.
Hey, I don't want to be in this lane anymore.
Yeah, so I think I would just like a strong support so they can help bully the Bane, because yeah, it's going to be hard for him to be alone.
Okay.
I want to see Shadow Demon kind of given some respect here, either through ban or picked from Asta.
Same.
I think if PSG get SD +1 on second phase, it's going to be... Okay, thank God. This entire time I was like, please ban the SD, think about it. Okay, but Asta at least, they take it up the SD themselves. Of course, now protecting themselves. If they have to disrupt against Grip the entire game, of course, as long as they're not BKB script, they'll be fine. We haven't really seen much SD into Marcy at least, but it's going to be a very good combination as well. Anything to disjoint Marcy's ability to move throughout the fight or just kill the hero she's isolated, we'll just put her out of position. And Asta now just need a carry to capitalize on that and now do the damage to kill her off. But big fan of Asta taking the SD.
yeah, I think it had to be picked or
Yeah.
banned. So once
would've been
again, they
criminal,
did
yeah.
at least one of the 2. So I think that's good for them. I think in terms of LGD, I would like this Bane to be enabled by some more heroes that go in. I think that's also yesterday. You saw this Bane against Rubik matchup that LGD had. And even though that's not a great matchup, if you have other people that can go in for you, or that kill the Rubik, stun the Rubik, then you're chill. So similar here, there's like a DP silence role. You want other people to go in for you, that the Bane can chill a bit more, hold his grip. So they do that with the Void Spirit, pick up a Kato.
And earlier you were asking about how to beat Pangolin mid when it's so strong. It's kind of multiple layers where you want a elusive mid that doesn't or can't really get killed off by the early aggression of Pangolier. So like the Ember Void Spirits often do well on that. And then you also need a supporting cast to enable your mid hero to take the fight to Pangolier so that Pango isn't dictating when he wants to roll, when he wants to swash and move around the map. And PSG, these 4 heroes are extremely fluid with how they leave laning phase. Like they can join up in any combination and just start finding kills, setting up the map and looking for fight. And Aster, they need to be careful with that. They now have like a double counter-aggression support duo, both Static Storm with Disruptor, Disruption with SD. But Aster needs to be ready that PSG are just going to sweep across this map when they want to. And probably you need to ban Anti-Mage if you're Aster.
All right. Yeah, that's true. We do know it is very much in the back pocket of LGD. They pulled it out.
100%. I think as soon as we saw how, like, obviously how bad the lane goes, like, you never expect DP to beat an Anti-Mage, and you now have a ranged support with a Bane against you. Like, Bane's one of the best lane securers who can soak up some of that damage. I think, yeah, you have to respect the fact that PSG do have it in their wheelhouse. It does look terrible with these 4 heroes, but it will have such a free game that it will cushion that weakness anyway, so...
Do you feel like LGD have done what is classed as their classic, where these 4 are just so well-rounded together that we have anything that Shira wants to play still open?
I mean, perhaps, kind of. I'm a bit confused about the Kodo. I guess it's just like some casual hero that's going to do well. Maybe they want to like do some ancient stacking, or they value having an early mech or 4-staff. Because for me, I think Kodo is kind of... It looks fine, but it doesn't really impress me too much, so I want to see what they go for later down the road. But I do think LGD have... I mean, both teams have set themselves up pretty well.
Do they just think that the support was going to make the lane weak on safe lane? Because if you have Coddle Marcy, you're just going to be able to enable her to just keep going in. Like, it just speeds up the timings between when you can keep jumping, maybe. And then also you're playing a Shadow Demon, which means typically you pair it with a carry that can abuse illusions. And Coddle just in general is like good against those heroes because of its like high magical burst, helps clear them, the blinding light. They're just, the illusions will just do less damage. Maybe that was the idea.
Anti-Mage is gone, like you said. T, anything else that a team has to have to be really aware of? TA.
Yeah,
Good
no,
guess.
I like that. I mean, they've already banned Furion in the second phase. I'm trying to think of what carry they actually want to go with. Banning out Spectre, banning out PA. Nothing really coming to mind is like, wow, this is an awesome pick. They don't obviously want to go Luna because it's an SD. And they go for Drow. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned earlier, of course, the range here is doing well. We've seen Drows just not really care too much about DP lanes. DP, sometimes with the correct heroes, can go even and not mind too much, but a Bane Drow is a very relaxing lane. And yeah, this is going to be a very quick and agile PSG lineup, but any big team fight should be able to crush them in the mid game if PSG doesn't have perfect positioning. And they've shown in previous series that they do have moments where they lapse on their vision, lapse on their positioning. And this is a lineup that needs like immaculate positioning the entire game.
Life still being the last pick there. That's going to be the end of Aster's lineup for you guys. Is this going to get through? I'm just going to say it straight out.
It's nice that this Shadow Demon exists, I'll say, because you have like grip on the Bane. It's going to be pretty kind of nullified by that. But I think the Lifestealer can be set up here for a hard game because he's playing into Gust, and if Void Spirit gets Ags, it's just so many silences. He'll need a BKB, which could slow down his iron progression, make the game hard.
I just don't see damage from Aster. Like, DP should have a hard lane. We've mentioned Pango being good, but he has to be great in this game. Like, his diffusal, everything he does needs to be unlocking everyone else, because SD, Disruptor, Lifestealer, these heroes are kind of static in how they play the game, whilst PSG, it's the complete opposite. They want to make moves. So I think Aster, they really need to just kind of bide their time, don't fall victim to the PSG aggression, and then maybe we'll see them come back like we've seen PSG do. But I think PSG are favorites with how aggressive they can be.
Yeah, I favor that draft too. I think this Drow Ranger pick is insanely good. It's also an offlane Pango. The one thing they do get is this DP mid matchup against Void Spirit. They need to enable this and really tempo through it, and I think that is the only way that they can win this game.
No, I just realized, yeah, it's DP mid. I didn't see it, but yeah. That helps a lot, actually, with the weaknesses I mentioned, but is it enough? Question mark. Pango is now in a weaker lane, so it's now on DP. I flip it. It's not on Pango to do his thing. It's on DP to do her thing. There we go.
Yeah.
They have to play. They have to play through the DP.
Yeah, it's game number 2. We've got the Pango now not going mid, which is going to be interesting. We'll see how it plays out with our casters. Big up in Lacoste.
Yeah. Yeah. Game number 2? Yeah.
Yeah, game 3. We'll see about that. I see a
Maybe.
pattern. In the last 2 days, you know, these teams have played 4 times together, and whoever had Pango won all their games. So 4 out of 4 for Pango. And this one, Pango's in the offlane. Not a big fan of Pango offlane. If you ask me why, because I try to make it work for the last 2 years, it almost never works. It's just that this hero is such a weak laner compared to some other offlaners. Like, especially if you die like once, if they stop your pulls, I think it's a bit of a bait. I understand why they decided to make the switch. They did not want to lane Death Prophet into Drow Ranger. It's not gonna get any easier for Pango by any means, but at least they have like this. This Death Prophet needs to do some really hard carrying in the game. Needs to move around the map. Every exorcism needs to be on point. Like, I don't think you can allow yourself to use Exo and get nothing done. I'm also like, for me, this Keeper of the Light is a bit of a question mark pick, because they do have Bane. Maybe something different would have crossed my mind. Blast on Death Prophet, XWY dropping low. But we've seen also Team Aster picking up this 4 Coddle, and Baboka played it really well. Planet, pretty much same starting item, starting with Headdress.
Ooh. Bobaca just trying to do some
Bobaca
damage. Look at that.
On the high ground, underneath the ward.
Cheeky
PSG
move.
LGD pretending they don't see him there.
Yeah, I don't want to give away the fact that they see the ward, so it won't get denied. Maybe they'll grab some gold afterwards. When they get a sentry over, what's the lane you're looking at? Because the panel talked about mid being pretty important here for Aster, but
I
what
always
about
look
you?
at the offlane Pango lane. Like, I'm gonna be looking at the CS chart throughout the whole time. But why you smile? Good body blocks, gets the brain sap off, has some stick charges, but good pressure. Usually Bane is the one that is putting the pressure on the enemy offlaners. This time around, Bobaca starting with that disruption level 1 and the shield crash, some good body blocks, dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, this feels like level 2. They might be able to just rip apart Why You Smile. Disruption and trying to do it again with the body blocks, but Shiro gets to the right. Shield crash. The damage is going to be heavy, but it's not going to be deadly.
Now, XXS is the type of a player that love to play like these bad matchups, I would say. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets slightly more out of it. I remember the days, you know, Legion Commander, not that popular of a hero a couple of years back. He was the one spamming it, also playing the Batrider in unfavorable matchups, still managing to do a lot. Glimpse back on bottom.
Let's see.
RC dropping very low.
Zhang Yu. This is what's considered like one of his, if not his best hero, this Marcy. Zhang Yu. And
We've seen it. I don't think anything needs to be said if you just watch Dota for the last couple of days.
for the last 24 hours.
24 hours, pretty much.
Why You Smile? 3 stacks on the Shadow Poison, avoiding the 4th.
3 is not gonna kill him. 4th would probably kill him there.
Ooh.
Before the tango. He's gonna be okay.
So he's just dealing with 2 mangoes right now and a stick. So he could definitely use some regeneration. That's what he's got being delivered on the courier. That's another set of tangos. Nothing to say. He's also got a courier coming over. As he's got a bottle to work with. XWY, his build right now, looking at boots, wand, mech for this mid Death Prophet.
Interesting build. I've seen it the other day where you play like the off lane from the mid lane on Death Prophet, but I'm not sure if that's the build, because Pango from the offlane wants to build Guardian Greaves. I think you need to switch things up. I think you need to go for more like mid late game oriented type of a build with the BKB Kaya Sanj probably. Blink Dagger to get on top of Drow Ranger. Okay, so he is swapping things around, like he's not going for mech for now.
Well, at least for now, he doesn't have it queued up.
I think it's Pango's job to do it this time around. We'll see. If they want to play a bit more tempo, I don't mind. But then XXS needs to go for something scaling.
Yeah, right now he's going Arcane Boots, or at least that's the thought. And I mean, Arcane Boots is always a step closer to picking up maybe the Guardian Greaves. Always nice to have.
Pango doing a very good job in this lane. 17 CS on Pango. They did invest a lot. Right now, he doesn't have much mana to work with. Does have those 4 mangoes, but this early aggression that they've put PSG LGD's top lane did survive, and Shiro is getting the CS. I'm a little worried for the bottom lane. Lifestealer having a complete free farm. 2 points in Feast, point in Ghoul Frenzy, 20 CS. Marcy only at 16 at the moment.
Disruption, Gust, and the Nightmare was pulled off by Bobica, but it's not going to mean anything as both teams don't find much. Aether Remnant under the tower, but XWY still pretty healthy. Nothing to say is going to get a couple charges on that bottle as he picks up the Water Rune, and Zhang Yu can run down. Can he walk away from Monet and pick you? Yes. Yes, he can.
There's going to be another Thunderstrike and Glimpse available.
Ooh.
We'll TP back, but we'll TP to tier 1 tower. At least for now. 2 points in the sidekick. We'll try to lifesteal, get his HP back. Does have tangos to work with, and the Bracer. Planet even drops the healing salve on him. Nothing to say. He's CSing nicely, but there's a lot of pressure from Death Prophet. This is the matchup where you get close, you get Spirit Siphon, you're always going to be on low HP, so nothing to say, would definitely not mind if someone TPs mid and refills his bottle.
This seems like this could be a really good shard
this is a
game
first
for
blood.
Death Prophet, and yeah, first blood for XWY solo. That is really good for this Death Prophet to get that first blood by himself.
Ooh, and he also has a full wave underneath the tower. That's nicely done. He's going to be level 6.5, more closer to 7 when he finishes off this wave. We'll have Catapult Wave to work with, so I want to see if supports from Astra are going to rotate mid, try to zone him out, get the damage done on the tower. There's this Void Spirit still level 5.
Glimpse back on Zhang Yu, and he'll dispose Monet, able to just run away. Uses that Exorcism, and, well, nothing to say. Trying to defend the tower. Bobica's over here. Illuminate. Now they've also got Why You Smile. Nightmare on a Bobica. He's taking some damage, but not enough to get the kill there. And XWY, he's putting some damage on the tower, but not a lot yet. There it is. Now it's starting to really get up there with the Catapult too.
Both Planet and Why You Smile TPing to the mid lane, understanding they need to help out this Void Spirit, who's still level 5. I checked the stats before this series for Void Spirit, and he was the hero with 100% win rate over 4 games. So, in terms of stats, looking really good for PSG LGD.
In terms of where we're at the actual game, maybe not so much.
It's pretty even so far, but yeah, even with that one death on Void Spirit, he's still keeping up, just 300 gold short from Dead Prophet's net worth.
Illuminate won't hit anything there by being thrown by Planet. Shiro, second of the net worth, not too far behind that Death Prophet is having a very good start. By the way, Monet's boots were killed on the Courier just a moment ago, so he's going to be without his boots for a while, but it should be a-okay, honestly. I don't think he's really...
He's not afraid
having
here.
too much to worry
Does have
about.
a point saved up just in case they decide to try to jump him for the blast. We'll use the Rage if necessary. Next success. This is the build we've seen some offlaners go, especially at the start of the Chinese DPC. Blink Dagger from the offlane, one more item, maybe like a BKB if there's a hero that needs to buy it, into a Hex. So this seems to be the item of choice from XXS. We'll see if he decides to commit to it, because they do lack a bit of a instant lockdown against this Void Spirit.
Yeah, unless they're able to get Static Storm down right on top of him, which could come from Rolling Thunder Blink. You surprise him, drop the Static Storm. Monet, all of a sudden, unleashed, doing enough damage, and Zhang Yu is going to get a kill here onto the Lifestealer. I thought he was pretty safe. Shiro's also down here.
Zhang Yu
He's
hitting
abandoned
that
the lane.
level 6 earlier than the Lifestealer hits level 6, and I said that he was saving a point on Lifestealer. Monet puts another point in Ghoul Frenzy. That Ghoul Frenzy. But yeah, no points in Rage, so he got stunned.
Yeah, 0-2 and 3. What do you love about saying Ghoul Frenzy that you said it twice like that?
It was something that I think Sunsvan and Syndran started it saying Ghoul. They said it like 100 times per one cast. It's just stuck in my mind every single time I look at Lifestealer. I think of Ghoul Frenzy.
Great ability name. Big fan.
Ghoul Frenzy, yeah.
Is that your favorite one, you think?
I might have to think about that one. XWY.
Planet very dead with 4 heroes here. That is going to be a quick kill. Nothing to say on why you smile are going to cut the creep wave. They're also behind these heroes. Bobica coming over. They cut the creep wave, and the tower's still going to drop, though, so it won't matter. Monet is taking over mid.
Nicely done. Gets in there, kills the creep wave immediately, so it doesn't have to be on the top lane, can rotate back to bottom. Both teams losing tier 1 tower.
So Planet comes over mid after dying, TPing in and refilling that bottle for nothing to say, where XWY will show up once again. My question to you is, we're 9.5 minutes into the game. Does the game, what game plan is being executed best right now? Like, are you favoring any team, or is it just, it's been perfect from both, kind of even? I mean, obviously the net worth shows that, but like, who's happier with the way it's going right now?
When I look at these two supports, like Bane plus Keeper of the Light, I'm a little worried that they're not going to be able to move and get stuff done. It needs to be this Void Spirit who did recover. He's second on the net worth. Nothing to say. We'll pick up the Arcane Rune, so he will need to go for these pickoffs, play with two supports. Like we talked about, like Panel also mentioned it, Bane into Lifestealer into Pango works out really well, but then again you are playing into Shadow Demon, so there's a not one save for the combo, and also you have a Glimpse ability that you can stop the Fiend's Grip going off from almost 2,000 range.
Right. So could be a really tough game again here for Why You Smile, although really game 1 was only tougher in the laning stage. For now, though, he's trying to get to that level 6. Only level 4, you've got Kato, who's at 5, and going into that mech. No surprise on that, considering what you want here from Zhang Yu with the Armlet Basher and BKB. Shiro, everybody's relatively close in the course in terms of net worth. I saw Shiro towards the bottom, but he's only 300 gold behind the Death Prophet anyway.
Yeah, it looks bad. Like, if you look at the net worth, you're like, oh, Marcy, she's 6th on the net worth, but she's up there. If she farms, if she gets 1 kill, suddenly she can be on top of the net worth.
Yeah, so things staying quiet, but that's kind of what these lineup vibes give. So we'll see when Aster and or LGD really want to make a move, and that could be off the Blink Dagger and the Guardian Greaves timing that's coming out for Aster in just a moment, because
they're
get
really
the tier
tanky.
1.
You see Bobica sitting behind XWI. Same goes for PQ. Static Storm is available. Mech down on Death Prophet, but this Arcane Rune, let's see if they get something out of it.
Jump in, jump out. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder. Static Storm, Kinetic Field doesn't connect, but they've got the Glimpse. They'll go to the Swashbuckle on the other side of the fight, though. Looking over. Disruption and a kill at XWI. They've got the Fiend's Grip on XXS, so they'll get both. LGD, they lose the tower, but they win the fight.
Great play there from RC, using the Dispose to relocate, to push them closer to Drow Ranger. Great multi-shot, and also Why You Smile, understanding that Disruption has already been used. There is no Glimpse, so he can go for this almost full duration Glimpse. Lasts long enough to kill Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder.
Well done there by LGD. They give themselves a slight lead while Monet still farming up, not involved in that at all. Shiro doing the same, and now he's sitting top of the net worth. Like we said, it's very close, though, between 1 to 6. And Shiro looking for that shard, trying to get that upgrade into the hypothermia.
Yeah. As much as I love saying Ghoul Frenzy, you love saying Hypothermia. Interesting build from Shiro. 12 minutes into the game, he did pick up Windlace, just to be able to move around the map more quickly and get more farm. I guess because if you look at his items on Drow Ranger, he is 6-slotted now, will lose Raindrop relatively soon, but will go full Hurricane Pike and the Shard, so doesn't need a slot for that.
Mech finish there for Planet, so they've got some sustainability for from this Kato. See how much he's able to get involved, but Bobica and Monet coming over. Blinding Light, Rage used by Monet bottom. Will be free to escape. They're looking to get Zhang Yu. Want to catch him if they can with potentially Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and a Glimpse. But now a 3-man smoke coming out from LGD. as they sit up on the high ground, and it might be Picky who just dies in an instant, and it will be Shiro. Marksmanship proc and a kill there, onto the Disruptor.
Secures the kill. It's a really good Drow Ranger game. Like, in terms of the front line, you have Void Spirit and Marcy. You have Blast from Coddle to keep you alive, potential, like, Nightmare save. But you can keep the distance. They don't have the heroes that get on top of you and just, like, easily kill you. This is a big one.
Rebound, Dispose, and Unleashing. Monet will rage. He'll infest into Bobica and leave.
PSG LGD playing very aggressive on both side lanes. They're trying to get the kill. This XWY, he's underneath the ward. If he shows up, he's dead. One grip and damage from Shiro should be enough.
Yeah, they don't
Scan
have anybody coming.
Oh, they know.
Good scan.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And XWY just walks away. Really heads up scan. That's using your senses, your game sense, thinking, no, somebody might be close. I might be showing a little bit too much, and boom, there they are.
Now they smoke. This is not going to be seen. Shiro needs to get out. Let's see. XXS. Yeah, we talked about Dead Prophet playing off lane, like from the mid lane, and see the item build. XXS does have that Diffusal Blade.
Storm, and, well, Shiro's going to be stuck here. Avoids the Crypt Storm, so can he make his way away from XWY? With this Exorcism, it's not looking likely. They get the kill into Shiro. They look over at White, smile. Brain Sap trying to recover, but being run down here by XXS. And eventually will fall as the second casualty of the fight. But the Astral Step as well as the Aether Remnant. It's on to pick you, but with nothing to say, comes in and just dies.
That was nicely timed silence from XWY.
That was very risky from
that was.
Spirit.
I think this ward that they have near the tier 1 tower gave them a false sense of security, how aggressive they can play. But rest of the Acer were smoked, so they get the initiation. And to go back, like it seems like the XXS is the mid Pangolier, because look at his item build. Ooh, save.
Unleashing Disruption, so it still won't be enough to save XXS.
Damage from Marcy is so explosive. Like she deals 2,000 damage in a second, pretty much.
Yeah, that's really disgusting. It's just some of these heroes just don't have any responses. What's Planet going for? So he will go to the Guardian Greaves. So even though he's got Chakra Magic, he'll go Arcane Boots as well and then get Guardian Greaves.
He does consume a lot of mana. The only hero that Keeper of the Light pretty much needs to play with is this Void Spirit. Like, Drow Ranger's also not too bad, lowering the cooldown on multi-shot, especially at the later stages of the game. 15 talent. So you have that on less cooldown, but it's mostly Void Spirit, because he does have 3 active abilities, and you lower the cooldown on all of them.
I was wondering if he ends up getting an Ags there on Void Spirit. Lowering the cooldown on Resonant Pulse would be nice from Coddle. Have that silence. And then get the cooldown lower, just constantly trying to silence these heroes in these fights if he can.
I've seen nothing to say, like, this is the item build that he goes for. Witchblade into Kaya, then gets a full E-Blade just to be, like, a bit more explosive in terms of damage, where he can go for the solo pickoffs on supports. But yeah, eventually you'll get it. If he dies once on Void Spirit, one thing I noticed about Nothing to Say is that he switches to Eon Disc. So he, wants to be able to protect himself, whether he's playing Puck, whether he's playing Pango. Smoke from PSG LGD.
They're going to go bottom. Try and find anybody. But it's empty down here. And it'll just be Shiro continuing to farm. Top lane, though. Pick you, XXS, and XWY.
The game did slow down. Like, we haven't seen a full team fight again. Same goes for the previous game. 5-5, 18 minutes into the game. Seems like both teams are waiting for their timing. Monet wants to get his Deso. We've seen in the previous game, Raidkin getting Deso, going for the Roche. Dead Prophet does have Exo. So this is the timing that they could go for. They can even kill Roshan before the Deso if they feel like they want to force a fight.
Yeah, I don't really think you want to jump in if there's an Exorcism going from Aster. So making a move on Roche might be the wise choice. If they can find a pickoff, which was something they were going for to try and kill, Nothing to Say, you'd go right into Roche off a kill like that.
Deso's coming now, so amplifying that damage, reducing the armor, Exo as well. Bobica, we haven't talked too much about him, but having this demonic glance will remove some of the silences. It's a basic dispel, so that's gonna be a good one. There's still no point in Solar Bind, but also great against that as well on your Life Stealer. So Exo is popped. Seems like PSG LGD, they're not gonna contest this one.
Nothing to say, it's just been sitting there top. So, Aegis picked up for Monet. Nothing to say, still in the trees. Does have that Axe queued up, by the way, and we'll see if he does commit to that, because he's got 1,400 or 1,500 gold, and
if he feels that he needs to jump the backline with the Aghanim Scepter and just have a bit more control, force these two supports to like be out of position, and with maybe one follow-up spell, one multi-shot, they're able to kill them. Because right now there's no Force Staff, there's no Glimmer on both supports, so maybe he wants to abuse that instead.
Right. So right now, just point booster. We'll see if he commits to anything otherwise after that. BKB almost finished here from the Marcy. Then the Basher will be next on the list. Bobica and XWI sitting mid, where they do want to get a Blink Dagger on Bobica.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see, Planet, ooh, spotted. XWI is here, the TP's coming in. Kinetic Field, Marcy out of the backlines with the Unleash, just rips apart Bobica. Planet still surviving, the Fiend's Grip's gonna be here out of the Pangolier, but that's gonna be stopped. They've got the taunt, it's on XWI with the Aether Remnant, so can they control him enough? Static Storm not really doing anything to this LGD lineup as they'll rebound
Man, Marcy
as
damage!
well. He used Unleash to get Bobica. 10 seconds later, here we are getting another kill on XXS.
This is just nuts. And now he does have BKB available coming to him next on the menu. As expected, as we've seen him go for, is the Basher. This damage output from Marcy is just wild. And also great positioning there. Like the rest of the PSG LGD members, they were all spread out, so Rolling Thunder, not much of a value there. And look at why you smile. I love the build on him. Straight BKB on position 5 Bane. Understanding that if he gets the grip off, that like they have nothing to toss at him that's gonna stop him from using the Fiend's Grip. The only thing that can save people is gonna be Disruption. And I like that he's putting more points in Enfeeble, reducing the healing from Dead Prophet and Life Stealer. It's one of the forgotten heroes, considering that there's a lot of heal meta at the moment, and it's been like that for a while. Bane hasn't been picked up much.
Oh, glimpse. Why smile? Not gonna survive. And Zhang Yu pops the Unleash, now disposing Monet, going after Bobica on the backlines. They've got the silence out of two of these heroes as the chase is on from XWI. It's a split up fight, the Illuminate comes in. Doesn't land on anybody because XXS was able to get the roll up. They get the kill on Zhang Yu. So they'll take on the Marcy, dead for 45 seconds. They finally get something into their hands on the side of Aster after killing Why You Smile.
You see that Shadow Demon, like he wants to survive. His job is to use Disruption, save people, and use this Demonic Purge on Marcy so that she can't really maneuver during the fight, get the most stuff done during the Unleash, and also dispelling that sidekick, reducing the damage output. So they need to jump Shadow Demon. Like, Shadow Demon is very important. One of the reasons why Bobica is going for Blink Dagger next.
Yeah, he wants to get that Blink Dagger because the second Disruption's used, jumped, dead. Can I position myself better? It's going to be tough, especially now. I'm loving this BKB purchase from Bane once he gets there. I don't know how they're going to be able to stop him. What do they have that even, once he gets that, anything? That'll stop him from just being free to Fiend's Grip?
Basher on Pango. That's the only one, but he needs to buy it first. Still, minute left on the Aegis.
Evans Albert being built here for Monet, by the way. And now, Nightmare. Pop the Infest. That's not going to land on anybody. They've got the glimpse into the kinetic field, so Why You Smile is going to die here again. Guardian Greave's not going to be able to heal him up enough. Killing spree for XWY, and
PSG LGD, they're still looking for a fight. Nothing to say. Does not have that Axe yet. Another glimpse will be available in a second. Oh, this is big. This is huge. Baiting the Exo like that. The next set of items is going to come out for PSG LGD relatively soon. BKB on Drow Ranger and also Aghanim Scepter on Void. Just 1,000 gold away.
Here they go on LGD, at least for the moment. Solarbind on to pick you.
PSG LGD will pick up a BKB and probably just smoke, try to look for a fight, because without Exo, their damage output is relatively limited. Shiro right now, inside the triangle, needs 100 gold to finish it off.
Hypothermia splits, there's the BKB.
Ooh, double damage bottom as well. It's time to go. Let's see who's gonna pick it up. It's gonna be nothing to say. He does have a bottle.
Nothing to say. That has just been his game so far. 0, 2, and 4, but feels like he's offering a lot in terms of the lockdown that they've been able to accomplish and keeping these heroes away from Shiro. 8-8 though, overall. 3K net worth lead for LGD. So things still sit kind of close, and this next rush is going to be a big part of who we see take over the game afterwards. And it's up in just about 2.5 minutes.
Nice itemization
XXS?
from
Whoa.
Master. He manages to blink out. Why you smile? Not close enough to use that Fiend's Grip. And also, the Gust does not connect.
Cute little move there, though, with the Pike to go forward and then try and land that Gust. There's the Blink Dagger for the Death Prophet, and wanting that and going into the Hex next, I feel like Aster really want to get this Roche too, because Shard on Death Prophet in the game so far feels like it's going to be very effective with the Spirit Siphon Fear upgrade.
Yeah, and also being able to close the gap. Like, just blink in, use Heaven's Halberd on a Drow Ranger. Lifestealer's also getting one. Like, they understand where the real damage is coming from. Even Marcy, so having those 2 items, this is why I said I like the itemization so much. Aghanim Scepter done now on Void Spirit, 2 charges on Pulse. 2 silences. It's go time for them. I thought that they might smoke because they had this BKB on the Drow Ranger, but wanted to wait until Aghanim Scepter is done on Nothing to Say. Just wanted to, like, Exorcism is going to be online. I thought they might want to take a fight while Exo is down, but this is going to be a big one. Double damage, still up and running for another 15-20 seconds on Void Spirit.
They see Picky. They're going to rebound in. They're going to try and get this kill into the Disruptor. He's trying to run with the Infest. Keeps him alive for a second.
Nothing to
but
stop
he's
it.
going to end up dead. Fiend's Grip. It's out of the Pangolier. They get the kill into XXS and LGD just like that. They're in. They're out. See you later. They're going to leave as the Exorcism is there from XWY. He even blinks forward but doesn't find anybody.
What a beautiful execution from PSG LGD. They find 2 targets. They kill them off immediately. Force a buyback. Force the Exorcism. So their BKBs are going to reset before the next Exo is going to be up, so there's another time to smoke for them. Potentially look for a fight, because without Exo, again, damage is, not going to say lacking, but it's definitely much harder to take a fight. There's another gem pickup. This time around, it was Planet who picked it up. They want to give this Bane a BKB. Oh
no.
Oh, Ghoul Frenzy.
Not ghoulish enough to get that kill, though. So gets away thanks to the Force Staff, and they're going to take this bottom tier 2, it seems, without a doubt. No Exorcism to fight with for Aster. Roche, by the way, another minute and 45 away. So that'll be a big timing for both these teams.
Aster checked Roche just in case, because they know LGD is playing bottom part of the map. In case it was an instant spawn, they would definitely go in and try to take it. So 60 seconds until Exo's back online. Let's see if PSG LGD wants to take that another fight that I mentioned, and they do. They just smoke.
They want to keep going. They know that they've got the advantage in this game, and they feel very strong. Knowing that Exo's down is the time to fight. And even when Exo's up, they just get in and move around the fight so well.
XXS, if he shows bottom, if they see the Spango, they're going to fully commit.
They're going to go to XWY, though. They've got the rebound. They have the damage, but there's the disruption. Now, Force Staff forward from Shiro. 4-man silence is going to be enough to keep XWY alive. Demonic
Blink
Cleanse
available.
pops, and now Blink away. He'll stay alive in this one. They're going to turn this around. They go to the Fiend's Grip. It's going to be on Monet, though. He gets the rage off. Infested XXS. Multi-shot kills off Bobica. They get the kill there on the Shadow Demon. XWY, though, he's still trying to find a way into the fight, but that's going to be right into the hands of this Marcy and XWY with the Spirit Siphon breaking. They'll get the kill there out of the Death Prophet. Static Storm, it's on a YU Smile. There's the
Marcy
rebound in
coming
with the BKB being popped here by Jiang Yu. They get the
He
kill
gets
on a
the
YU
bash.
Smile, but XXS trying to roll away. Is going to be able to escape. Oh, Astral Step right into the Rolling Thunder. Still one shot from Dead. Another
got it.
Astral Step,
No
and he gets
way.
him. That is so crazy from nothing to say.
Not just him. Man, Marcy blinks in, gets the first bash on Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder. And then Astral Step is applied, so he can't use the BKB. That stops the Blink Dagger, and then he gets another one, because he does have that level 15 talent on Void Spirit, the extra Outer Dissimulate ring. This was pretty pog, I would say, the way that Prophet managed to live there, but we did mention that this Shadow Demon, like, he needs to stay in a fight for a long time to be able to use the cleanse, use ulti on Marcy, and save people multiple times with the disruption. This time it was not enough. Like, they did kill 2 supports, but yeah.
Oh,
And then nothing to say.
Astral Step.
Perfect. I don't think you can ask for anything better.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Radiant's
I love
top
that.
tower is under attack.
Just the extra rings lining him up with the Astral Step. That's... You don't really see it like that. I don't know if I've ever seen it used in just jumping into a Rolling Thunder like that, but now I have, and it was pretty cool. Why Smile, Exorcism is used now. XWY, well, hit with the Illuminate. Now, rebound, unleash, the damage onto the Death Prophet, blow it up so fast. They've got the silence onto this
Disarm.
Lifestealer Monet. Well, is he able to make it out? No, he's not. They get the kill on Abobica as well. It's a killing spree for Jiang Yu, and right into Roche they go.
Oh, this Marcy, can we see the damage overall done in this game? I want to see damage done by Marcy.
I'm going to say 30,000.
Because it's been pretty nuts. Like, they didn't fight as much.
I'm so far off, it's not even
15,000.
I haven't what I said, but still a lot.
There's a shard still available. Let's see who picks it up. They're going to leave it for Planet. So we'll have that recall. Draw Ranger bought one. Boy, you give it to Nothing to Say. Yeah, I think that's a better one. He will be the one picking it, so...
Aether Remnant watch range and only pulls heroes.
Yeah, it's also less cooldown, which is pretty nice.
Radiant's
Fiend's
Having
Grip
it-
is available. Sleep, rest of the team will be able to connect here.
And Fiend's Grip. Astral Step, look at the damage. Easy peasy for LGD.
They don't have enough on side of Aster. Like, these fights are very difficult, especially for 2 supports. I did mention that there's no defense mechanism, no Force Staff, no Glimmers, so you get jumped by Void Spirit, you're pretty much dead. You get jumped by Marcy, now with the Blink Dagger picked up on Jiang Yu. Wow, look at him go.
Chopping down some trees. That's how strong Marcy is, by the way, that rebound breaks trees. That's scary.
Radiant's top tower is under
Top
attack.
tier 2, that's gonna fall as well. I know you guys all like this word, but this is being quite methodical from LGD.
Very methodical indeed. I'm looking at the combo that they can execute to get back into the game. Like, maybe if they pop these Heaven Halberds pre-BKB, so the BKB timing is kind of negated. You have that Prophet needs to survive. She's about to crack level 18. There's AC soon to be finished on a Life Stealer, but yeah, this hypothermia, the healing reduction on all of their heroes have been causing some issues.
If Pinky can get the Ags,
Maybe
which
with
he's
the
12
Axe, but
gold,
then again, you don't have the best setup. You don't have that like instant stun. Maybe with the Pangolier getting in, maybe with the disruption, but seems very unlikely that that's going to happen. And I love the build on Shiro as well. Going into Lincolnshire next understands that, you know, these Heaven's Halberd could cause some of the issues for him.
they are not even leaving the base here on Aster. They're just waiting. It's tough. I mean, they're just going to lose a lot of net worth deficit with the more they wait in their base. And it's now 20,000 for the side of LGD. 2 minutes, 10 seconds still left on that Aegis as well. I don't really think Aster could be the ones taking the fight. It does have to rely on them being the ones who defend the high ground, but that is still even just such a tough proposition for him.
Gets disarmed. But with that Lincoln Sphere pickup, he's going to be okay. BKB holding on to Mindbreaker, glimpse back just because you can use your abilities. They should go, they should go for the high ground. This is sidekick, extra damage as well. Multi-shot, creep wave just disappears. They're still holding it for another minute and a half.
Radiant structures are fortified.
First glyph used.
Bash on a Shiro with the swashbuckle from XXS, but you're going to need to save that because BKB was delivered for the Bane. Need a way to stop this Fiend's Grip.
He needs to be the one with the swashbuckle. Tower is down,
Has fallen.
which means that their glyph did reset, so we'll pop it one more time, and you see Keeper of the Light just blasting it, keeping them full HP, and using Chakra Magic on Shiro to reduce his multi-shot damage.
Astral Step, Aether
Jump in.
Remnant. They got XXS. They still have the silence, though. Going with the Blink Dagger. There's the Bash. The Unleash is going to be used by this Marcy. So XXS doesn't have buyback. Aether Remnant lands out of the Disruptor. They go to the Exorcism. Look at the damage with the multi-shot. They get the kill there on a Piku. They're going to hold towards the rest. They'll use the Infest as well as the Disruption. They're trying to defend. They're trying to hold on, but I don't know how much it's going to work for them as Death Prophet's going to fall as well. XWI dies, and they'll call GG LGD. It doesn't take them 3 games this time. It's a 2-0, and they are still the kings of the region.
Very slow and very clean victory from PSG LGD. They were looking for this timing, dodging the fights, and once they hit this big timing, they also let Aster take the Roche. They're like, we don't care, we're just gonna farm up our items. And with this victory, PSG LGD, as you said, securing themselves the first spot in the region, securing themselves 300 DPC points. Aster with the second place, 180 DPC points. That 300, it feels very juicy. Good start of the season one more time for PSG LGD. And I think a lot of the people had questions, myself involved, this new team, how they're going to be able to fill the shoes. They lost some of the big names, Jinkyu, Fate Beyond, Ame. They're not here, but these guys, it looks like the same PSG LGD. The formula is working. Zhao 8 is there. He has some big brain drafts all the time. These are not the drafts that you would see in Western Europe or any other region. He just has different way of thinking how Dota works, and it's working. It's working for them, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's cool to see LGD at the top, especially these players, Planet and Shiro, coming all the way from Phoenix Gaming once upon a time, and then at eHome, and now here in the big shoes of LGD, and they stay top of the ladder. They are the kings of the region right now. And to break it down for you, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Yesterday, we got to interview Shiro. He said he wanted this series to go a 2-0, and he delivered. He got his wish, but unfortunately for our panelists here, it means that there won't be a game number 3 because LGD, they weren't as dominant here in game number 2, but man, were they able to bring it back after that small window there where we thought Aster could have taken it.
Yeah, they did. They played
I was
for.
like, someone.
Sorry, I thought someone else wanted to pick that up.
Nope.
But no, they held on. They played for their timings. You saw, I think, a couple of times where Aster took their fights pretty poorly. There was a move where they led with their Disruptor, and which led to him just dying at the start of the fight. Made it very hard for the rest of the heroes. As soon as Marcy is able to jump in, it kind of splits the fight in half. And anytime someone from Aster gets a little too deep, they get sort of isolated from their team, and that's when the grip comes out at its strongest.
There were 2 timings that I personally really disliked in this game from Aster, which I think they played a little more poor at times today than they did yesterday. It was first of all at the minute 5:30 mark, whatever. The DP first of all got a kill on the Void Spirit mid. He's level 6, Void Spirit is 5. I would have liked Aster to bring 3 heroes mid instead of 2. Instead it was LGD who brought 3 heroes to defend the tower. In the meantime, Disruptor is bottom, pressuring the Marcy, but Nyx was already winning that lane, so you could just leave. And then later in the game, I think Nothing to Say did a great job. He's playing Void Spirit, which is a side lane hero. You want to play there because you're elusive, hard to catch. But I feel like Aster, they just let him do his thing in the top lane for 5 minutes. He scaled so much, he slowed down the game. And then LGD, on top of that, I think they just played teamfights way better.
Yeah, it was just absolutely banging from PSG. I think the repercussions of what you mentioned about mid lane is now DP's died. Who do they lean on to really kind of recover the next fight after, right? It's like it's a Pango, it's the Death Prophet, and then you saw the value of Bane, especially when they're being so disruptive in fights. Bane can hit the grips, you shut down the Pango, and I think unfortunately for Asta, we were mentioning it in the draft, if the DP doesn't pop off, if the Pango doesn't create chaos, the heroes, Disruptor, SD, Lifestealer, they don't really provide a lot of damage in the early game, and that was kind of their biggest weakness. Even if they took a fight that looked good, how were they really killing heroes? While PSG, all their heroes are so elusive and annoying to kill. You got Hurricane Pike on Drow, Void Spirit's toolkit, Marcy's toolkit, Coddle, Bane, whatever, you're a Bane, you Nightmare, you're chilling. But I think PSG, this draft is so much fun to watch because Marcy's the true carry in these games. You're not picking Marcy to be some aura buying offlane. You're picking Marcy to scale, and Shiro understands that because he's playing a little bit more in the face. He's allowing Marcy to see the entry, to take the fight, and my God, was it a beautiful 2-0 from them. PSG honestly leveled up from yesterday, and they clearly feel like the best team in China, especially after this dominant performance.
Yeah, the Marcy MVP, definitely no surprise. The way that she was played, the impact she had in this game was outstanding. This side of Asta, I know you guys have already talked about it, the change-up that we had for that mid to off. Do you think, Sheep, it would have gone the same sort of way if there wasn't that change-up? Or do you feel that Pango could have held and you're not really sure why Asta did make that swap?
On the lanes?
Yeah.
I think it's just what they wanted. Like, they wanted DP to win mid and do well there, and I think she was fine. I think it's just like the others mentioned, the way that they executed the fights on Asta were mistakes. Like, when they did try and push again for the mid tower, for example, I think they committed a Disruptor ult to a Bane on the side, and yet they didn't then focus and then just kill him, which meant that he was able to just walk back into the tree. They even glimpsed him back into the ult, and no one focused him, and then he gripped the Pango and killed him, and these mistakes are just awful, and you can't have that happen.
Yeah, I do have some more questions about this game for you guys, but first we're going to have our Winters interview. We're going to get to ask Zhao8 some questions about this series. Hopefully there seems to be a tech issue. So instead, while we're waiting for... It will eventually pop up. While we're waiting for it, the question I had, Kezu, the main one, was when we saw the Coddle pop up originally in the draft, you weren't 100% convinced. You weren't all in on it. You were like, yeah, it's cool, but I don't really see the vision for it. Now looking back, you're like, oh, they could have gone with any hero, or yeah, this Coddle really had a lot of impact for what they wanted.
No, I think the Coddle made sense. It looked very good. I think it had more impact than maybe I thought it would. It helped defend the mid tower. He bought good items. It owns with Marcy. He refreshes his spells. Good for me.
Okay, we do have Zhao8 now joining us for an interview. Congratulations, Zhao8. You guys top the China DPC Division 1. How are you feeling off of this after beating Asta yesterday and then beating them again today in tiebreakers?
首先恭喜巴师傅拿下了这场比赛的胜利，然后现在你们也是确定了自己才是中国区的第一名。想问一下，现在在昨天赢了一场 Aster， 今天又再次战胜他们之后，你的心情是如何的？
感觉还好吧，因为主要国内的其实打的都差不多吧，就看临场的状态和发挥。
I feel alright. I feel like all the strong team in China region on the same level. It depends on who show up on that day.
How did you prepare for the tiebreakers today, considering your last series yesterday was against Asta? What shifts were there, or was there not much prep that needed to be done?
那想问一下，今天再打一次 Aster 的准备工作，跟昨天相比的话，做了哪些改进吗？还是总体来说的话，因为是同一个对手，就是想问一下巴师傅是怎么在今天去准备对手的？
就也没有跟他们一起讨论过嘛，就跟他们说一下，注意一下比赛中昨天犯的一些失误，叫他们今天就注意一下就行了。然后其他的阵容上面，我就跟他们临场的时候再沟通的。
Yeah, I didn't talk too much to my teams before the game start today. I mainly just mentioned some small mistakes they made yesterday, and I will take the handle on the draft and make some small changes during the draft.
All right, so congratulations on the win. First of all, Shiro has played 16 different heroes in 20 games. It's incredibly flexible and consistent as well. How does it work in regards to drafting? Is he asking for these different carries, or are you kind of pushing onto him? Because again, for someone who's only 21 years old, it's incredibly good how wide his hero pool is.
我想问一下1号位血肉在最近的20场比赛里面打了16个不一样的1号位英雄，然后从他的年纪来说的话是非常年轻的。我想问一下， 他是怎么跟你在1号位上做一个人员沟通的？是他自己有的时候会提出一些点位，还是你会把一些不同的英雄就是
就是我也会给他建议一些英雄，然后也会问一下他的一些想法和看法吧，然后最终的决定还是让他自己来选。
I will give him some suggestions and my opinion on the draft, but I think the final decision is up to him.
Nice. Okay, also, you're still very high MMR and you play higher MMR pubs. Who on PSG do you enjoy playing with most when you play ranked?
我想问一下，巴师傅现在天梯分还是很高，那老干爹这些小伙子里面，你最想在平时打天梯的时候最喜欢跟谁排到一边？
最喜欢就都喜欢吧，就都如果排在一起的话，不管是队友还是对面的话，就是会让我更加认真。
Yeah, I love players with them all. No matter they are my teammates or they are my opponents, I will definitely play more serious when they are on my team or against me.
Nice. Okay, and finally, did you expect Marcy to be available in both of the drafts today? You know, after how dominating it was yesterday, do you think this was maybe like an oversight from Asta to just give it away so freely in the series today?
我想问一下，就是你觉得马西这个点为什么今天2把还能选到，而且打得都这么好？尤其是经过了昨天的比赛，你对 Aster 这种决定你是怎么来解读的？
可能他们昨天讨论觉得我们马西没什么用吧，所以就今天还放了。
Yeah, maybe Aster may have had a meeting yesterday thinking they can fix the Marcy problem. That's why they gave us Massive today.
Do you think that the Marcy was a key contributor as to why this series was a 2-0 rather than going to 3 games? Or was there something else?
那你觉得今天的比赛跟昨天相比，今天是2-0吗？更快的结束了。那你觉得是马西贡献了比较大的部分，还是你觉得队伍哪方面做的比昨天更好了？
我觉得不只是一个英雄吧，就是今天我们整体在打比赛的状态上面也好，然后阵容准备上面，我觉得然后失误也比对面少嘛，就是整体打得比对面好今天。
Yeah, I feel like it's more than Marcy a single hero. I think our team performs better than yesterday. We made fewer mistakes and we have a better in-game picture than Aster. I think we generally play better than them today.
I'd like to just get more expanded thoughts on the Marcy if you can. We heard from other teams say that they just liked Marcy as like a response to these ranged cores that have been prevalent in the meta. However, I think LGD throughout this entire DPC tour have been picking Marcy and prioritizing it a lot. Other teams are banning it first phase against you. Could you tell me more about why you think the hero is so good, what it brings, and just why you guys like it?
想问一下，还是关于马西的一些比较有意思的深度的问题啊，就是其他队伍都说马西可能只是打远程3号位，打远程大哥的时候会比较好用的一个英雄，但是我们看到老干爹的比赛，这个点优先级非常高，而且对手办的也很多。我想问一下，就是教练觉得马西这个英雄到底从老干爹的角度来说，强的点在哪里呢？
强的点在于我们的选手玩得好呀，他选出来就赢了，那肯定一直给他选。
Yeah, I think our offlaner just is very good with the hero, and once we pick, every time we pick Marcy, we win. There's no reason I don't pick the hero.
Fair enough.
Okay. Hi, Jawed. I have 2 questions. I think you and LGD are the best team at drafting Silencer. I think you always have heroes that go in with it, and at the same time, it's very good against your enemies. Can you tell me more about how you view the hero and when you think it's good?
我有2个问题。首先想问一下巴师傅，就是你们队打沉默应该是全球来说会是就选沉默打沉默是最好的一个队伍。我想问一下，就是从巴师傅的角度来说，什么时候像你们队一样能够选沉默，既能保证跟自己的队友有同步，然后又能去很好的针对到对面的这个英雄，什么样的时机比较适合点沉默术士这个英雄？
在对面小技能比较多的时候，然后没有推进点的时候吧，可能就比较好用，或者自己这边很需要一个防守团战的时候。
Yeah, I think when the opponent team has a lot of small lockdowns, but without pushing, with no pushing spells, I think Silence really stood out. Also, if we need someone to counter team fight, I think Silencer is really good.
Okay, and then one more question. Yesterday, you guys second phased IOSD in one of your games. Did you pick it more for them having a lack of damage? Was it more to upspeed your own tempo? Because it's the first time you picked IO in this DPC.
我想问一下，昨天的比赛有一把是在第2阶段连点了暗影恶魔跟小精灵。我想问一下，当时是什么样的考虑？是你们觉得对面的伤害不够呢，还是你们觉得自己这边需要去做一些这个提速的一些跟小精灵去打一些提速？因为这是你们本赛季第一次选出小精灵这个英雄。
因为昨天对面的阵容就是没有致死输出嘛，他们官方火猫，然后这种耗血的比较怕小精灵这种回复系的，然后能一直站着线打钱的嘛，所以就选了。
I think they don't have burst in that game. They are picking Koto and Ember. I think IO as a region hero is really good against those heroes with pokes. That's why we pick the IO, and also we can land against them pretty well.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, more questions from me. I would love to hear your thoughts on the team. Like, you had old LGD and now you have new players. What is the difference like for you as a coach coaching old LGD versus now? Is it easier or harder? Like, are there any challenges you've had to face?
我想问一下，从小八个人的角度来说的话，现在的这支新的老干爹跟之前的那个老的老干爹在执教上面的话，你会感觉到有什么不一样的地方吗？有没有一些新的挑战让你慢慢去逐渐去适应的？
因为现在就队伍内新人比较多嘛，很多都没有参加过，其他新来的3个其实都没有出国参加过比赛嘛，所以打一些比赛呀，然后会经常犯错，包括就是我觉得这些东西就是通过一些时间和比赛来慢慢的积累吧。
Yeah, there's 3 new players in my team right now. They are young and all of them don't have experience in international competition, so they will make mistakes here and there. I think it's a time thing. You just have to wait it out, and we can fix the small problems we have right now.
Okay, and is any of the new players, have any of them been like a pleasant surprise, or like has anyone stood out? Is anyone extra good to work with? Like, let's get some compliments rolling on some of these players.
想问一下，对巴师傅来说，这个赛季有哪个就是新人里面哪一个就是会给你一些经常会带来一些游戏内的惊喜啊，或者说你觉得性格哪一些会比较好相处啊？有没有特别想有机会来点名表扬一下的这个新选手？
就 Plant 吧 ，Plant 他打得非常好，然后也很有想法，就是他的一些英雄池啊、出装什么都比较不错，就打得特别好。
Yeah, I think Planet played really well this season. He has a lot of ideas, and his hero pool, the build he chooses in different games. Overall, he's just a great player.
All right, thank you very much.
Sorry, I have one more question. Okay.
Oh no!
Did you think? Did you prepare at all for a scenario where they would ban Marcy and Pangolier? I think your tempo with these heroes is too strong, and it makes it very hard for Monet to play range carries, which I think he excels at a lot.
我还想问一个问题，就是想问一下巴师傅有没有就是考虑到就是可能同时马西跟滚滚都没有出场的这种局面呢？就是 BP 的时候有没有做过这种演练？因为我觉得这2个英雄的话都是非常克制 Monet 的远程核心的，因为我们都觉得 Monet 这赛季玩远程核的话发挥的会更好一些。
我们有准备过，就是没有马西的情况下，其实就都有想过，就没有马西会怎么选，然后我们会拿什么，就是提前都想好了。
Yeah, we definitely prepared the situation when we cannot pick Marcy. Yeah, we think about those.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
T?
No, wait, I am done. I don't want Zhao to roll his eyes again.
Okay.
Wait, can
I
I
want
ask
this guy to
another
have
one then?
No.
No,
Please?
no.
I will ask the last question. We have
That's
one
not
more
fair.
tiebreaker coming up. It's going to be between Extreme Gaming and eHome and Zhao8. I want to know which team you think is going to take the last major slot for the China region.
巴师傅最后一个问题，我们之后还有一场加赛是叉 G 打eHome来决定这个 Major 最后一个名额。你的角度来说的话，你觉得谁的机会更大一些？
从他们比赛表现和训练情况来看，我肯定是看好叉 G 嘛。
Yeah, according to their performance in the real games and in scrims, I prefer Extreme Gaming.
All right, perfect, Joey. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for answering our numerous questions, and congratulations on coming first in this DPC.
感谢你接受我们采访，回答这么多问题，希望你们后面好运。
谢谢 Thank you，
Thank you.
you.
Bye.
拜拜。
Bye bye. Thank you.
Oh, Xiaowei, what an absolute blessing.
Bro, I want to pick his brain for hours.
I was going to say, this is the benefit of it being a 2-0, is that we get to ask so many questions. Like, we have a lot of time buffer because it is a fixed schedule before the next series. But poor Xiaowei is like, guys, please, no more picking my drafting apart. Please, no more.
I mean, I've never had just a reaction to a Kezu going, can I have one more question? And Xiaowei with the most like physical eye roll I've seen from anyone in an interview is like, okay, here we go.
I don't care.
I was going to say, he just knew that it was going to be about draft, and he's like, nah, man.
I mean, honestly, the question is funny though. Did you prepare for this situation? What if he just said, nah?
Nah,
I think
we
we would
would've
have
lost.
You know, called it GG.
I gave him more options to expand, so I think it's fine. But when this guy's here, if you don't ask all the questions you can, you're missing out.
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
want to push it to the point where he's
Yeah.
like, can I leave now?
We get it like once per tour, you know? We're not going to see him again till tour 2. At the major, there would be a Xiaowei interview. Maybe some sideline thing very briefly, but you know, we got our 1 tour's worth of interview. Thanks, Xiaowei. But
It's like I really want to ask so many questions as well because it's like a two-sided thing. You want to know like his opinion of his team. You want to know about his drafting. I said two-sided. It's like an 800-sided thing. Like I
Yeah,
also
it's
want
like,
to know
what's
about
his
him.
viewpoint of his region as well? Like, we didn't even really get to ask about the region as a whole, and then how he is.
Yeah, I want
one
to know
more.
yeah,
about
that was a good
him.
question. Yeah.
Dude, I forgot another
Call
one.
him back up. Let's get him
Yeah,
back
can we
on.
get back on the phone, please?
Please, I want to talk to him more about like himself. You know where he is
Yep.
in his like journey as a coach. Like obviously, he's also one of those players that have been around forever.
Yeah, we didn't even get to ask, like, you asked the difference between the old and new LGD, but it's like, how is he changing with the new LGD too? So there's a lot of questions. We're going to have to put these in the back pocket, bank them up for whenever we do get him for Tour 2. But that was our first tiebreaker done and dusted. We have sorted out who is sitting at the top, who's coming in second, but the real question is Extreme Gaming and eHome. That's going to be our next series. And we have a little bit of time to discuss it. Sheep, you're not going to be here.
Yep.
I think you are the only person that's going to be replaced on the panel.
No.
Do you agree
They
with
finally
Zhao?
got me.
I said she's fired. She's out of here. Do you agree that it's going to be the Extreme Gaming?
Yes.
Is going to be my first question. Oh, yeah? Sure.
For
How
sure.
could you disagree with the dictator? You cannot do that.
Cannot.
It's going to be eHome. I just did it.
You better be careful
And
later today.
congratulations, you're wrong. Moving on. No, I would agree with Xiaowei. I think the series that we've seen played, I think Extreme are looking better. eHome's also playing in some third-party tournaments during the DPC. They're losing games to Div 2 teams in other regions. They're not doing so well. Even though they are winning, it's like, So I think Extreme should be able to win this.
Yeah, I do like eHome. Obviously,
Of
like I
course.
hope the games will be close at least. But
Yeah.
I think everyone favors Extreme. It's just they look way more solid.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line for these two teams. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, it will be that tiebreaker for the last major spot. Welcome back, everybody. We have our final tiebreaker happening today. It's eHome versus XG. This is for the last spot at the major. And joining me on our final panel is going to be Kezu, T, and now Lizard.
Look who's here.
Oh, look who's
Yo, you
there.
finally
Hello.
decided to show up to work, huh?
I woke
Finally.
up a little bit late, but I'm here now, I guess. I was
Yeah.
watching from the comfort of my hotel room, I was watching the series,
Okay.
enjoying that. Good.
Yeah, he was watching it on his phone in bed with the lights off and his eyes closed.
Yeah. Dreaming about PSC being
Exactly.
the best in
Yeah.
China.
That's usually how it goes.
That's usually how it goes, is it?
No, don't you like laying in your bed watching Dota and just falling asleep?
Yes,
And then
I do.
you,
It's
pretty good.
then you still listen to it and you're kind of imagining what's happening, and then
Yes.
suddenly Luna is talking to you. You know, you're walking down the forest, you're having fun, the sunshine in your eyes.
I don't know if I've ever experienced the last part of that, but I was on the same
Sounded
page
pretty
up
good.
until
It sounded
that.
kind of wholesome. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes you watch it and then your tablet or whatever just kind of falls onto your face. You go, oh God, and he's like, oh wow, PSG are winning. You know, it's kind of hype.
I've never done that one either. But surprisingly, we're
have a
jumping
draft.
into this draft. I was going to say a lot faster than I thought we were
Hello.
going to be.
Hi.
I thought we had a sliver of time for
What?
the pre-show, but we don't. eHome XG though, instead of talking about the teams, just bold predictions right now. Who's getting the last spot?
XG.
Okay.
Oh, wait, yeah,
Yeah,
XG.
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 XG across the board. All right, so congratulations, eHome. The battle curse. They do pick up Lina themselves, so that's already a really good win condition. Off to a good start for themselves. Extreme Gaming getting the Brood. Both very OP meta heroes getting through here.
I like the bans from both teams. I think Extreme have definitely watched all the LGD and Astra games.
Yeah.
Yep.
They've seen the rise of Marcy. eHome played very well. Their bans also are somewhat tailored towards them potentially first picking that hero. So I like that Extreme took it out. They take the Lina, trade it for the Brood. Potential preemptive line pick to stop a Naga as well, or just
Some
No.
Naga, some
Willy-
spirits, I guess.
I just think Lion it's nothing to about preemptive. I think it just secures Brood's lane, and against Lina, having that instant, you're out of position, now we're on top of you, helps a lot.
I'm just like, look, it's XG. I know you guys
Oh, here we go. Here
watched
we go.
watched them, but when you have PYW or DUI on your side, Lion, Shadow Shaman are the ultimate supports for the team. Like, they are the ultimate ones, because the way they play these heroes, I haven't seen a single player on position 4 play it as well as they do. Like, and when I say
Maybe
as they
FY.
do, and no, and when I say as they do,
Wrong.
I mean it, because
Lion's trash.
both of them could be doing it. Like, it can be PYW, it can be DUI as well.
Yeah, it's nice to have that little bit of flexibility within the supports. While the bans are coming out, though, because we didn't really get much pre-series talk going on, the last time these two teams faced off, eHome had their coach standing in for them and ended up going 2-0 in the side of Extreme Gaming. So it's going to be a nice rematch, but this time eHome are going to have their full roster, and we're going to have MKS back on the team for them for this series.
Yeah, and they're going to need to have their full roster at full power to be able to beat Extreme. We mentioned it after the previous series. You know, eHome, they've been playing in some BTS Pro Series and other tournaments, and they've been drawing against Division 2 SEA teams. It's not as if they've been styling there and then coming back to DPC. So I think eHome really is going to be the underdog in this series. They've had an incredible run so far, but
Yeah.
they have to really step up to beat Extreme.
They
in this
are
one.
off the back, though, of winning 2-0 against Knights. Admittedly,
Helps.
it wasn't the same caliber of Knights that we're used to seeing, but it still is a very good confidence boost for them.
Yeah, 100%. Confidence is exactly what you need in this.
Yeah, you need
this
to
series.
be confident, but you also need to just pick Lina, and then you will be confident. It doesn't matter.
You have confidence, and then you pick Lina, and the confidence like
It's-
skyrockets.
Yeah, it's skyrocketing right now. When I see Lina plus Pango on one team, I'm satisfied with their draft
I was
already.
gonna say, literally the only thing that could have made it better was a Marcy. Apparently, by the way we've been seeing it, but it's not gonna happen.
I do want eHome to continue to play fast-paced. I think they at least always, the four of them, without MKS, they always play very fast, and he joins them later. I would like them to continue to do this trend, especially when you've just seen what LGD have done and how they play the Pango. And that fits right into eHome's book, so I want to see them pick more heroes that kind of follow and fall into this philosophy.
5 seconds remaining.
What sort of heroes would they look like, though, that we've already seen them play in this DPC?
Some disruptor type hero, decent against Brood, helps you with like this more type of running in. Because they're probably just gonna pick their two supports. You have the Pango and Lina already. You can kind of chill.
Pick me Clock, right? Sorry, I was saying Clock, then back to you.
Yeah, sure. Clock for Extreme Gaming would be really solid.
For
Not-
eHome.
Why for eHome?
I mean, against Lion, very good.
Against Bane? Okay,
doubling
okay.
it.
Definitely.
Secure
definitely.
Lina, please. If they
Yeah.
don't pick Clock,
I like it. I like it. I liked it for XG as well. Like Clockwork into the Lina, Clockwork plus any range carry on the safe lane would be solid for them. For Ehom, what I really like about these two, my voice just went haywire there. What I really like about these two is not only are they OP, they kinda like the Pango answers the Brood in the mid game. Like you already don't have to worry about the Brood, from my opinion. Like you can go for any laning dominator melee hero here that supports the Lina. Maybe Clockwork isn't the best into the Brood, but it's pretty solid still.
Rubik's still in the pool as well. Sorry to interrupt that.
no, it's fine. Yeah, Rubik easily could be picked up. Again, they need double supports. It's a very good game when you have these heroes for Extreme. You can steal any spell. I think for Extreme, though, the cool thing when you have Brood, and why Brood is so powerful, is when teams pick counters to Brood, it forces the rotation of the play to go towards her. So it unlocks greedier heroes. So like Extreme right now, they could easily pick a Spectre with quite a lot of confidence, because they know in the early to mid game, Pango needs to think about protecting his jungle, protecting his side of the map, because Brood will take it over at some point. And that will just give free greedy farm, especially with Blade Mail and Dispersion.
Don't you love the disruptor, like Kazu called it, into the Brood, but also into the Bane, right? Like having that long range disable.
No, it's very good. Not only is it good against what you see, it's also good with your lineup, so I think it makes a lot of sense. I think anything now that gives you some long-range follow-up damage into this catch from the Pango and the Glimpse, I think that would kind of round up this Ehome second phase very nicely.
I think the only concern for Ehome is their lineup does look a little bit fragile in the early game. Pango needs to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and I like the fact that they have gone for a Beastmaster. It's even if heroes are a little bit weaker, they can now play around someone, and
It rounds it up nicely, right?
Nicely. You know, Beast hits towers, Pango now can play on Beast, so if Brood takes over one side of the map, Pango now has an opportunity to go elsewhere and be aggressive. I was mentioning the weakness, or at least the annoyance of Brood, and now they can kind of ignore her because the map state will always kind of follow each other.
Yeah. So we do like these jumpers on the Lina, right? Like the Slarks and these kind of heroes, Ursas that push the tempo. What about some Naga for them? Is that an option?
I mean, it's annoying. I mean,
It's annoying
anything
into the
illusion,
beasts, right? And it's annoying. The song gets you on top of Lina, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, anything illusion-based with Broodmother, you have no lanes to play on, so it's really hard.
Tundra Gaming. Right?
Exactly, yeah, just push it in. So I think if they want to go for some late-game dominance, they'll go Spectre. If they want to go for some mid-game, Ehome can never play their draft out. They could maybe go for the Pango. They already have some soft covers because of the Pangolier annoys the Naga quite a lot throughout the game. If you go for Maelstrom, Ags, plus Diffusal, you can be pretty disruptive. Also, Extreme just wouldn't really have any playmakers. It would just be push, 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 and then their mid would have to do everything. But again, they have so many options here.
Do they go for their mid here or their carry, Kazu? Which one would you rather pick up?
The carry.
Yeah, good answer.
I would have actually said that they should perhaps think about taking their mid.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of options for both, so you just kind of need to weigh out, okay, which one is more important for us, like right now in this spot. So they must think that they have a lot of counter picks for mid left, but that Morph is the one that they want right here. So they're more going for like the, not so much, sure, the other three heroes will play the map, but the Morph is more like this, secure the mid into the later stages of the game.
Yeah. Doesn't really get pressured in the lane that hard, but like historically, Lina would be picked into the Morph, not this scary Lina. Like the mid Lina would be picked into the Morph because it gives you that extra burst damage to take him down. I'm not sure what has changed completely, but I do see teams banning out Morphling when they pick Lina.
I mean, it's all about the right-click warfare now, right?
Yeah.
So Morphling, I think a key thing is when you have a lockdown Lina, you want carries that can actually follow up that lockdown.
Yeah.
That's why Slark, Ursa, Spectres, Morphling with the waveform. If you ever get that Hex, you know your carry will be able to reposition quick enough to do the damage
kill the
during that
Lina,
CC.
yeah, okay.
I think for Extreme, they need to be a little bit careful of their lack of any early teamfight damage. If Brood has a bad lane and can't buy some time through annoyance, they don't really do anything on the map. They don't kill anyone, they don't do anything. They need to wait for so many items, and their mid hero needs to be that kind of pop-off style hero that really does stuff. So I love the ban already from Ehome with the puck.
Ehome do not have the last pick, right? They don't.
No, they're going to be picking first.
Okay, so it's a little bit harder for them to pick the mid laner. Or actually, never mind. This is Pango.
Yeah.
I was just thinking. I see more. I think OD. Like it's my brain. It's just like one-way direction instantly. But okay.
I see Morph and I see a support pick open. It usually makes me think of some Skyrath.
Skyrath instantly. Yep.
We've seen that before. It's a little iffy when you do play into Brood. It's like, I think it has to be one of the worst matchups for Skyrath. But if you're just looking for more of like the follow-up silence, follow-up damage, it would fit into eHome. I don't know if they want to look for something like more casual, some Snapfires, I don't know.
I like Snapfire or Coddle for eHome just because of pushing in the lane, forcing Morph to play on the tower. Bane can never really play aggressive on that. And then you just sweep through the map. And I think leaning a little bit more Coddle, just so then you have the synergies of Shaka onto the Swash of the Pango, Shaka onto the Lina, just to make sure she's always got her stats going. Like, and also you always have farm, so you can buy that one effective item to then turn into the game.
If this was not eHome but Entity, they would pick that Skyrath instantly.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, Sky into Morphling is also my favorite hero to pick overall. Just the longest silence or one of the longest silences on level 1. In the lane, it's hard for Morphling to deal with. Later on, you itemize strictly against him, so I like it quite a lot.
I feel like the only other +4s that we've really seen Salad play on the side of eHome that are still in the pool. Doesn't matter, I don't have to say anything.
Holy base!
Because it was never going to be techies. It was never going to be techies, no matter what I said.
Yeah, he's not played it in the DPC so far, but when we're talking about aggression, techies is one of the most aggressive position 4s out there.
Yeah.
A lot of people respect that it is so good in lane, and that's kind of what eHome needed. We're mentioning big nukers.
Why
not pick the guy who literally has a nuke? So.
Lion and Bane, like you jump them, they will disappear under your mines. Like there's a ton of burst damage coming from the techies.
And they've already picked. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that I was leaning maybe Void Spirit, but of course, why not go Storm Spirit as well? Yeah, I feel like for Extreme, this is just about picking the perfect fights and waiting. I don't really see how they're gonna kill heroes in the early game if eHome brings the numbers. It is a beautifully scaling draft. I greatly prefer eHome's lineup, I think, but again, Extreme, they always find their ability to get Morphling his items, and Morphling can then pop off later, but whew, what a draft.
Yeah, so you have a little bit more faith in XG sort of stalling this out for their timings. Lizard, is that where you align as well?
It's hard for me to say. I actually like eHome's draft better, and I think they'll be able to get their timings fast enough to not allow Morphling to scale.
Because what's your read on it?
It's hard, right?
Today it's actually hard. I feel like all these teams are really showing up with good drafts. I'm also slightly leaning more towards eHome.
So
but I think
XG is
if the Storm pops off, I think that's like really the win rotation. He can help the Brood free up the game. He can defend from Beast. So I think, again, it's a lot on the mid lane.
How many kills do you reckon this game's going to end up with in total?
About
Over
42.
I actually was thinking 42, my brother.
Let's go.
Lizard, over under a certain number?
Over 70.
We're going 2 hours, baby! Woo!
Let's go.
Sure, I mean, maybe that's a potential. Who really ever knows with a game of Dota these days? But it is going to be game number 1 between the two teams. It's Fogged and Lyrical to cast it.
A ton of kills, why not? We can make it happen, Zhao Wei, he comes on, we interview him for 6 years during the end of that game too.
Poor guy.
And then, we ask him, who's going to win? And he says, Extreme. And then the panel comes on, they're like, eHome. But Zhao Wei didn't get to see the draft. You also like the eHome draft a lot as well. What are you seeing here in these picks?
I mean, I really like techies in particular versus Morphling. I think the lane can be pretty volatile for a Morph. If you're not careful, you just get caught from the sidelines. So it's a lot about getting the vision to make sure you can track where this techies is early. JT doing an instant dash ping in all chat. Nice, I like it.
Does that even work?
It comes up on your top right.
Oh, okay, got it.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's funny that he does it in all chat. I think the Storm pick maybe can blow stuff wide open because there is a limited amount of disables that aren't ultimates, right? When you look, their stuns is just really like the Lina. Sure, you've got like these glimpses and you've got these other things. Maybe Paparazzi can just do really, really well in mid matchup versus the Pango and kind of pop off and find these backliners. But yeah, I mean, I overall like what eHome has a bit more. But yeah, let's see. XG, they've got a lot of comfort heroes. Of course, we've got the Grandmaster Ghost on his Morphling. Two elusive carries that maybe could cause some problems versus these, like I said, kind of lack of like soft commit stuns.
Yeah.
Everything that they on eHome is more of like it's a big like hard commit until 15 minutes. When Techies has Shard, that's one of those like soft commit kind of ways to go for these disables. So yeah, let's see how it's gonna go. Because I think XG looking for more of like the dominate mid with Storm, snowball off of that. While on the other side, the other two side lanes, eHome should do well. So yeah, let's see.
And to me, it's not just like the commitment part of it, as we're gonna see these runes. LSA comes out a bit too late, so PYW will get that one up. Throws a stun himself. You wanna fight me? I'll fight you. But it's not just the commitment, but I think also a little bit like the first stun that goes out, right? Who is it that goes in first for eHome? It's pretty much just that Beastmaster, because techies can be like a little telegraphed, you know, Disruptor if they're trying to play a Glimpse Way or something like that. It's a little bit telegraphed. LSA, it's all follow-up almost.
Yeah. And like I would say, like for most situations, like Pango can start going in first, but there's a Bane, right? So once Bane hits 6, it's going to be a little bit more problematic for Knight. I'm going to be mostly watching mid lane because I think this is one that just, you know, Paparazzi could just destroy him if he gets like a couple good situations where he gets the pull and he's able to just bully, because he should be able to just free farm on this Storm. Yeah. Pango, of course, does good in most matchups, but Storm can be one of the harder ones.
Totally. Storm can certainly push in that wave against him too. I guess the thing that I'm also wondering about here is going to be like, are there going to be those rotations? You know, Brood, a hero that sometimes needs to get sort of babysat for a little bit. PYW might make those moves around, but those action runes certainly going to be important.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching, I mean, top, every lane might have a lot of volatility, might have a lot of kill threat and stuff like that. I'm mostly watching mid and bottom. If the Morph doesn't play too careful, sure, he can get caught from Salad, but that's going to take a few levels from the techies. So you've seen the techies very dominant inside laning phase, first 3 levels and stuff like that. Does have a Bane, DY. Will be able to at least secure a good amount of that, one of the better laners still as Bane. But look at the spam already, like Ghost. He had 8 stacks of axes on him.
Jeez. Yeah, and I mean, any little clip right there, if he's getting down a little bit too low, he's always going to have to be wary of his positioning when he's going for that Agi form over. But yeah, I mean, as Lion up top just gets brought down, so stepped a bit too far forward, and with the Glimpse play, the LSA, they were able to secure that kill. As Knight in the mid, you said it was difficult playing against Storm. Paparazzi keeping the pressure on and forcing him all the way over to the side. We'll get that bottle regen, though.
It matters a lot, any of these denies, when you're playing in this type of matchup. So I think he got 2 denies in the first 2 waves. So he actually hit 3 right before Knight did. So he's able to go very pressure heavy with the Vortex to go onto him there. So nicely done from Paparazzi. But yeah, PYW stepping up too far. They hit 2 immediately. Right when they hit 2 on this Disruptor and Lina, they went on him. They got the glimpse. And also looking at top, they got a stack pull. So that's going to be pretty brutal. They're going to be able to take out that money creep, of course, and the range creep as well. So denying some XP toward Brood and Lion.
Yeah, not what you want to have happen, but of course that's what goes on when you immediately find that kill onto that support and he's not able to come and contest. But DY, he's doing a good job of contesting over here onto Zhao Yu, forcing out a lot of rotations, tanking those creeps, and it's Ghost underneath the tower now. Salad's just going to keep the plinking going.
Yeah. The ideal for Ghost is farming under tower here as top.
Ooh, a little bit of retribution for PYW. Okay, so making that play there. Not bad with the 2 disables to start.
That's a bit of a surprising one. I mean, it's as soon as the Brood hits 3, so that's that big power spike you get when you have your slow and your hunger and your web. So they make the immediate move, and wow. I did not think they'd actually be able to get a lean up here. That is a pretty significant kill.
Axes go out again onto Ghost down bottom, and Salad trying to come and contest this for DY. Does still manage to draw over those creeps and is going to need to go for a Brain Sap Nightmare out. And Axes.
He could die. Suicide.
Downtown. Chase forward. DY, he's gone.
I still call it suicide. It's blast off, but I'm always, forever it will be suicide because that's just Dota 1 things.
That's how it goes.
Always gonna think about it like that. Does mean that, I mean, Ghost, he's probably not too fussed about his buddy dying there, but now top.
They find JT again, turn now onto MKS and seeing if they can bring him down.
Oh
the
my
double
God.
Disables and the right clicks. Do they have enough? Yes, they will.
Oh
JT
boy.
just lives through that one, hitting that level 3 now. And well, LWW chased on down. Will manage to escape though, as DY also getting chased in mid. He went in for a bottle refill, I'm assuming, and well, wait, bug. Okay.
I wonder what it is. I mean, he's not a bug. He's
an
bug.
arachnid.
He's an arachnid, yeah. I wonder what it was. I'm looking.
He's like, Bug, you tried to go on me and I just killed you. This is a very balanced hero, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, Brewer, there's a reason this hero does get banned all the time. As I like that he went for the Orb of Venom early. We see how much damage it's able, like how much it's able to do once you get on top of Lina. She's just stuck, right? Those 2 disables, you hit her once with the Orb of Venom, and yeah, she cannot really move. So nice play. As a big overcommitment from Salad.
Oh, and the live, and the turn, and the kill. Paparazzi gifted a free one.
This is not how you want to have these lanes kind of start here for the side of eHome.
Listen, that salad was a little bit not so delicious. I'm going to try and figure out a better way to say that one. But regardless, it was one of those moments where, you know, your support comes mid to gank and then just ends up feeding a free kill to the Storm.
A massive deal, really. Paparazzi has, it's 28 and 6. So he's going to hit 6 way before Knight is able to because of these denies and that kill being given over to him. So Paparazzi, you know, we saw this last big storm. It's one of those that can just blow the game open. These two very elusive, actually all three really in a way. All three of the core is pretty elusive. So can definitely play around any of these like kind of hard commit disables. Knight just immediately getting bullied.
Oh, and if he managed to kill those 2 creeps, would have hit 6 off of that too. That would have been clutch.
He's 6 right now.
Yeah, so doesn't able to get him because Knight steps back, but still a nice move to get some pretty good damage onto him as JT will be glimpsed back still.
They glyph.
And chased a little bit under there.
They even glyphed the wave. This is kind of a glyph for mid and top. Paparazzi continuing to bully Knight.
Yeah. Good job.
It's very close to him potentially just going onto Knight here.
I mean, yeah, doesn't even need to use the mana right now, but still can wait for it. The rotation and the silence is there. The turn, oh! And this time, Salad makes the good rotation, but DY? Oh, just barely there. PYW moves in too. They can't quite get him though.
Oh, I'm sure Paparazzi's a bit upset not having a ward in the mid lane at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Can't blame your supports. I think cores should be buying more wards anyway and placing them for themselves a lot of times, but either way, a good rotation. Salad comes in from the sideline.
Well, that is a very nice pickup. Of course, around that nighttime, you find yourself an opportunity there to secure a kill, get your Pango back into the game a little bit, because that's a kill where if that one goes down, it's just, you know, he's going to die a couple more times.
Yeah.
But Paparazzi taking out his frustration on Zhao Yu and finds that kill onto the Beastmaster.
So a big thing that I definitely want to be mentioning is that ideally, when you play with like these techies lanes versus Morphling, you want to be able to pressure him a lot more in laning phase. The fact that Ghost has actually not been really fussed at all about this techies is, I would say, pretty big problem for eHome. He's going to be able to get this really solid farm and just kind of revert to jungle very early on. So let's see what eHome does to kind of fix this little bit of momentum that's going XG's way at the moment.
Yeah, can they reset things and try and reapply that pressure? They might just have to sort of, I mean, leaving the Morphlane to free farm is always going to be a losing strategy, it feels like.
Yeah, Salad is going to start just doing some kind of stacks and stuff, but all these kind of rotations he goes for in mid lane have to be successful because he's just free farming because of these moves. And Paparazzi, now very aware of it, he has the ward, double coverage. He has the ward on high ground in mid lane, and he has the ward in the river. So just making sure he keeps tabs of wherever that techies is. He's just jungling for now himself.
Yeah, he knows he can't afford to go down again for free like that because it is the type of thing that lets Pango get back into the game. And, you know, like we talked about, that's the hero that can go in. That's the hero if he can get a Blink Dagger that can actually find easy initiations onto these elusive heroes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great start really for XG. I'm just very astonished how top ended up happening, right? Just getting these these 2 kills onto MKS is going to slow him down so much.
And for this entire eHome roster, their like game plan, their philosophy that we've seen from them consistently is get MKS huge.
Yes.
Play around him, everything for MKS.
Yep.
And right now, he did die in that laning stage. Went down twice, in fact. Paparazzi makes the move up top.
Holy.
It's LWW that picks up the Arcane. And the Glimpse back, finding themselves another pick off the Hex.
A fun one.
In the midst of it. And does he get out of there? Fairy Fire! Oh, didn't want to pop it. Gets stunned back up in a second. But we'll just lose his life.
Oh, courier. DY.
Oh, no.
Rest in peace.
Dude,
A courier for a courier. And he gets the ward immediately. Nicely done from Salad.
Salad.
Paparazzi goes for a kind of crazy play there forward, jumping in for the rune, trying to snatch it up. I feel like he just gets PYW killed there when he does that, but wanted to go for some type of risky kind of play for the rune. Either way, I mean, Ghost, like we said, all these rotations being forced to try to slow down Paparazzi, the Morph is having an absolutely free game. So, and we've seen Ghost be able to pop off on this hero many a times before, so.
Yeah, and you can see that going straight in for the Lincoln Sphere onto Ghost. So he's just trying to play to defend himself against that Beastmaster Roar. You know, maybe even a potential glimpse from not being seen aside, but he has other ways to play around that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good Lincoln's game, for sure. The Roar, of course, the glimpse, and then also the Laguna Blade even, right? That big burst that can sometimes catch you a few times. Even though it's right-click Lina, it's still prevalent.
Rotation up top here, Paparazzi spots the Disruptor. Hello, friend, how are you? Stun out, saving the Hex. And Paparazzi even saving that pull, but they will bring down that Disruptor and still keeping a good mana pool in the area. But Knight makes the move. He's going to roll in.
It's a big commitment for eHome.
Yeah, as they have used a big team fight. Ulti and PYW just dodges away from the second round of it. So now Paparazzi trying to play with the full mana pool. The stun comes out, Pango low, and Paparazzi staying in place, finding that kill. They can run down the rest of these heroes if they want. Salad dead at MKS, he just has to hide.
Ooh, as soon as I saw Knight kind of rolling in, I was like, I don't think this is going to end up so good. It's like maybe they get the kill on one of the supports, but Paparazzi's just playing patiently to go for the jump forward. 2K lead now already for Extreme. This draft, it's looking like it's working. They're now going to be able to start pressuring top. And meanwhile, Beastmaster, he actually can't really, even though he's level 8, so he's still having a good time, he can't pressure bottom because Ghost is just sitting there with the Perseverance, Treads, Wraithband. All 3 cores looking to have an excellent start here. This last big storm is definitely working out.
Yeah, it feels like, in a way, ever since Salad went back and they started stacking up those camps, that it was much more of for eHome, okay, we're going to give him this early game and then, try and play maybe around the Helm of the Overlord timing or something, but that is a lot to give up to Extreme.
Yeah.
They are getting everything that they want around the map right now. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum.
PYW, he's going to be getting the Tome. He's about to be level 6. High burst potential to be able to take out this very squishy Pango. As soon as he has Finger online, Knight just has to be extremely careful. Even without the Finger, they're making the move.
They've got him here. Hex throws out that spawn Spiderlings. Knight will be able to pop the stick charges and get out of there.
Okay.
Next time won't have that same form to regen all the way back up.
eHome's like, we need to do something on the map. We can't just let Extreme just dictate the whole pace of the game. Starting to get this push bottom, cut some trees to see the TPs.
Yeah, this is the way that they need to play this. Get something else shut down so that way Ghost doesn't have a complete freedom. Level 10 now at 11 minutes in. And at the same time, you can see XG making the move in towards mid. And it looks like they're going to be able to at least apply some pressure onto here.
They have a DD run on Paparazzi too. It's going to take significant damage onto this tower. They got to rotate over. Are they 6 yet? They're 6 on the Disruptor. Techie's not quite there.
4 heroes in the area. Paparazzi, that DD popped like you said. There isn't great vision here for XG, but they can send in the spiders, and that reveals that, yeah, there's a lot of eHome heroes in the area. And with that, XG not going to push their luck. They're going to back out and farm with the DD.
So I'm watching JT also doing the Nature's Prophet thing that I like to call, is blocking the camps. He's sending one individual spider at multiple times to go block out hard camps and whatnot, while he's also pressuring top. So right now, XG still making these really nice moves, but eHome trying to find something back in their favor.
DY, he can get glimpsed here.
Okay.
And they will bring numbers to secure that kill. Would have loved to find the bring down onto JT, but Bane covering his Broodmother very well.
Yeah. Now they're smoking themselves. Finger is online, level 7.
Xiao Yu. They think to go onto him. Dire's scanning, so MKS is covering himself, realizing that that could be where they go. Salad, he gets found for a moment, Finger of Death, but not going to be able to get the kill. So Paparazzi didn't like the look of that. And again, another time where PYW dies playing together Paparazzi.
That's slowing down the line quite a bit, too. His net worth is going to be really affected. Salad survives. And we'll continue to just jungle up now. So they won't get the tower. That's the big thing, though. XG, they bring the numbers to be able to stop that. Salad will be able to finish off that hard camp just fine.
Yeah, so 7-6, a little bit of a reset here with the Pango and the Lina a little bit behind, but playing around the sort of good farm that Beastmaster's been able to get. We saw them place that Hawk behind the tower mid. That set up for the kill onto the line when he overextended. And now, seeing where they want to go if they're just waiting for their next set of items here, because Helm of the Overlord is almost done. 400 gold away from it for Beast.
I think they'd probably just wait for that before making a move. They are opening up space on the map for MKS to get this farm to catch back up. Still, one of the bottom ones of the cores. It's actually tied up with Paparazzi. Paparazzi has slowed down a lot.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Not sure for him. He's gone in for the Witchblade and been moving around a lot. But the Lincoln Sphere done now at 13 minutes for Ghost.
Jeez, that's... All right, well, gonna be problems to take him down. Almost. How's the money doing on a Salad? So 14 minutes. We got 1 more minute until Techie Shards comes out as LWW
does manage to get out of that one. As well, the bomb follows Paparazzi up to the high ground there from Salad. And he's queued up that shard. Should have it just about completed when that 15-minute mark comes around. So that paired together with the Helm of the Overlord, the Diffusal Blade being done on Pango, maybe that's going to be the timing that eHome try and play around.
Yeah, they've got really good timings all coming together at the same moments here. For XG,
Dire's middle
Feels a
tower
little limited
is
how
under
they can
attack.
actually just make all these plays continuously now versus this. It's going to be a little harder for them to set up the fight. So JT, I think he just has to keep making the space top, push in, and let... If they can let eHome kind of come to them and overcommit, that's where DY is able... DY and PYW, I think, are going to have a much better time. You know, Lion and Bane can sometimes really struggle being the ones to start fights. They are going to smoke, though. Perhaps trying to get the pick off here on Knight.
Tumblr's Toys up to the high ground. Award placed by LWW. And, well, Paparazzi, they reveal right away, don't really want to go for the zip forward onto this, though.
They're on Knight.
And with bringing in that extra number, that is a good kill if they can get him. No, but the Static Storm dropped down. Knight able to get the shield crash off, but will be brought down. They had too much damage in for him. They kill off PYW, and in the meantime, the full duration grip onto MKS, but there was no follow-up damage. The Static Storm keeping it alive, but JT comes in with the last-second snipe there. Paparazzi still in a little bit of trouble, but does manage to get out of harm's way.
JT's cleaning up.
JT, yeah, standing very strong in this one. They're going to get the glimpse play from Ghost, turning into the Disruptor
What a play.
to get the kill. So 4 go down for eHome. Only the 2 supports dropping for Extreme.
They catch Knight. He just walks right on top of them, gets hexed, gets controlled. A decent attempt with Static Storm, but not quite enough to protect him as JT.
Turned upon. The disarm is still there, and Ghost taking a beating. So PYW needing to get out of there. He's going to get punched. Oh, but the Nightmare save from
Not
him.
enough.
But Knight, he's going to chase in, and, well, they secure that they find that kill.
Nice little
Interesting.
comeback there from eHome, and now likely to just get the tower with that home.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, pretty even game, back and forth.
I guess as we're going to see this replay, one of the downsides to having the Beastmaster is you don't have that heal component of a mech hero, the Guardian Greaves that the Brood now has.
Yeah, he does get a decent heal there to keep the line alive long enough. DY as well, too, for them to just commit. And JT just sniping people with those spawn spiderlings. Now, though, we see eHome have everything available. They have the shard and the techies. They have Static Storm. They're looking for a gank while also doing Roche.
This is really nice. If they can
Paparazzi.
get it, the silence is there. It's Static Storm down, and he goes away. And now DY moves in. So JT seeing that Roche is being taken, things getting very testy, but it's eHome that are picking him apart. The fight broken up into several different places, and eHome, they're just going to get a free Aegis.
Huge. That catch in the mid lane. A great play. They have the ward kind of placed behind the area, but he just kind of predicts where the Storm's going to continue walking. Salad very quick on this techies. Definitely super comfortable playing it. You saw that instant triple mine being placed right after the suicide. Love to see it.
So 11-11, and even though Extreme had the good early game, this timing coming out from eHome is what they're playing around, giving them full vision. A Hawk right on top of Ghost and PYW, and yeah, they're going to miss. They thought the ward was up there. It's not going to connect.
Their ward coverage is really the big thing for me that's been allowing them to be able to make all these kind of aggressive moves, right? They have this Beastmaster Hawk, which gives them vision, and then also just these really aggressive wards that Salad's been able to place with his moves.
You know, we've seen Beastmaster get taken out usually sometimes in that second phase, I think even for some regions in the first phase, but showing the value of having this vision in these fights. And
the Dragon, they're committing a lot to just try to kill this thing off. They will get it. So 250 gold there for Ghost. He's still top of that net worth, even though they got that free Roche and stuff like that. He's still having this incredible game. Not just top of net worth, level 13. So keeping up with Alina, pretty big. I'm liking the itemization from MKS. I mean, it's not anything too out of standard that we've seen. It's just going to be that Gleipnir. But in this game, you can feel how, we talked about a little bit of lack of sometimes disable and stuff like that for eHome, perhaps without having just commit. With a Gleipnir, that's going to allow the setup for pretty much everything for them to get the catch, so I do like it. Oh, and look at this. He gets a Grove Bow as I'm talking about him. The dream for MKS.
yeah, just a really good Lina game overall, which is just any game of Dota.
Yeah, I mean, very true. And now surrounding bottom, they're kicking this pace up. They're trying to get more done with this Aegis. Now Blink Dagger also on Knight, so he has this constant follow-up.
Yeah, this to me feels like it's the really scary point for Extreme, because like you're playing so much in these fights around the mobility of Ghost, the mobility of Paparazzi, and if they do get just jumped on by that Pango, there is so much follow-up initiation.
Yeah, theirs is more about killing a hero before the fight starts. Their team fight overall, when you look at it from Extreme, it's kind of lackluster, right? They have Fiend's Grip and they have Lion. These two heroes are Bane and Lion, sorry. They have the Fiend's Grip and they have the Finger, which aren't really your ideal team fighting spells. It's more about taking someone out of the fight, then starting with this kind of number advantage. eHome, They have Pango, they have Disruptor, they have like tons of different ways of just straight up head-on 5v5 fighting.
Well, this is interesting. They show the Lina top and then
Okay.
sit 4 heroes mid ready for a pickoff. If they could get Ghost right here, this would be
Look at
so
this,
clutch.
Look at this wrap from Disruptor, he's thinking about it.
Oh, they thought about it, but instead they're going to go up towards the top side.
Okay, what will they find?
A little bit too scary without that damage coming from the Lina, and so it looks like they're not going to get anybody for free here. A little bit of a missed opportunity, but regardless, they do take out another,
Glimpse?
Tower bottom. Glimpse used. Okay. Find the Bane. So they will get DY here, gets stunned, gets killed, and then get the tier 1 tower.
Xiao Yu even buying the shard early on here onto the Beastmaster. Just says they want to play very fast tempo right now. They don't want to give XG the time to just split up the map and farm and get pickoffs and stuff. They want to just kick the speed up and look for pickoffs as
The roll
Paparazzi.
in and the bounce back and forth. Do they have the damage, though? Trying to kill him off in time. The Glimpse body lives just barely, dodging the damage from the Thunderstrike, but one last hit comes in. Oh, LWW with the all chat, feeling good about himself right there.
They're taking top tower, too. They're starting to really take over the map here versus Extreme.
This timing has been so strong, and I don't know if they stop. Like, you've still got Aegis for a minute 20. eHome might just try and close this one. Like, look, Salad, this guy's a psycho.
They're continuing. They want this game. They want to start. They want to just take a Rax already.
They want to go to the major. eHome feeling themselves here as they take down
Holy
this tier
moly.
3 tower. Gonna move immediately onto the racks. 10 seconds without Paparazzi. They don't have anything to deal with this. Unreal. This is without Pango roll, which it will be back up again soon, but they just don't have the damage to deal with that right now. They don't have the damage to deal with the creep. PYW throws out the stun onto Lina, but they got what they came for. All the buildings dead. MKS, he might go down here. He still has Aegis. Ghost goes through, the disarm there, the stun onto the Brood, trying to kill off JT, and, well, he will eventually go down. Can the rest of eHome get out? They have BKB still on MKS. They're out of here.
What a play. eHome blowing the game wide open in these last 6 minutes or so. Making super aggressive moves, very confident with their play, not letting XG kind of split up the map. They're just taking the fights to them, and Extreme can't handle it. Paparazzi getting picked off now, what, 2 or 3 times, I believe? Not having BKB just yet. Can't just commit into these fights as the Storm Spirit just yet.
Showing the power of this eHome draft, which the panel all liked. They all said it. You liked it too. They're making it work perfectly. And Paparazzi, you think about how different this could look if he didn't get picked off there, if he had this BKB. Just 1,300 gold away from it. He's been sort of left behind after his good early start.
eHome's not giving them the opportunities to get those pickoffs like I was talking about. You know, they're
Yeah.
staying kind of clustered together, playing around their vision very nicely, playing always behind each other. Look, Salad is just sitting behind MKS in case a play does kick off. Covering each other perfectly. Really good game plan right now from them. And XG, they just need more time. You know, they can still look for these kind of individual pickoffs, but team fights definitely not looking possible. If they get more time, can definitely see where the fruition can come for this Morphling and Storm, but I don't think eHome's going to give them that much more time. They're going to keep just accelerating the pace of the game.
I almost wonder if coming down here, if they're thinking about making another move, it feels like the safe play is just to wait for Roche. But the question is, at that point, XG, they're probably going to have their BKBs. Do you have a better chance taking a fight right now, or potentially losing out on one? We'll have to see what they decide to do. But right now, at least the smoke out.
They should just keep hunting.
Yeah.
Stick together as like 3 heroes. Lina has boots of travel to be able to join in every time wherever Beastmaster's creep is. And MKS, he actually diverts from the Gleipnir build because the game has now become, we're not playing the game to catch you, we're playing the game to end the game.
Yeah.
I've gone BKB, I'm going Lincolns to be able to cover myself versus Inton Hex, and we're just gonna pressure.
And Ghost going to TP out of there, but they find JT. And of course, they can always get here with the Lina, with the boots of travel, playing together with the Beastmaster. You see it right there, TPing in on the Hawk.
Hello.
JT gonna get rolled, gonna get killed.
Damn. eHome playing it real clean here.
Doing everything right in these 23 minutes that we've seen. And a lot of these tiebreakers, whether it's, been here or in, Western Europe, it's been going the distance. We've been seeing these 50, 60-minute games. eHome's like, no, we don't want none of that.
No, they want to close this game out before the Storm and the Morphling gets that space for sure. They already drew the lines. Lina push out top, mid. We want to take this next tier too. We may even want to just like poke onto high ground just to force some reactions back. As XG, struggling to look for any type of pickoffs. They're the ones constantly getting picked themselves. And Roche, 40 seconds until we see how long until respawns.
So Ghost is 1,400 gold away from BKB. They have it on Brood and Storm now.
Okay.
That feels like it's going to be the window where XG are going to have to try and draw a line in the sand and hold on. But eHome, depending upon how quick this Roche respawns, it might not have the time.
Yeah, I mean, Roche, they're going to know immediately when it respawns, too. They have the proximity mine already set up there. Salad, he's prepared.
Yeah, this is like 3 minutes. You're very happy as Extreme. If it's 30 seconds, eHome are going to be very happy.
Yep. Yeah, Big Kibby still not going to be finished in time. About 1,300 gold away. Or, sorry, 1,000 gold away now on the
24 seconds.
It's a fast one. Oh, that's the dream for eHome.
Dude, he's not going to be able to get it in time. I can't believe that. A little bit of luck going eHome's way here. Now, it's not guaranteed that they're going to be able to get that Aegis, but at least having it there, I mean, it's feeling pretty likely.
Yeah, they'll kill it so fast. With the Pango, with Lucky Shot, with the damage that Lina brings out with Beastmaster, it's going to die in seconds as boom, instantly scouted. They're going to just immediately commit into the pit there.
Yeah, wants to build up his stacks.
And they even bought, I believe they bought a gem not too long ago also for Zhao Yu, so controlling the area of vision too. So, yeah, into Roche they go. And Extreme, how's the Morphling? Still doesn't have BKB.
He's so close.
Doesn't feel like they can go into this fight without
Look
it.
at Paparazzi taking a sip there while he's playing. Easy game for eHome, unfortunately, for Paparazzi. And you can see he's thinking about zipping in. He goes in for it, but it's not going to be in time. The BKB used. It is Aegis on MKS. PYW already dead. So they just move on out, try and find the hunt. Salad is there for the double kill. And, well, JT, he's got to be careful, too.
Down the mid lane now, eHome.
Ready to go.
There's a glyph available for the side of XG, but they already used the BKB on the Storm to try to go for the jump steal. This feels like it could just be it.
eHome feeling very good, throwing out the haha voice lines as the Black Dragon moves on in. And Extreme, can they deal with this? I mean, you have BKB now done on Morphlane, but they're knocking on your high ground. They got Aegis on Lina. What a clean game coming out from eHome, as they're going to take a second set of racks here at 27 minutes.
XG just has to watch. And now they're just going to go bottom. Time to end it.
End this game before 30 would be crazy.
Okay, maybe waiting for the creep wave, perhaps it looks like, for a second here.
They do have, I guess the catapult died up on that bottom side, but they'll still have a creep wave eventually.
Yeah, they just catch the wave, actually, with the boar and the dragon. So probably can just look to continue keep pressuring. Did they give the Roshan shard to anybody? Okay, looks like Lina's just going to take it.
Yeah.
Smoked up, waiting for somebody.
Spiders go out there to try and scout, but they're smoked and keeping themselves alive.
Keeping it, XG just trapped in the base to get no farm whatsoever. Mid and top starting to push in. Bottom going to be meeting too.
Fiery Soul Shard.
Not the best with right-click Lina, of course, but whatever. The other heroes already, the important ones already have it.
True enough. DY looking for a catch here. Drops down the vision, but that was Lincoln's down. Gets the pull now onto Xiao Yu. He's dead.
Salad go.
LSA, he finds it both onto both of them and gets obliterated by Knights on the two supports for Extreme. Does look like they're going to lose that techies. A buyback coming out from both of the supports of Extreme. They want to hold on here.
Salad just deleting both supports almost instantly. He gets the double-man suicide into 2 or 3 mines on top of him. XG just doing I mean, they're trying so hard to be able to hold on to this. They commit as hard as possible to take out Beastmaster. It's 3 BKBs to slow it down. But it looks like they will actually be able to halt that push for a moment.
13-19, eHome in dominant position here in this game number 1. Determine who it is that's going to be going to the major out of these two teams. And they have looked pretty freaking flawless after a little bit of a rough laning stage.
Yeah, after the Lina dying a couple of times, she didn't die afterwards at all. She's 4-3. So I think those 3 deaths were actually all inside that laning phase. Is almost a Scotty now finished up too. So incredibly tanky. Going to be able to deal with that Morphling, that Storm really nicely. Not only just the health regen reduction, of course, but versus those ranged cores. More effective. And yeah, back to business. Beastmaster's back up. Back to pushing bottom. There's no glyph.
They do not have BKBs. They're about to have them back up again so they can maybe make another go. But you can see the pressure onto the tower. it's already starting to drop, and you didn't have the Bane out there ready to try and find somebody right at the start. So building will fall, and this could be mega creeps.
Ooh,
JT
JT.
pops the BKB early. That is not what you want to see.
They break the Lincolns immediately on Ghost too. They use the long-range glimpse, so they do have an availability to be able to control him now too.
5 seconds till it's back up again. They
They're
go
on-
in,
they're
the
on Ghost.
silence is there already. Laguna Blade outdone. It was 1 second away from the Lincolns being up, but that was 1 second too late.
GG.
And GG is called eHome. They completely dominated Extreme in this game.
I think they quickly started to, I mean, yeah, Tip Salad. He had some godly plays, godly suicides. I think they quickly started to realize in this game, wait a minute, XG's got no team fight.
Yeah.
They've got Bane line supports. They've got 3 independent heroes that don't really provide team fight. They're all kind of self-reliant, you know. Storm just jumps in, picks off a target. Morphling, kind of similar thing. So I think eHome quickly recognized how they can just win this game super early and executed it nearly flawlessly after that laning phase.
It was really, really good to see. And I mean, you think about, like, again, you talked about it, the elusiveness of the Radiant heroes, but there was all this follow-up that came out from eHome. All they needed was that one hero to get onto him first, and that's where the Blink Dagger Pango fits it perfectly. They made that work together, and I think that going into this next game, I mean, I guess do you just have to draft for more team fight, or do you sort of try and shut down some of these, like, maybe not depend upon heroes that sort of have to be elusive to live?
Probably. I mean, they gave up the Lina, right? They gave Lina, they did kill her a couple of times in lane. She still got out of control, and then they're just playing versus massive team fight and really farmed carry that can just, you know, we see carry almost any type of game like this. So yeah, probably some small adjustments. They probably wanted to come out a little bit more ahead in the laning phase so that the Storm can make the moves around and they get all these pickoffs and they play with JT pushing and they get these pickoffs on side. But wasn't the case. eHome kicked the pace of the game up, and Salad kicked ass on the techies.
What a guy, what a player, what a time to be alive, and potentially only one more game if eHome can pull it together again and then be going to the major, which would be crazy. But for now, let's head on back to the panel, let them talk about it.
It was a great game one. We had a little bit of back and forth there between XG and eHome. eHome just not having the laning phase that I think a lot of us thought they were going to have. They still did end up eventually having that snowball tempo that you guys said, but the lanes just very much fell short for them.
They felt short, and I always remember the same moment. Like when we were talking about these lanes, it's the mid lane, the Brood is coming, they're assaulting the tier 1 tower on the mid lane, they're getting like 3-4 kills in the same fight. It's not even a next fight, in the same whole caraffle, or what's the word?
Scuffle?
Scuffle, caraffle, whatever.
Same.
The ruffle, scuffle, caraffle.
Yeah,
Truffles,
same thing.
yeah.
They're losing the tier 1 tower on the side of Extreme Gaming. Like the heroes just keep on respawning and going down mid. Like it literally looked like a pop. This is, I'm not sure. Maybe this was actually the fight. It's, yeah.
T, would you say that this was the turning point for you, where you were like, oh, eHome definitely have the tempo, they're going to start hitting the pace, or when was that moment for you?
Yeah, no, it wasn't really this fight here. For Extreme, this is a fight that they need to replicate maybe 1 or 2 more times to get the items that they need. I think eHome did a really good job under that early pressure that they maybe didn't anticipate, to just kind of wait until the timings that they're ultimately strong. You know, Techies with the Shard, Beastmaster with his Helm of the Overlord, and then they take the decisive fights needed to just get that first Rax, contest the Roshans, and just never have a problem. I think MVP, I'm already going to say it, should be Techies. I think,
let's go!
Oh, you love to see it. But anyway,
That's how you do it, boys.
like the fact that this Techies, multiple times in a row with his Shard, would be able to get blast off on PYW and DY. In one of the fights, he soloed both of them at the same time. And eHome needed that level of aggression with this lineup to consistently shut Extreme down, to not give them timings. We mentioned how weak their draft was with damage, and they need items, but they never got there. Salad, insane Techies game.
Yeah, great pop off by him, by the way, in that clip there, and insane Techies play. You're gonna echo the sentiment, Kezu. Are you very astounded by this Techies? The fact that it was pulled out in a tiebreaker game, but also just the impact that it really had compared to the impact of Extreme Sports.
Yeah, no, most of it. I think even in the early game, he had like a really cool rotation mid where he killed Paparazzi to like kind of offset, you know, his Pangolier losing the lane. He had great spell usage throughout the game. I do think that Extreme had an okay position. I mean, we all preferred eHome's draft, but with how Extreme were doing, I think the worst thing they can do is give eHome the fights around like the 13 to 20 minute mark, because that's when eHome is really strong. T was talking about it. Timing on Techies with the Shard, you get your Helm of Overlord, you have like the Maelstrom BKB. you know, all of them are getting strong. They're kind of fighting into it, and you saw how fast this game crumbled.
I have a feeling there was one problem. The biggest problem on Extreme Gaming. You guys might disagree here. For me, it was the Brood offlane.
I actually surprisingly do disagree because I really liked the impact JT had in a bunch of fights.
Continue about the Brood.
Yeah, so you like the impact, of course. He's taking over the map. He is nasty. He is going in. The problem is the way that they are going in, the way that they're initiating. There's no chaos about it. It's all telegraphed. And on the side of eHome, like you just can't go on them like that. Like the only way for you to realistically initiate is for your position 1 or 2 to jump in. Yep. It has to be Storm or the Morphling, and they can't do it into these heroes. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's creeps from Beastmaster, there's Roar, there's Pango jumping you, there's Techies blasting off. Like taking these fights for eHome was 10 times easier.
They don't have...
Would you say that's the Brood's fault though?
I'm not saying it's the Brood's fault. I'm just saying that
a different offlaner would have offset that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I feel like when you're drafting a Brood like this, it's not the Brood's fault, but more the heroes that you pick to complement the Brood.
Yeah.
They put themselves in a position where Brood had to open up the map, had to do everything, and if he doesn't have a good game, they have to wait. So I think it's not really Brood at all.
It's either one or the other. You either change the Brood or you have to change what you're supporting.
Exactly. Like your support duo getting soloed by Techies is unacceptable. Your Storm and Morphling in the same game is okay, but like you need half an hour for them to feel like super OP, and you know, eHome just didn't give them that time. So yeah, I don't know. I'll happily see them play Brood again. Just don't
switch
draft
things
so
up.
one-dimensional.
For me, there's two things. I think first of all, they messed up the timings when Brood is a timing-based hero, like all for it. They're fighting with like 3k gold on him. What if he has a pipe in these fights and Techies doesn't kill the 2 supports? But then on the other hand, I think in terms of Extreme's comfort, they play best when JT is on a playmaker.
Sure.
So I do think that Brood wasn't really the problem here, but if they want to make it easier for them, you know, they might swap it up. Not because Brood is trash, but just because he probably needs to maybe pop off on a Mag, on a Timber, on a Tide.
Yeah, the Mag definitely always comes to mind.
I'm just looking the first high ground push. Like there's an Aegis on Lina. Storm is like alive. He can jump the Lina, but at the same time, like what do you get from that?
At that point, I think the game's over.
Yeah, the game is already over.
Yeah.
It's hard.
The ending's already written for game number 1, but to be decided is game number 2, where it's going to go, what the draft is going to be, and we'll be seeing that right after this break. eHome versus Extreme Gaming. This is tiebreakers for the final, the 4th slot to the major. eHome have already taken game number 1, so if Extreme Gaming want to push it to a game 3, if they want to give themselves a chance to be taking this slot, the biggest change-ups that need to be happening, what is it?
Nothing. Lizard just got all cozy next to
Yeah,
us.
this season just brought us together.
Yeah.
It's
True.
really.
I love Lizard.
I
And
love
this is-
T-Governor.
Thank you.
I love Tigo as well.
And I love Kezu.
Who's this?
I love Twitch chat.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god! Oh, not farming it, just farming. God damn it!
You can't send
Hey, well,
love
that's
to
what
Twitch
happens when the
chat.
3 of you
wait,
stand
hold on,
over
wait.
there.
Let me farm 2. Wait, ready? Go on, bring it back. There you go. Let me see how that one works. There you go.
What you need to do is hands up Twitch chat.
Ah, there we go. Go on, Kezu. What's your remote?
Yeah,
Fraud's concern.
There we go.
First concern.
4 for 4.
That's a good one. I'd interact with that one, actually.
There you go.
They
4
should.
4. I'm just saying, this is what happens when the 3 of you guys are over there and I feel lonely on my host island here.
Yeah. Jealousy is a. Oh, no.
Yay!
Kezu's already left us.
Two
Come
for,
on.
Nah, 2
No,
versus
2
2.
for 2.
Thank you. I
This looks
appreciate,
natural,
I
kinda.
appreciate the attempt at balancing this.
I tried,
out.
but they're just, you know, what can I say?
Just homies, you know what I mean?
I'll go back here.
Okay, all right, bye. Let's talk about this series, some of the changes that need to occur, maybe draft-wise. We had a little bit of a debate here about the Brood, what we like seeing JT on the side of Extreme, how they play around the Brood. It wasn't necessarily bad, but it wasn't the same impact that we've seen a lot of other Brood picks have.
I'd rather see him on something like a mag or.
The issue
anything that-
is, it was first phase banned in game 1.
Well, there are other heroes.
No,
It's not
there's
only...
only Mag.
It's only Magnus.
He's
Yeah.
out.
Okay.
There's only Magnus.
I'll stop giving any info. It's done. I don't have any more heroes.
If we do want to shift away from the Brood, though, just for a little bit.
Shifting away.
eHome, it's their first Lena game in the DPC. They played it for their first time as a team in the last couple months in BTS Pro Series yesterday. They lost with it. So there wasn't a lot of Lena information for this team, so they get to play that. They also play their first techies in the DPC. He does the most damage in the game, like 17,000. I think second was like 14,000. Again, it's a new first for eHome. So I think, if anything, it's less about the Broods and this not, and it's more eHome's coming into a best of 3 series that they have to 2-0, and they've shown us a couple new things. Do they have more new things to surprise Extreme with? Because if they have more pocket picks, they could surprise them with another 2-0. Like, if they play as cleanly and as aggressive as they did in that first game, they only need that one X Factor hero to win the game. And that's what Extreme were missing. They didn't have any X Factor hero, the hero that kind of just goes, this is my time to win you the game or win you a fight to get us to that winning point.
Yeah, sorry, you go, Kezu.
Like the one thing I would say, if we're not looking at like specific hero matches or whatever,
Yeah.
the one thing I would like Extreme to do is when you look at LGD, when you look at eHome, these are teams that play fast as a group of 4. So I think if you wanna like take it later into the game, you at least need to be able to match them at some point with your own 4 or your own 5 heroes. And I think that was really hard for them in the last game.
100%.
So instead of like switching up X hero for Y hero, I would like them to just match the tempo a bit more, that overall with whatever heroes you can pick, that you can fight into them.
What I was going to say was the last time XG and eHome faced off is when eHome had that stand-in. I know I've already talked about it previously, but that could also be a factor. Maybe XG weren't really expecting certain things from them, because the last time they did face up, it went a completely different way. It went 2-0 towards XG, and the play style was very different because of the stand-in that they had as well.
It helped that they actually had buybacks on eHome. I remember that series. I think the stand-in, he had no buyback, multiple fights in a row. He just kind of threw away some leads and stuff. So I think, yeah, it was a rough L, but for sure, it may be taken by surprise at how fluid eHome is playing.
Sorry, L for love, that's why.
Oh God,
all the
okay.
love, all the love.
All the love, brothers.
All the love.
I mean, the stand-in thing I can definitely get behind if you play it versus a
Yeah.
team with the stand-in. Like, it can give you a false sense of confidence. At the same time, it's eHome and it's XG. Like, these guys, they scream each other all the time. I'd still.
Do they?
Well, in the Chinese region,
Most likely, yeah.
Most likely, maybe not before this series, because obviously
They gotta
want to
play
show
each
it.
other, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna play each other. But overall, you heard what Zhao 8 was talking about as well. He thinks that Extreme Gaming are the favorites here too, and I believe him. Like, who am I, a mere mortal, to?
Shy.
Yeah.
Aren't we all? We're all just anybody at some level.
I'm about to roll my eyes a little bit on that.
Do it.
Just like Zhao in the
this is your
interview.
close-up. This is your
Hey.
close-up. Do it.
Like, usually, whenever I'm talking, like whenever we have interviews,
Yeah.
I feel that way. I feel like this guy just wants to go. Like, he just played the game. You know?
Yeah, there's like a certain vibe they emanate. They're just like, bro, I just played an intense series. The last thing I want to do is answer 20
Yo, he
questions.
didn't play. He coached. He
I
was
know.
watching.
But that's
He's
what I'm
got
saying.
plenty of time to
Normally you can tell, Zhao 8, I didn't feel it, and then all of a sudden,
talk. Eyes are rolled. Oh,
You know, some people I'm happy to let go. But this guy, I would tie him there forever and ask him
exactly.
question after question.
Yep, not allowed to draft ever again because he's just stuck in this interview. That would be hype. PSG, unfortunately, unable to attend the Lima Major with their coach due to him being stuck in the PGL studios in an interview.
You guys were going hard on him. So what are you going to draft the next? When you get to the Major, what exactly will be your picks? Tell us all about your strategy. What are you going to pick versus Europe? What are you going to pick versus
That's true.
Yeah,
you're very right, Lizard. Their questions are very aggressive.
Imagine asking good questions.
Yeah, you absolutely did no part of that.
No,
like you
not
had
at all.
no part.
Nope. Not at all.
Yeah, you kind of balance it out, I guess, right?
Yeah, well played, Tigo.
What can you
We're
do?
having some lobby issues at the moment. That's why the game at the moment is a little bit delayed. Even pull out the Lina for the first time. Bit of a tongue twister there for myself. Ban change-ups, because we've seen the Marcy have so much impact, and that was moved to a first phase ban along with the Nature's Prophet tree and a Magnus. Some of them self-explanatory. What would you swap out though? Because the Lina is one thing that I think needs to go back into that first phase.
So our eHome first pick?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. eHome first pick once again, right? Like they had it in the last game too.
I don't know exactly what Extreme banned in the last game. I think they banned Marcy because eHome were kind of banning to potentially pick it.
It was Marcy Prophet with the two bans.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're gonna now do Lina Marcy instead.
Well,
if there's a
Lina.
Magnus ban or something like that.
There's instantly the Lina ban, so we don't have to think way too much about it. I feel like if a team is playing Lina, you should ban it. If a team is not playing Lina, you should also ban it. It doesn't matter because the hero is busted.
Why don't you take it yourself if you know they don't pick it? For the off chance
Well,
that they will pick it.
If you have a first phase, then you can. But if you don't, you ban it.
So I'm guessing Magnus ban JK.
Ooh, okay.
They deviated.
Similar, I guess. Like another JT hero.
Dude, Salad is vibing right. He's
I
so
guess-
happy. What
He's
the hell?
The reason why they let the Mag through is they know that they have closing pick of this phase. So if XG do pick up the
Dude.
Magnus, you can pick something up to counter.
Sorry, he's
100%.
bobbing so hard, he has some rave in his ears. right now.
Oh, I hope we get him for an
Dude,
interview.
there-
I want to ask. If they win this, I want to ask what he was listening
He
to.
has the Root Sandstorm right now. He's listening to that.
Don't pick Sanking. Terrible hero. Rubik first pick.
I
Pretty
liked
solid.
it.
Thank you. It's my remix.
No, you have like the Rubik here. A lot of Extreme's responses are this Mag on 6-7. Rubik is very chill against it. You can steal good spells. You can try to pre-lift. You can cancel the combo with RP Skewer. So overall, I like how eHome are entering the drafts in these games.
Yeah.
Cool thing as well, Extreme haven't actually played any offlane Marcy yet. JT hasn't really shown that. I think it's not the hardest of heroes to play, but it's a hero that you need to at least master to be able to play comfortably. So maybe they show us a first Marcy for them, at least in the offlane, but I think I'd love to see eHome even close the phase with it if Extreme picks some of the weaker supports. I think we've seen so many teams just be so dominant on it, and it allows your carry to not have to be the true carry because you just have two physical damage heroes now throughout the game. So yeah, would be a surprise if Extreme pick it up though. And there's my surprise, shock and awe.
Shocked Pikachu face.
Because have they played at 5? No.
No.
Have they played at 4?
No.
Have they played at 3?
No.
Have they played at 2? No.
No.
Have they played at 1? No.
Good job.
There you go.
The problem is all of these pro players as well are MMR farmers. Like it's
That's
always
true.
like that. And Marcy.
What are you implying?
I'm not implying anything. This hero was busted for 3 months. Anyone that played this, like, I hate you from the depths of my soul. Like, the
Damn.
hero was so stupid. Like, even now, she's strong. Why was her jump? Why did she have like
You can bounce
1,500
with
range?
anything,
Why
yeah.
could you bounce? Like, I'm literally an offlane that's sitting next to my tower. She bounces from her tower to me. Like, what's happening here?
You know why? Because Valve made this hero purely to despise you, Lizard.
Yeah.
They made it just so you hated your life in
I
pubs.
mean, it's fine. I spam Nupo. I had it coming. It's all right.
I mean, everyone's asking for a new patch, but they realize it's going to be a new hero and Muerta are released. And Valve always makes the new hero so overpowered that everyone wants to play it, therefore you get more players back into the game. So you're looking forward to a patch, but that patch is just going to bring misery and dismay to us because our pubs will get so broken, just like Marcy was when she was first released, and how she's in offlane right now.
And just like Pango is in mid. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, he pretty
Pretty
broken.
close.
Yeah,
Pretty close to it, yeah.
Nice segue. Nice segue.
Ah, thank you. That's what I'm really bad at.
Silence, guys.
I was like, I knew it
ruined
too.
it.
As soon as I looked at you guys, I knew what you were gonna do. I knew it.
Set up.
God damn it, Lizard.
I knew it as soon as I made that eye contact.
There is one thing that I would like to see more against these Marcies. I feel like I did see it at some point, or at least in pubs I played. I know Winter Wyvern is a pretty garbage hero, but heroes that do stuff against BKB and kind of do... I think what you want against Marcy in the fights are... You want a way to prolong the fight during the time where she pops BKB.
Sure.
Either by disengaging or you have some Panga roll flying around, but I feel like that alone doesn't look that good. Because she pops BKB and then you die anyway.
You die to the roll,
I've seen that, so I'm not really sure what the best answers are, but I feel like it has got to be something around BKB piercing disables. Enigma, RP,
Bane,
Winter Wyvern, Bane, stuff like this. So I would like to see more of that against this Marcy hero.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, now they're silencing
No, I
me.
mean, I also agree in
Well,
regards
icing you
to...
out.
I feel like people just sleep on how good Crystal Maiden is against Marcy as well. Just in lane, you take away the attack speed, you can cut her out throughout all the early fights, so you don't have to get free kills to get to BKB. I think if you delay the timing of Marcy from, let's say, a 20-minute BKB to 25 to 30, the hero completely changes in its kill threat. And we haven't really seen hero or teams try and shut her down in lane.
I'm looking at Extreme Gaming and I'm seeing Plexico, the platypus, as well.
Yeah.
But they have two heroes that can pop off completely as carries.
God, the camera guys.
They
Like,
can,
what the
they
hell's
can pop
happening,
off
guys?
completely as carries. Like Enchantress yesterday popped off LGD, just, what was it? Smile.
Why,
of course.
yeah.
Why?
Why as well, yeah.
Yeah, he was just dominating with the Eng. And then you have Marcy as well. Like, you don't even need a carry on Extreme Gaming. Just pick something random, like a Tiny, sure.
We mentioned Extreme needed heroes to actually enter the game and be able to do things. They've now picked 3 heroes that do that with so
They
much
overcompensate.
ease. Like Ench in lane, Marcy can enable in lane. If Tiny's mid, it's just easy farm against Pangolier. Like, you just go even. Sometimes Tiny can win, sometimes Pango can win if you just outskill in certain scenarios, but for Extreme, it is the complete opposite of Game 1, where they have a plethora of things to do in the first 20 minutes.
There's nothing huge for this Rubik to steal as well, right? Like, when you look at Extreme Gaming.
Dude, I've seen some cool Rubik rebound steals, and he
Yesterday there was one,
flips.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
his little animation.
That
into
alone is
fight.
the best fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good.
Has 0 impact, but like
Radiant team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
What Liquid does with Crystal Maiden and the Rubik as well.
Yeah.
Like, one thing that Rubik lacks is mana, like later on to cast all of your spells, and they follow up with Magnus. Okay. First phase banned, last game, this game completely ignored, but it's eHome that snatches it.
yeah, I think it's a mix of 1, they want it for themselves, but 2, they didn't want to put a ban on it, and they definitely don't want Extreme. They don't want JT on it, right? We've seen JT literally change games off of his Magnus by himself.
I would really like to see either a Slark or Silencer. I think they both have a similar thing that I value against eHome's draft, which is teamfight disruption, which either A comes in with the global, or B with Slark, you get the vision, you can jump in, you can
But
be
you would mid
aggressive.
the Tiny then,
You have
right?
the shard.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that's kind of what they want to do. They'll go with a different carry, but I do think that the Tiny is probably mid, because I think in order to help Marcy, you kind of want a range hero there. Unless you're putting the Eng there, but then still, I think the last pick would also be
I mean,
a range
Extreme
sub.
has the last pick, so they get to see everything before they flex. Marcy, Tiny, they're the interchangeable heroes right now in the lineup at least. But yeah, for eHome, they've just solid lanes, a lot of spam. They can group well. They're going to be able to buff up their carry quite nicely. Diffusal and Pangolier already does well against Morphling in the early game. Of course, there's a point where Pango just becomes food for Morphling, when he just gets to A-click and kills you and roll.
What's up with the Viper ban? Like, if you're eHome right now banning out the Viper, I'm feeling an Ursa, I'm feeling a Spectre. Spectre probably the best into the Morphling out of the remaining heroes.
It's also the flexibility of Extreme that we're mentioning. If for
Drow as
eHome,
well.
they have to win their lanes and pivot their draft into the game, because I don't see them being too comfortable into a potentially scaling Marcy Tiny Morphling. So anything which is like Viper in off lane, enabled by some easy melee hero, like, it'll just disrupt your whole flow of the game.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a casual Viper. Goes into the lane, just messes with you, you can't do much about it. He does nothing if you crush him in the lane, but yeah. I could see that definitely from XG.
Where are you feeling, Kezi, that the Tiny might be going, or at least where would your preference be? I know that they get to wait out to see the eHome, but they still have to ban to sort of at least protect whatever they're going to pick or what they have already picked.
I think for now it's probably just leaning towards mid. I mean, I think it depends a bit on this last pick of eHome. If you really feel like, okay, it's super hard for me to like go into the fights because there's a Pango rolling and a CM aura and whatnot. But I think if the Marcy needs help in the lane, because the last pick of eHome kind of, deters it that way, then I think you need a better support.
I want to see Monkey King for eHome. I don't know why, but it just feels nice with the Magnus. You get to bring them back into Wukongs. You're protected by the Pango. Your lane should be strong with the CM. And against Marcy, like, he wants to jump in. If you just throw down your Wukongs, he then has to run away. Kezu and everyone's mentioning this idea of, like, you stall out the BKB. The best way to stall out the BKB is just provide kill threat during BKB as well. And I think it leans into that pacing that eHome wants to set.
I can see the Monkey. There's like a few different heroes I could see for
Those
eHome,
as well, yeah.
depending. Beastmaster. Yeah, I think there's Monkey, there's Slark. I don't know how the Troll Morph matchup goes nowadays.
I feel like Slark, Naga, Spectre, these heroes are always good into the Morphling. Like Naga perhaps not the best with Magnus, right? Like you kind of lose that Empower potential, but overall, there's a lot of avenues, a lot of paths that eHome can take. Even the Ursa for me is kind of solid and it gets banned out. Like Ursa would just step up your tempo and you would always be able to stay that one item ahead because of the Empower.
Yeah, I just want to see an active hero. Someone that likes to get into the middle of the fights. I don't want him to be a super scaling hero. I mean, again, you've mentioned Spectre.
A TA then, I guess, but versus a Morphling doesn't feel great.
The lane seems maybe a bit hard against this Marcy.
I'll just hold strong with Monkey. See what happens.
8,
7.
They went. Yeah, they just don't want to listen to us. It's fine.
Void works. I think it's maybe a bit less on the laning and like a bit more on the team fighting later. Good, decent matchup against Morph. I know it can go both ways. If Morph gets this axe, he can throw it on the Void. It's annoying, but I think this is not the easiest Morph game. At least like in this mid game, there's a roll, there's some RP, some random spells flying on you, a Chronosphere. So I think it's a pretty solid Void pick.
Okay.
We've seen this. Like we've literally seen the Doom answer to the Void yesterday, and it worked out really well.
That means I was going to say Marcy gets shifted down the ranks a little bit. She's not going to be played in off lane there, and it is going to be confirmed that Tiny goes to the mid lane.
I feel like I did see PYW play Marcy, and he did pretty damn well. He would go for like the early BKB build, but yeah, we'll see. I do like the Doom pick. We've seen it yesterday. Yeah, if you manage to go late, it's JT. He'll be catching this AOE Doom on the Void.
Yeah, that's actually very true. He did pop off with the Doom.
Yeah, I think Extreme have put themselves in a better position to actually get into this game and show us what they can achieve and do. I think the last game didn't really do them any justice. But yeah, eHome, once again, if they play like they did in the last game, then their weaknesses in draft shouldn't be an issue because they can overplay it. But I am favoring Extreme just a little bit more in this second game a bit.
I'll have to favor eHome. I think even though there's a Doom against Void, I think this time around there's multiple heroes that can jump in, so it's not just really easy for Doom to wait. So I think there's like this Pangoro I talked about, the Chaos from other heroes, which I think should make it easier, and I kind of like this Void scaling in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Doom as well, he had the Rubik on his side. This time it's against. We've talked about some of those matchups for team fights and whatnot before. I'm going to ask the same question, though, because you were all wrong. Kill score, over, under.
What was it last game?
Don't know, but you were wrong.
Over 30.
Over 30. Okay, that's significantly better than over 70. Over 37?
No, it was 35. We were 7 off.
Okay.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
We've got over 30, over 37? Over or under?
Over 37. Over.
That's what I said too.
Yeah, I'm just saying over. Because I got asked over or under the 50-50. I'm sorry. Over.
Over. Oh, all right. Well, we're going to jump into game number 2 because it's already happening with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much. It's craziness. If you're 7 off in something like a doctor, people die.
It's true.
Think about
so not that close, actually.
Think about that.
That's actually, what, 1/6 away from it, right? 7 times 6, 42. 7 times 5, 35. Whatever, who cares?
We're into the
1/7,
game
something
as
like
we
that.
get ready for this Extreme versus eHome.
Yes, we have a support Marcy. I much prefer this hero played in the core position, and I gotta be honest, I like eHomes again, just like last time. I think they've covered their bases of being able to scale. They have great team fight. XG it's a very single target draft. everybody, like Doom, Morph, Tiny, Enchantress, Marcy, everyone really single target as Ghost.
That's the single target they want to kill, even though it's extreme to have the single target draft. And, well,
Salad.
they dispose back Salad. He had such a good game last time on the Techies. This time, he's going to be first blooded by JT.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes.
I will still... in my opinion, it's a better Morph game than the last one because he doesn't have to play versus these annoying silences and stuff like that. The Disruptor, the Techies that it's a Shard and stuff like that at 15, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I think EHOME, they've covered their bases. The Void pick was a little strange for me. I guess they really wanted to try to secure towards late game scaling. I thought they'd go for something that would be more like a Slark or Lifesteal or something more fight heavy in the early game. But, yeah, let's see how it all ends up going. I still do prefer EHOME's, and I think there's some really good spells to steal, especially for Salad. And, you know, we saw he literally popped off last game. I feel like this could be another one where he does stealing Doom. If he gets Doom versus Morph, right? Like,
yeah.
And he's playing versus Marcy, so if he gets like any of the Marcy spells, it's really good. But let's see how it all happens. So
I think
after the laning phase.
That's to me the big question mark, right? Because obviously, if we look just straight up at the team fights in the late game, there's ways that they can kind of outplay this way or that way, maybe on Extreme if they find that Doom on whoever. But at the end of the day, there's a ton of big ults on EHOMES. The problem is, in last game, there was this really big window where Extreme had built up a gold lead out of the laning stage. They had looked incredibly solid, and then a couple of rotations, a couple of bad fights. But if you can come out on top of these lanes, maybe there's a way that they can try and snowball it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what they were trying to do last time, and then they just got overwhelmed by the pressure. Mid lane, Paparazzi, a couple of these misplays with him and PYW, they just kind of started to fall behind really quickly. Maybe the Tiny this time around is going to be able to set that tempo. We shall have to see.
And you also are notoriously a Marcy support hater.
I mean,
or dislikers.
It's just that I like it much more in the 3 role now, especially after all the nerfs and changes and stuff like that. PYW is like kind of masters a lot of these heroes, but yeah, I don't know. The hero just feels so much better when she's able to get farm.
Right. And we'll need to definitely make some moves around and maybe try and make those rotations happen towards mid. Could be a pretty good kill if they try and set it up there onto Knight before he hits level 6. And at least for now, in this bottom lane, trying to contend with LWW. And up top, Ghost facing off against Salad here. Does interrupt that pull, at least some of it. But somehow they managed to pull both range creeps to that one Pinecone. That's interesting.
I like how if you ask people what the name of this creep is, they'd have no idea. It's bottom. They will find LWW.
Raider. As LWW is going to get dropped. I remember from, what was it? One of those games. I don't remember which one it was.
I didn't play those.
Aghanim's Labyrinth. That's what it was.
The one, yeah.
God, they were so annoying. I hated that room. They get BKB.
Oh, I didn't know. Pause. Okay.
He has to pause for the bug again, remember?
That was JT,
bug!
but it was a bug also.
The bug.
Okay.
I wonder what the bug is that they're talking about.
I'm not sure. They do find a really good creep down bottom doing all this. So after they get the kill, JT finds the mana burn creep. So not only is it the mana burn creep, but it is the other better bonus. It's the mana regen that you provide to you and your ally. Ooh. Not a spammy hero, the Marcy, of course, but still definitely impactful. Yeah, so off to an okay start here, 2-0, but we are seeing last hits at least from Void. He's not too fussed.
MKS going to have a pretty good time down here with the 5 denies already. I think that we talked about it briefly last game, but we can reiterate again that this EHOME team plays around MKS just being that most farmed hero.
Oh, yeah.
They play, constantly to make sure that it's Knight making those initiations happen and MKS cleans up afterwards. So we'll see how he does on this Faceless Void here, but getting lucky with the bash onto JT and the Frostbite. CM moves on in. Get some good damage onto him.
We will definitely have to see that. I'm watching mid lane also. I mean, we've seen this matchup so much. The Tinies tend to come out a bit ahead versus these Pangos. Is now bottom the fight.
Yeah,
WW
he just died and now going to get brought down again.
Uh-oh.
JT is low, but KS forced to time walk away. So that is going to be a long walk back for a very slow hero on that CM.
That is a big deal. MKS is still able to get that farm, but now they're not going to be able to slow down JT at all.
Interesting. So this is what they were hoping to do on Extreme. Come out ahead in the laning stages, try and play aggro, and they're making it work at least down bottom. And across all the lanes, a slight lead we're seeing. And in fact, the Dispose paired together with the Infernal Blade wasn't perfectly timed stacking those together, but still really harassing this Void.
I like that he is actually, a lot of times I'm a bit like indifferent about if they go for the Infernal Blade early. I actually like that he did. As we've seen now, they can actually pose a ton of kill threat. And he has more than enough mana to always be able to use it because he has that mana aura. So cool stuff right there coming out from XG in this bottom lane. And mid just continues to be very Paparazzi favored, much more than last time when he's the Storm versus the Pango matchup.
Zhao Yu forced kind of away here, using Shockwave to try and CS and doesn't even finish off the range creep. So not feeling great for Zhao Yu. And as you mentioned, mid definitely into the favor of that Tiny. His Knight will rotate up, pick up that bounty rune, and as he comes back over, will he try and go for a swashbuckle play? There is a bottle for Paparazzi. Knight does have a swash to try and get in front, but down bottom, LWW dead again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And Paparazzi is able to commit in and take away another water rune. What a start here for XG.
Dude, who needs team fight if you just win all your lanes like this?
Very true. That is the answer for sure versus any big team fight. As tries for a toss back. They will fill up the bottle, so LWW. 3 deaths for the CM, but we'll at least be able to help out Knight.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You remember last game, Paparazzi was really beating up on the Pango a lot on this Storm, and then there was a solid rotation from supports to get that kill and shut him down. But this is 2 games in a row now where Paparazzi's been giving him the business early.
And this time, as I was mentioning also, for the Morph, at least, it's a better overall game for him, not having to play into all these silences and stuff like that. As now TP, PYW's arrived.
Yeah, pops that rotation, not quite close enough. If that would have hit, I think it would have been a dead Knight, and a little off the mark on PYW.
Has been killed.
Clean rotations, though. Clean moves. Leaving JT bottom, he's off to an excellent start on this Doom, so he's actually able to 1v1 and fight versus this Void. MKS is still farming nicely.
Oh?
All things considered, is Paparazzi.
He went in too far again and gets punished. He's dead.
Uh-oh.
Paparazzi, a rare flub, but that's 2 in a row now, actually, across these 2 games. It's, oh my god, LWW. Dude, this poor CM is just getting bullied like crazy.
She'll be okay for now, but definitely feeling the hurt from this Marcy. I mean, that's a really significant kill. That tiny death there, Paparazzi, after doing so well in the laning phase. Now Pango has, let's take a look at the net worth, actually slightly higher than the Tiny now. So definitely has to be careful. Power Rune will be spawning soon. Looks like they are going to secure it. Double supports checking on the side of XG, and Knight is going to have to go back to bases. Salad looks like he wanted to get some stacks going. He's just getting bullied by a Wild Wing in the triangle too, so covering themselves nicely on the side of XG to help out Paparazzi.
That's very good. As he will pick up that regen rune on the side of that Tiny. And at least for now, 4-1, you can see those top net worths inhabited by the Doom and the Morphlane. The Doom one, kind of interesting too, only that 1 point in Devour, but still just able to bully this bottom lane so hard. And MKS, I mean, it kind of sucks to be down here as this Void.
He just keeps getting mana burned. Look at his mana pool. Like, he has a CM, but the CM has only level 2. Doesn't have Arcane Aura available just yet because of these deaths. MKS is definitely feeling the hurt versus JT, who's soon 6. So this Void, continue. Look at him, mana burned again. Could potentially just get doomed under this next wave once they kill it.
Yeah, this is not a safe place, but there's some pretty solid rotations that could come out if there is a dive that moves into that area. You have Knight with the Rolling Thunder ready to go.
He does not have a TP though on Knight.
Oh,
he did walk base and then TP'd back to mid lane. So
okay,
they should be aware of that too. They have the ward on the mid lane.
So JT keeps that mana burn going, and only one creep or so away from being at that level 6 on the Doom.
And they're pressuring top too. They keep looking for Zhao Yu, so they probably know that this mag also cannot TP to help out this bottom lane. So yeah, they might just look to commit very soon onto this Void.
MKS does have 6 himself, but as you said, with no mana, you can't really go for a chrono play, and you need another hero to make it work.
This is a great laning start. This is exactly how XG needs to be able to have a start versus all these big ultis and everything. As JT,
dispose of the Doom. Easy. They chase him down now. The run forward, PYW on top of him. Can they go for a deny play here? That might be the only salvation. No, not going to happen. And in fact, LWW, he's probably dead again. The CM does not stand a chance against these 2 brawly heroes. Don't even want to spend mana on him if they don't have to. As LW, okay, all right, come on now, guys. They pull it together and get him in the end.
Great. I mean, we're talking about the... Okay, they find DY in the triangle. We're talking about the... I was talking about the support Marcy. PYW's off to such a good start because of these kills. He's already level 5. So this Marcy might actually just be able to become a core very early on because of all these kills. As XG, they hit hard in this laning phase.
Yeah, and Paparazzi, after that one death, is still feeling pretty good for himself, ahead of that Pango by about 300 gold or so. Does pick up that DD on Knights. That's a little bit of a respite. Not giving that one over to the Tiny as MKS does have the chrono. They move in with Knight, try and bring him down. This DD rune, that's going to be enough to take down JT. And looking for a turn, moving into position, but PYW just doesn't have the range. That even rebound, not close enough.
No, even level 3 rebound wasn't able to get it. As Paparazzi, a little bit of a misrotation. Still very close to Blink, though, on this Tiny, but now eHome, they'll be able to open up the map a little bit for themselves. As looking at Magnus, Xiao Yu, he's been having a bit of a tough lane up top versus that Morphling and Ench. He's got stacks to be able to go back to and rely on a little bit here. He's not going to be able to farm the Ancient, but at least able to claim a hard camp. DY immediately runs over, though, maybe looking to block some camps and get some vision in the area. Still lingering bottom. 4 heroes.
Fine, PYW does have the rebound, but the lift, full control with 4 heroes for the kill. It's only on the Marcy, but they'll take it.
Significant, just to help out MKS. Yeah, this really good start.
You always want to ensure that he has that good game. Well, he is the top net worth of eHome, at the very least. And going into that Mask of Madness first.
Okay. Doesn't have the craziest amount of damage from his teammates inside of Chronosphere unless like CM is perfectly outside of it and stuff like that. Until Pango has the Fusel Blade, they can't commit too much inside of it. So wants his own damage inside of Chrono, pretty much, with this Mask of Madness.
Right.
Doom is back up. JT might be looking to call for a move.
Feels like if he wants to, he could just run at him again, but maybe a little bit scary to do that as Ghost up on the top side here. They're going to smoke up with the Tiny and the Marcy, and it looks like they are heading top.
So that's a Blink on Paparazzi then, yeah. Blink and a Haste Rune. This is a big one that they could just die for. So Marcy hitting level 6.
They get the D word there on that Observer, so they see that this is starting to be taken. But the move, do they want to go on Xiao Yu, or are they going to look for the heroes farming in the triangle? With the catapult, they move in, find him right away onto that Morphling. The rotation coming in, the RPUs, they want to jump in with Paparazzi, but will it be enough? It's there to save Ghost, and now they turn, kill off the Rubik, Salad dead. Knight trying to bounce back onto Ghost again. Do they have the damage? They do, and with Chrono up, they can chase for this one. Onto DY, try and bring down that Ench, and Paparazzi.
Holy quad bash.
Okay, PYW pops that Unleash. Avalanche, not enough for the toss. They still have Chrono. It's back up in 13 here. If PYW sticks around a bit too long, they don't even need it. They're gonna get the kill.
They only lose Salad for it. Great rotation coming out from eHome. JT will immediately make the move bottom to get the pressure going onto the tower, but a great response is though. Top,
and there
Paparazzi,
it is.
He's tanky.
Can they kill him off in time? Knight there, Bash comes out, the route to follow, and Paparazzi, he gets brought down. DY and Ghost respawn. They could go into this fight again if they want while JT takes that tower, but a little bit scary with no Morph on Morph lane. They can't make any extra follow-up play happen.
Those are big kills for MKS. Turning up with the Mask of Madness, able to get the Tiny. Really nice for him. Almost even net worth as that Morphling. Doom does get tower, as we said, but eHome coming out a bit ahead inside that trade.
MKS scouted here by DY. So recognizing he's there, takes away the rune, but Ench takes away the creep.
Yeah, doesn't want to stick around to try to farm it. And now, how are they going to look to farm these Ancients soon? I guess not just yet. They need the Empower from the Magnus, who, speaking of Xiao Yu bottom, he almost has a Blink for himself. So we'll have a greater way to get these initiations and jumps to allow the Pango to follow up, rather than going for the mech early on.
And for JT, he has opted to go in for finishing off the BKB. Did have enough gold for the Blink, actually, on the Doom, but saying that he wants to get into the BKB first.
Cool. Will be pretty impossible to kill with that BKB, besides just them committing a Chronosphere onto him. And then, you know, your offlaner's tanking a Chronosphere, so
right.
Kind of ideally what you want to do as this Doom. That's eHome. Looking to make a move, smoking up toward the top lane. Not the best of steals right now for Salad, but not a bad one either by any means. Scorched Earth, after you use it and take another spell, it's pretty potent. As DY, he steps up. Very well.
They bring in numbers, and they secure that they get that kill. So eHome make the move, gonna pressure this tower, and still, I mean, they can do this without Zhao Yu, who does have that Blink Dagger now in his inventory. We'll see if he decides to come top if there is some inkling of a fighter. Extreme are gonna stick around. Looks like Paparazzi wants to fight, which is, well, they see the TP from Marcy. Avatar, CM, gonna be low.
Paparazzi.
Pulled back into it. Is he dead again?
Oh, God.
The CM ulti comes out. They secure that kill, and now they find Ghost too. He's in trouble. Tries to jump away, but a time dilation, much too much, and while Stolen Scorcher, good coverage by JT. Ghost looks like he's actually going to be able to escape, so with the rotation in from the Doom and PYW, they managed to take down that Faceless Void.
But JT might not.
3 for 1, looks like it's going to be the final tally.
Uh-oh, Paparazzi. 2 times now, jumps in, doesn't get the kills. He's got 3 deaths already after having such a good laning start. eHome is super ready to shut him down as the Void does go down, but now you're seeing Pango starting to get some crazy scaling. He already has Defusal done. Paparazzi's gonna go again.
Oh, Avatar, it's a big hit.
Yeah,
It's
he
a
finds it.
perfect kill, what they needed. Yeah, you can't stop going in. Get back on that horse.
Yeah. He's got to always be, you know, Tiny is one of those bit of a volatile hero that if you do start to get slowed down inside of these early ganks when you get Blink Dagger, you could just fall off a cliff. So good that he ends up getting that type of cleanup, but has to be a bit more careful how he goes in. Has to check out these support items in particular. You tend to see this a lot when people are playing versus Tiny, especially on supports. It's like these fluffy hats, raindrops, etc., just so they can survive the initial go. And that's exactly what LWW had. He's got fluffy hat and a raindrop and a stick.
The maximum amount of survivability. I mean, if you die like 4 or 5 times in a lane, you're going to start queuing those items up. Be real about it.
That's definitely true. He's even carrying the pig pole, so, you know, all these little bit of stats.
Going into the Echo Saber next for Paparazzi, he has definitely fallen off from that sort of strong start that he had. But you still see that Doom, top of the net worth charts, as we would expect. The Morphling very far up there as well after the Falcon Blade, Morbid Mask going in for the Manta next. But they find the Pango. PYW, the toss wasn't onto the creep, and Knight, he just gets out, so a little bit of miscommunication there. Don't know if they could have found the kill anyways.
Really good timings on Knight. I mean, this Diffusal Blade is going to be very impactful as, I thought he got the Adaptive Strike strength. So other thing to point out, you know, we mentioned a lot for Salad, the type of game that he can have this time around versus spells he can steal. He's morphed up full, so you see how tanky this Rubik can be. If he gets Adaptive Strike strength, I don't think he ever will, but you get like these 3 to 3+ second, 4-second stuns, something like that. But yeah, it's very rare that you even see Morphlings even use that ability, so doubt he will be able to get it. But either way, very tanky, and as you mentioned, JT did do some great coverage, of course, of the Doom earlier as a solo kill. To Mitch the Chrono onto PYW.
MKS wanting to secure his own farm. We'll see if this ends up coming back to bite him at all, if maybe XG want to try and make a move themselves to fight now. But no, eHome, even without the Chrono, they don't care. They can fight with these other 4 heroes. I mean, that's the benefit, right? Like, if you have Pango, if you have Mag, you can drop these Chronos just to secure him some farm.
Yeah, they want to be able to just scale, and you know the pace of this game is going to be a bit slower, where ults just get thrown out for individual kills. And yeah, Knight having this type of start is crucial, really, for eHome. This Diffusal so early on, him being able to have even Blink and Shard soon, it's going to be pretty massive. As the RP, he cancels!
Oh, Zhao Yu, not what he was hoping to get there. And Marcy disposes PYW. Nonetheless, the big ultis are still very strong. And Ghost throws out that Adaptive Strike to break the ulti, running away on the CM, keeping some vision. And LWW,
he jukes them.
Able to hide off to the side.
Nice little pivot step around the tree line.
Rare W for LWW. As 15 to 12, 2K gold lead.
Feeling pretty good for eHome. You know, that gold lead, it's an inflated Doom, and it's actually like pretty much like 1K only. So far looking very good as Knight. I mean, a total monster. If he's able to find Brigand Blade as well, too, on this Pango, you're going to see how much damage he's able to do. Enchantress kind of, I mean, you lose like 800 plus HP from one Swashbuckler if he's able to find that item, of course. And versus Morph, you know, we always have to point out Diffusal, right? The mana pool, it can be really frustrating to play versus.
You know, one of the other things to think about in this series is that across the board from many of these players, particularly on eHome, but even some to extent on Extreme, you've got players that, like, you know, haven't been to that many majors. It's mainly eHome, I feel like.
Yeah.
And being able to secure a spot right now, being on the brink of it, this is where it can maybe start to feel those nerves. You can feel the win coming. You can feel that moment where you're actually going to be the one representing your country and see if they can maintain that composure that they've been looking for.
He wants PYW. He's got a creep to be able to jump off of, though. But his buddy's there. LWW is there to catch the Marcy, perhaps, as well.
Find him. Looks for some bashes. Disposed to try and get out of there. PYW jumps into the trees. MKS finding him. They lose the Rubik. PYW hiding, running. They catch sight, and yeah, they find him.
Bit of a trade kill, though, because now off of that kill in the mid lane, XG trying to turn it into a tower. There's a Pango roll available and RP in 2 seconds.
Can they find anybody, though? Rolls onto the creep. Knight just going to throw that ulti out to defend the tower.
They had a ward behind tower. They saw him immediately rolling. Got killed from the CM. Defend the tower, though. So.
Lot of nerves in this one.
So much on the line.
I know. Because that's the thing, right? Like, you play this entire DPC season, you're feeling good about the way everything's going, and then potentially it all comes down to this one tiebreaker in a best-of-3.
Oh, and they do get that Brigand's Blade.
That's
it's going to
huge.
be... Okay, they actually give it to the Void for now.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
That's fine. Broken on Pango, but always good on it. It's fine to give to your carry, because he's just going to be able to individually, like, if he gets like a solo chrono, now he has kill threat maybe on anybody he finds.
MKS is like, does this help me farm? Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care if I have Empower.
It's one of the best neutral items, in my opinion, in the game is. Which UI.
Looks like he did for a second there. Toss onto MKS. They find DY, the lift for the moment. PYW, the chrono.
Thrown on Paparazzi.
It gets thrown out solo onto him. Do they have enough to bring him down, though? Has the rebound, looks for the jump, but not quite there in the range. Doesn't matter. Knight's there for the follow-up, and eHome making the moves they need.
And they still have RP. They still have Pango roll. This is starting to look pretty difficult for XG. They got to start getting a JT a bit more involved, it feels like. He's 6-2 and 3, so it's not like he's not being involved, but them not having the numbers in all these situations. Now eHome, Roche has opened up, and I don't see any way for XG to commit into this.
And, you know, I said the Empower. I realized that's, you know, Mag on the other team, but I think that was, or no, it was on him. They're able to keep him consistently with them.
Okay,
and also the potential to steal later on more spells to boast up that Faceless Void as they will kill off DUI. Went for the Doom.
He gets the jump, though.
How does that work?
What?
Scorched Earth, and he's out of there. Oh, I don't know.
All right, but XG maybe. I mean, now they're probably scared to actually go into Roche because BKB and Doom are down.
Dude,
he got the jump like as they had. Wait, what? Okay.
We learn something every day.
Back to business.
Have a mech. Even if that Doom did commit, I mean, they might have still been able to survive through it with this mech recipe just being delivered.
eHome coming up big here. 20-14, 21 minutes.
They're trying to bait with these illusions, but it won't happen. MKS gets the Aegis. He's going to be the be-all, end-all.
And definitely starting to see, you know, Paparazzi starting to fall off a little bit. We talked about how Salad is going to have some crazy type of game on his Rubik. Got blessed with a Philosopher's Stone. He already has his lens. Blink and Shard queued up, so we saw the other day what Baboka was able to do with the Doom on his team, but this time it's him against the Doom, so those steals, these save potentials from the Shard lift and throwing your buddies out and stuff like that eventually is also always going to be there. eHome, you know, very good position this game.
And you think about what these next couple of minutes look like. Now that you've also got that Lincoln Sphere completed on the Faceless Void, suddenly they're in a position where they can really start playing aggressive with him. Don't have to worry about his positioning that much.
Yeah.
It's just going to step on up Mask of Madness at tier 2.
He's like super tanky, right? That's the thing too. The build that, I mean, we've seen now for a couple of years, of course. You just put like 1 point in time dilation. Usually you just max the stats plus Lincoln's. You're 1840 HP on a Void. So the Tiny can't actually burst combo you almost ever.
Dire's top tower.
Going to need to get some tossbacks into Doom plays or something like that. But who knows? Maybe MKS is just going to plug in the cheat code and time walk it off.
I mean, it kind of looks like it looked super weird when it happened. The thing too about the Lincolns is in a lot of games you have some type of easy way to break it, right? Who's the easiest one to break it on the side of XG right now? It's if the Doom gets a creep, right? But he doesn't want it. He wants to have War Stomp ideally. Not the easiest ways to go for breaking Lincolns. It's Enchant and Morphling's like adaptive, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely a bit awkward for them to break it. As eHome, Chrono's back up, RP's ready. Rolling Thunder with this Aegis too, they're ready to go.
But this is one of the big items that you can also see coming out, and it's kind of feeling like it could be one of the saving graces is this Morphling Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, Paparazzi.
Although if they find Paparazzi at the start like this, it just isn't going to be good enough. They get that Avalanche stolen and now thrown back to him. DY does look like he's going to be able to escape too. But yeah, I mean, they can't be losing Paparazzi like that.
Huge concerns for XG. And also, I mean, you talk about the Ags on the Morph. Linken's,
yeah.
Right? So
Fair.
it's like another thing where this Lincoln just looks so valuable, really, for MKS this game. Oh, man. This is looking pretty difficult now for XG, and I love that next itemization if MKS does go for this. Maybe does want to opt to get the BKB somehow in between, but Scotty looks incredible this game versus the Morph, versus Tiny and Doom. Smoke up on XG.
Can they find anybody now? Big ultis up and online for eHome. They're out of vision. JT just waiting to the side. Zhao Yu's ready to jump at the drop of a hat. They send in the creep first.
They scout.
Giving vision, finding the Doom onto the mag. So they don't anticipate that one, and now the jump forward. MKS is there. Chrono onto everybody. Oh, he didn't get him. The Empower wasn't there, but the damage, it might be enough.
They got Ghost.
Toss back, looking for the follow-up. LLW gets controlled. He's going to get brought down. Paparazzi able to escape for the moment, but MKS is just such a monster right now. He is not dying at all, keeping those right clicks coming. Ench in more trouble as Paparazzi. I mean, he can't even come back into the fight.
I mean, that was such a beautiful chrono. Hits the 3. Sure, the Doom's on the outside of it, but he gets the important one. And then he gets the bash right at the end. Is also Paparazzi. He's found.
Oh my God, he gets caught in trouble, and Paparazzi going to die.
Uh-oh.
That is a catastrophe for Extreme. MKS getting everything done in this one.
They didn't have Rolling Thunder for the fight. The mag is doomed, so he can't have RP, and eHome still ends up taking that one perfectly. They get the chrono on 3, and he gets the last hit bash as the chrono's ending too, I believe. A nice little CM ult as well from LWW to get some additional damage.
I mean, imagine how much worse this would be if MKS had Empower on him too, right? Like, this fight could have gone way better for eHome.
I thought he did have it, but maybe I was mistaken.
Regardless,
I mean, it was a godly chrono.
Way too much there, as they do manage to bring down 4 heroes, and Paparazzi just sticking around a little bit too long. In vision, blinked in under that ward, and JT,
no smiles for him today.
It's a hard game.
That's getting harder and harder. You now don't have the gold lead with the Doom on your team. You're losing constant fights. Your Tiny is not scaling. Salad is soon to surpass your Tiny.
Everything that eHome want in this one.
And yeah, they have RP ready. They have Rolling Thunder ready. And Aghanim's also about to be finished for the Pango, so constant disarms, constant spams of the shield crashes, so he's always survivable. And now by the time the next fight kicks off, Chrono is going to be back up as well. And feels like for the side of XG, they can't fight without Doom, but if you're just fighting around Doom, that means you're fighting around Chrono as well every time.
Well, the Aegis will be reclaimed, and that's at least something that's going their favor for Extreme. But the next couple of minutes are going to be pivotal, making sure they don't lose these big engagements. They're going to have to play some type of a pickoff play.
Uh-oh. Hello. Yeah, that's a freebie.
Left all alone. That's not the pickoff that I think they were anticipating, as it kind of goes the other direction, as DY gets dropped by a bunch of bashes.
And a good spell steal. Not one that you'd usually think that that's too impactful, but Enchant is actually so damn good for Salad.
That's really nice.
Just getting creeps and stuff like that to scout, or, you know,
taking off sidekick potentially.
Yeah.
A lot of different things that could happen with that one.
He's got a creep right now, so they're going to be able to push forward here onto this tower. And everything's up. XG, definitely feeling the pressure.
And for eHome, even without that Aegis, MKS sticking around and maybe willing to go high ground or at least force back Extreme. You saw in game number 1, it was around this time that eHome took their first racks, and they're going to do a very similar move to what they did then. Copy and repeat. The last time, actually, they went back across map and went for a pickoff. Now they're sticking around, seeing if they could find somebody, but it's just a Morphling illusion. Recognizing the danger, it's a good play by Ghost.
Good little scout. eHome, I mean, they're feeling their confidence, they're feeling their dominance right now. They even buy a gem early on, so yeah, like you said, looking to sweep the map, keep this aggression going on, keep looking for fights. And you know, we did talk about how they have such overwhelming team fight. For XG, it's very single target. I'm feeling like the same thing as last time, where they can't really take these head-on fights. They have to go for these pickoffs, but it's eHome who has the better fight and better pickoff is now PYW.
Oh, buddy.
They didn't. I don't think they saw him.
Oh my god. He's like, I'm disarmed. Something bad is happening.
Okay. Well, a little bit of a saving grace there for XG.
Jeez.
And now looking for a big smoke in themselves. See what they find.
He has the blink. He has the Force Staff. He's got the Greaves. And for XG, they've got an illusion on Paparazzi, but they find Salad. That is a decent kill to start all this off.
They know there's a ward now, though, immediately. Yeah. But a good pick off at the very least. If they can turn it into something else. Roche not up for 30 seconds. Gonna look to at least clear out some of this vision that's been placed from eHome.
Think back to last game again. That second Roche respawn was right around this timing as well. It was a quick respawn then. We'll see what it ends up being this time around.
Okay, JT noticed it. Of course, look, he's like, I need a way to break my Lincolns, myself. So he's now taking the Purge creep, so has that way to break Lincolns on the Void and go for it from now on.
Right, and MKS obviously, he could just get off that BKB, yeah, and then it won't matter anyways. God, he has so much farm.
He's got Empower most of the time.
Jeez.
And even though, in the laning phase, the CM was the one dying. It wasn't really MKS. He only died like that once early on, in the very least. So, off to it. Still looking great. And all the team fight ults are back up. eHome, ready to hit.
Smoke out. Now, looking for that fight. Who are they going to run into?
It's a super fast Roche as well.
Yeah. You win this fight, you get it. Although that being said, Extreme, if they can manage to pull out a win here, this could be the way that they turn this game back around.
But taking the team fight is not easy. Yeah. As we've said multiple times, the AoE control, the AoE damage that eHome has. JT, somehow he has to find the perfect target. And even then, it's like, is that enough? Will they even be able to kill the Void? And will they be able to stick on him? Because there's a lot of saves. As we mentioned, there's the Shard on the Rubik. I believe there's the Force Staff on the CM too. So you have to full commit onto this Void.
Well, and as Nat talked about on the panel as well, so many times this tour, it's been JT making that big plays, but it's on the Magnus. This time, it's playing on the Doom. It's harder to find that key clutch play on this hero that doesn't have that big team fight ulti.
Absolutely.
So 30 minutes in.
That's a Scotty on the Void now.
Yeah, dude, I'm saying this guy he's something else.
3,000, even if you doom him, he might just be able to fight through it. He's so tanky.
Legitimately.
Wow.
But a smoke up. Extreme, they are going to wrap through. MKS is going to be that first point of contact here, it looks like, but jumps back here now. Scan coming out. Radiant realizing what could be coming their direction. Knight up on the high ground. Do they realize it? JT reveals himself, immediately blinks away.
Knight's going to commit.
They roll forward. PYW there. He, gets his BKB off. Gets the jump away.
They break the Lincolns.
Maybe an opportunity here. As they find DY will kill him. So DY just doesn't stand a chance there.
Disintegrated.
And Ghost switching into that Faceless Void. Has to back away. Zhao Yui finds him. That is PYW dead. And with this ward up on the high ground, they basically initiated themselves. They break the Doom, find it. RP to turn though, and Faceless Void is just gonna punch him. Wall Doom.
Stolen Doom.
And now the turn, back the other direction. Paparazzi in trouble. Faceless Void living through it, but might finally be brought down. The Enchantress helped to do enough damage. JT very low, trying to walk out of there. DY taking the hits, working, it's enough. JT with the double kill. All these people are barely living here. LWW, Adaptive Strike breaking, and Ghost ready to waveform in was about the best that you could have hoped for, with the exception of the Stolen Doom. And well, suddenly, XG, they take down 4.
Now maybe they can just get into that Roche. The Doom is thrown onto the Tiny rather than onto the Morphling. Maybe a bit of a mistake coming out from Salad there, just in the heat of the moment, right? Throws out that Doom. Ghost able to clean up. Good buybacks coming out from the side of XG.
And, like we said, okay, fine. You doom him, the Faceless Void's going to live for a long time, but if Ghost can get off that Aghanim Scepter hit, that's when this Morphling really goes to town.
Yeah. Gets the Ags, turns into the Void, and then he's also just bashing constantly when he does go for these jumps. The RP, it's really pretty, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, if Faceless Void was not doomed in that fight, JT finding that perfect moment. And now, Aegis on that Morphling, Shard also given over to the team. So you can see just barely living. And as we've seen a couple of times, these Enches in the late game getting levels, they're making that damage sort of difference up.
Yeah, good buyback coming out from the support. And yeah, I think Salad is definitely like, damn it, like why did I doom the Tiny? He didn't see the Morphling, of course, until like he waveformed in right afterwards, but imagine he had that doom right there instead. He would have been able to catch Ghost, and then maybe a completely different scenario happens. It's all up to that execution there. He still will have doom, so 8 seconds until it does come back up. So still for the next fight. XG has to be a bit cautious because Chronosphere is available.
Yeah, and the recipe for success was that match that we saw the other day too, where the Doom as the answer to the Faceless Void. We'll see if they can continue to replicate this success. I mean, again, it had to be like that perfect fight, and it was for XG. See if they can do it again.
Yep.
But do have a little bit of breathing room to play around this Aegis.
They have Doom available now too, and JT, he's got an Aeon Disc, so he can also just kind of commit into the fights and bait some spells onto him as they're making the aggressive move.
They move on in. Smoke breaks. LWW, they find him. Solid Doom onto the Doom, but Knight rolls through, goes there. RP onto both of them, and the Chrono connects onto 3. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Ghost living through this.
He's living.
Ghost, he's going to survive. Gets the jump away in the moment. No, that's going to be Aegis down. Still the control. PYW going to town. This Marcy has become a core, and eHome, have they lost this advantage? I mean, XG, they lived through all the ults.
Somehow JT survives. I mean, the Aeon Disc and everything, not enough damage to go through, even though they get this Chrono onto 3. That's all ultis committed on the side of eHome and JT. Now he has Doom available for perhaps the next go as PYW.
Wow.
Should be all right.
Gets out of there. And Ghost ready to make another fight happen, even without Morph-Up.
Yep.
So now trying to get this pressure on. 30 seconds with no Pango does have buyback, but you would hate to have to buyback at this point. It's going to be Rax, though, if they don't.
Wow, XG.
On the brink of getting eliminated, not going to this major. They were able to pull together a really impressive fight, but can they hold on to this advantage that they built up? The jump forward, they find him again. Doom onto the Faceless Void. They've got the damage for him. He's going down low, but Ghost is so low. Has to get disarmed. He's rooted for the moment, dropping and dying. They went in too far, and eHome will punish. JT Aeon Disc tries to get out of harm's way, but it's not going to happen. You don't have to go for the tier 4s.
Oh, man. I mean, they wanted this Void so bad, but let's take a look at how much damage Pango and Rubik are able to do. Holy moly. I mean, they end up carrying the fight under those tier 4s. Okay, well, there's that advantage that XG had, and it's gone.
I think the tier 4 towers did more damage than all the heroes.
I think they did, because I think the glyph did come. No, it didn't actually come back up. Okay, but either way, I mean, it's committed so far forward. Knight's just getting this AoE clapping of his shield crash, and LWW also getting a good ulti connection.
Oh, God.
Look at DY. I mean, DY literally just died to towers.
There's 3 of them hitting them. I mean, this is what happens. A whole creep wave beating onto JT, and oh, man.
God,
extreme.
But yeah, look at this. Everyone's feeling the pressure really in this one. He's like, oh my God, I got doomed. Like, it's just, guys, you got to carry me right there because I got doomed. But everybody's kind of covering each other. Man, we got so lucky with these games. Look at this, 34-27. What did the panel say? Over 37 or something? Well, yeah, it's way over that. We have a ton of kills here.
They were
61.
more right about the 70 on the other game. Jeez.
Yep. Secondary Lincoln's soon to be built up. Knight, he almost has that done if he wants to go for it, or he can still go for Basher. LWW is actually also slowly creeping toward a BKB on the CM.
Yeah.
He's actually switched
Level
it. So
18.
He switches. He's going to be going Lotus instead. So looking more to just buff up his cores.
So it seems pretty clear that we will not be seeing the end of the game before the next Roshan unless something crazy really happens here. Given where we're at, the state of it, the items that are coming out now, do you see the dynamics of this game changing at all? Like, we have Lincoln's breaks now. There's still that big threat of the Chrono, but you also have potentially an AoE Doom coming out at some point.
I think a lot's still up to execution. It's all about if they can get the Doom on top of this Void and if they can keep him inside of it. As we've said, lots of saves. They have the lift and the 4 stabs and stuff like that. Feels very similar to the other day where we were playing, it was the Doom versus that Void. Also, buybacks, right? That was something that actually ended up really hurting the side of PSG LGD when Shiro committed for Silver Edge the other day, and then he got doomed and the game kind of just ended because of the Roche option for XG. So still a lot of, I mean, it still can go either way.
Right. Positioning, vision, all these things are going to be imperative.
Yeah.
And will change with every single fight. So supports, all the rest of them, who's making those calls and where they decide to send the team, it's going to matter.
And all going to matter now up to these, we have these tier 4 neutral items. A big one coming out for MKS. He gets a Penta Edge.
Yeah, and playing around that in power, he's trying to get into a Mjolnir and then just queues up the refresher after, knows his pathway to try and find success in this game. He's been getting some pretty sick chronos. A lot of teammates that go in for him first.
Yeah, he definitely has. I didn't get to point this out way earlier, of course, too, also, but Ghost, he bought Shard pretty early this game just so he can attribute shift during it, and that actually did, kind of save him a couple of the times. So.
Right.
Really good plays coming out from both sides. As soon, JT also almost has refresher Shard, so he didn't opt to go for Aghanims yet this game, which could potentially hurt him if he's not able to find that Doom target or gets blocked by these double Lincolns and Lotus Orb that's going to be coming out also.
Right. Well, with so many repositioning things, it could be tough too, right? Like even if he does get that Ags out, I'm not sure quite the range on RP versus Doom, but I mean, if he doesn't, his BKB's wearing out or something, you've even got skewers to run through to get him off the Faceless Void.
Definitely. Now we're seeing, although Paparazzi's had a bit of a rough one this game, 6, 8, and 12, he still is getting some pretty good scaling item. He has an AC for his team. So his damage, if he's left alone, could still be quite high.
Dude, all of their cores are very much strong. A tri-core for XG, kind of a quad core for eHome, with this Rubik having so much gold.
Yeah.
And, the Aeon disc completed has been more about like the defensive items, it feels like, for the Rubik, and he has to get stuff done with what spells he steals.
I mean, kind of like four cores on each side, right? I mean, even 5 maybe for
Marcy.
because DY is also, he's Quiver, he's
We're
got
all
Dragon.
cores
Everyone's
now.
starting to scale a little bit, so yeah, these fights in the later stages are going to get pretty crazy.
I love Dota. It's so good.
It's so good. And okay, so MKS finds himself the better item. He did have the Penta Edge, but now he's gotten his Witchbane, so now a way to break through that Aeon Disc. And this actually just works much better, how much damage it's able to apply.
So if they can find that fight, the Aeon Discs will not be enough to save him.
He does spend his gold again. Well, not again, but like Shiro spent his gold in the other game. This time the Faceless Void
They
also
run into
does the
everybody.
RP.
RP connects. 3. Caught! Chrono! Oh, it's everybody but Paparazzi. Can he bring him down? Yeah,
Yes,
that
he can.
Empower just shreds him up. Oh, Paparazzi, get the hell out of here. Your entire team is gone.
And Ghost.
Oh, that was not nice. That was
my God.
not nice.
14 seconds until we find out that Roshan also has, they hit big.
Dude, they all bought out. Oh my God.
Look at the I mean, he's he's pre-empowered for the fight, catches perfect 3. Sure, Paparazzi's outside, but he gets the big ones. It's a long Roche respawn, but they're going to go toward high ground.
And Ghost wants to try and stop this, to slow it down, do whatever he can, but this DD on him now, they're ready for it. Didn't even get a chance to cast off that Doom, has the refresher, not able to make anything happen in that one, and I mean, with no buyback, this could just be it.
That's at least 2 sets if they want to commit for it.
Do they realize that they don't have buyback? Do eHome want to try and tempt fate? Do they want to just go all in for that spot at the Major? They're sticking around for these tier 2s. And still 20 seconds without that tiny Ghost trying to keep him off the buildings.
And LWW is like, all right, guys, in the meantime, I'm going to go check if Roche is up. Like we said, it's a long respawn, so it's not going to be the case. But now, Xiao Yu goes for the catch. Won't get it.
I mean, they could go for everything right now, but maybe thinking about what happened to XG when they went underneath those tier 4 towers, eHome, they're going to play it safe. We'll back away before any of that comes up.
Okay, didn't get the full 2 set because of the glyph. But look at this swing. I mean, it's been ping-ponging a little bit back and forth, but overall, it has been favoring eHome for the most of this.
And you can see Extreme, immediately they go for it. They're like, yo, Chrono used.
RP down.
They need to make something happen here. This is 30 seconds without Chronosphere. If they can take this fight on Extreme, all those woes are gone. Whoop. And he runs in the Ava. The toss, not quite there. Xiao Yu, he gets the skewer off to the side. The Doom is out. It's already onto the Pango. And MKS trying to get it off for the second round. There's the RP. Doom is onto the Morphling. He's caught, he's dead. Morphling in trouble, but trying to reach in, back up, trying to lifesteal through it. But the rest of his team, they do make that fight win happen.
They lose Ghost. Can they get Knight?
If they can make this one happen at least, that would be big. Lincoln's pop, trying to chase him. Knight gets the ulti off, and now JT, he's in too far. They chase too far. They don't have their Morphling. He's dead for 80 without buyback. And the Chrono comes back on. It catches on to 3. Do they have enough to bring down Paparazzi? Yes, indeed. They will find this Marcy, a triple kill for MKS. And guess what? Salad steals the Marcy kills, ultra kill. This one might be over.
Salad, you beast. Steals the Doom, gets it on the Morph, everyone dead. They're gonna go tier 4s. I think that's it.
Oh my God, look, ecstatic right now as they're going to run down lanes. They know what they want to hit. No buybacks at all on any of these heroes. 4 of them because of gold.
Give me the salad cam.
Oh my God. We'll see here. We'll have to watch for it because he was popping off in that last game when he was feeling himself on that techies. And now moving to the tier 4 towers, eHome. All these young players, they call it. Look at him. He's feeling himself. Woo! Salad with the table bang.
He's standing up. Look at him.
Make it happen. Make it happen.
I mean, what a performance from this Rubik. Up, what, 2-3 steals of the Doom. He gets the crucial one. He gets a crucial Doom steal earlier, but he ends up throwing it on the wrong hero a little bit because of like how chaotic the fight was. This time, though, finds the Morphling. Bing, bada, boom. Amazing chronos, great team fights. XG, it was a hard kind of fought battle back and forth, but overall, eHome, some incredible team fight connections.
And you love to see that passion out of the players, right? You think about like across all the other regions, there's been all of these teams that come up, that second tier of teams. You think about teams like Gaming Gladiators out of Europe. You think about Thunder Awaken, now EG, and mixture of it with Beast Coast in South America. And finally in China, we're starting to see some of those other teams go to the major now. And guess what? They got crazy emotions. They're super happy about it.
After the performance, the whole series, right? His techies, highest damage done, most impact. His Rubik this game stayed super farmed, grabs great spells multiple times. I'm not sure. I mean, I might have to give him MVP, but there's a lot of really good plays because MKS also got some great chronos. But I mean, love to see it. I mean, he popped off. You could. I was waiting. That's why I said, give me the cam for him because you can see how much emotion he's feeling. A big win for eHome.
A big win for eHome, and they are going to be the last team going to the major out of China. Let's head on back to the panel, let them break it all down.
A massive congratulations to eHome. We saw Salad there celebrating. He has been just a shining moment of this team. Yeah, in plays, on player camera, he's looked fantastic. But guys, first time we're going to see eHome at a major since 2019. It's been some time coming. It's been a few years. What's that, 4 years? 4 odd years now for them. And this roster shuffle, bringing in new players, and they look fantastic. Sure, it goes to tiebreakers, but they look so dominant in this tiebreakers.
It's crazy because, like, when you look at these players, a couple of years back, if you ask someone, okay, who is this? Like, you probably wouldn't recognize most of them. Maybe Salad here and there, MKS here and there, but most of them came from like teams that haven't necessarily ever been tier 1, and they make it to the major in such a convincing fashion versus Extreme Gaming. This is like incredibly strong from
We
them.
have to talk about team fights because it very much was eHome. XG get this great team fight. They're able to pick apart eHome. They just overextend. This is the highlight we're seeing right now. They overextend. They're all of a sudden under tier 4s. And from there, they were just amazing RP into chronos. Just flawless team fights from eHome there on after.
Got to give it to MKS a lot here. I think throughout the DPC, he's had some of these standout games where he just feels very disciplined. And in this game especially, under the threat of Extreme, they come back into the game, he was just hitting 2-3-man chronos. And when you're doing that, you're allowing the CM to do the damage, Salad to pop off as well. So I think, MKS really stood up in the second game. Was like, no, I really want to get my ticket to the major. I really want to get my, my organization there for some of these players, their first major. And you see here, like, this is a nice one. And then if you look beforehand, it's like 3-4 chronos back to back every fight. And Zhao 8 didn't believe in them. We didn't really believe in them. But my God, did they step up? And I think they performed some of the best that they played in this best of 3.
No, they played beautiful. I mean,
Let's go, Salad.
And the Death Slam as well. That is the passion you want to see. And that's what you want to see out of major, right? Because if they've got that energy,
let's go.
Oh, it's so wholesome.
Oh, he's celebrating with someone next to him. Oh, this is I'm so excited for the just for the pop-up, just for the player camera, please.
No, he had so many good plays in this game, like from all of the way they team fight, the way they, moved around the map as well, then the stolen dooms and whatnot. I do think that if you're Extreme, you gotta be pretty upset after this loss. I think especially in the early game, you're in such a good position. You have a Doom who's up like 4k gold, taking the bot tower. You have no purpose to fight in your safe lane with a Morphling. You don't need to dive your enemies. You don't want to force your Doom to TP. He never wants to go there. So I think Extreme played this like 10 to 20 minute mark really bad. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. And eHome, they deserve it. They play better in both games.
What was it? Do you think that it's like some morale that was low on Extreme Gaming? Because that's usually how it goes. This is basics of Dota, right? Like I'm not sure. You have a hero that should be AFK on the offlane. you're taking fights one after another.
It felt like just a misunderstanding of what they wanted. I don't know like what the disconnect was, because we keep highlighting over and over again. Normally the standout for Extreme Gaming is JT. He wasn't on a hero that can be standout. He needs to kind of just be on his own T, and then all of a sudden they're just fighting everywhere. It's like, what?
Yeah, I feel like if you want to lean towards the extreme side, Paparazzi didn't have the best of games. He was dying in mid lane. He was also forcing a lot of these rotations. Like his blink revealed top, he's jumping some supports, they don't even die. And I think Extreme just forced the game to feel like it was snowballing away from them, and they were kind of chasing to get back into it, rather than calming down, thinking about, okay, what's the strategic area of the map we want to play to then maybe punish eHome? Because we saw Void games where if they're running into Vision, Void gets doomed, how do you fight? But not Paparazzi, Extreme kept giving them opportunities to set up their fights, to set up their big spells. And yeah, like we mentioned, eHome, they capitalize on it, and God, I'm just so happy when I see their emotions, And I'm going to go back to it again, but like players nowadays, it's like, oh, another day in the office, let's go to a major, woo, But we rarely get to see like the true joy, but it just brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, it does make you very happy to see eHome go with the reactions we saw from the players there. Even though they looked great in these tiebreakers, they take the last slot. How do you guys feel the gameplay was overall? When we look forward to seeing them in an international competition, it's still not the cleanest gameplay.
It's still not the cleanest, but come on, like they didn't make it to a major before. I'm sure that they're going to work their damn hardest until the major. They'll scrim every day, they'll play every day, they'll maybe celebrate a little bit. Hopefully not for a week.
I'm just curious if there was anything even in a performance that looked as convincing as that, if you guys are like, this really needs to be tightened up.
They made a couple of throws here and there. Like what Kezu was talking about is completely true. It's not necessarily only their victory. There's a little bit of Extreme Gaming underperforming. Some other team would have perhaps capitalized on a couple of mistakes that happened in the Radiant jungle. The Chronosphere on a Morphling that has an Aegis. Afterwards, Extreme, in my opinion, Extreme had that game. Yeah. But they just kind of dived the tier 4s. It doesn't work out.
Yeah, what I like about eHome is that I think even though they have new players, they're a new team, they have their own identity. They're sticking to what they think is good. They play fast. I respect that a lot. Sure, they have a few things they can work on here or there, but they're new players. They have a lot of room and space and time to grow.
Yeah, I think when you're playing fast as a team though and have that philosophy, your drafts, one wrong pick can instantly make your playstyle feel really bad. So I think for them, the consistency that you've been lacking throughout DPC is just finding that balance of their playstyle mirroring with their draft, and if their draft doesn't allow their playstyle, it can fall flat. But they now have 4 weeks, they book their ticket into the major, and this playstyle will take a lot of international teams by surprise, and I'm excited to see eHome be that constant underdog, I think, where they got 4th in China, but any of these other teams, if you don't respect them, they're going to take the games off you, and it's like, oh, they're doing a run, So yeah, can we just fast forward to the major again?
Right? Yeah. Can we already get that? Before we do, though, we want to have a winners interview. We want to have a chat to one of the players over on eHome. It is going to be LWW joining us. Congratulations on the win. I want to know from your point of view, what happened today, LWW? How did you guys get this 2-0, and how did you look so convincing in this win?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，队伍是怎么样在今天用这么漂亮的一场2-0结束战斗的？
喂，
你好。
我好像没有声音。
你听不到我说话吗？Sorry, he can't hear us.
好了。
No, let me ask him again.
Okay.
就是今天2-0战胜了对手，我想问一下，就是队伍是如何做到，就是用这种方式结束比赛，打得这么漂亮的？
我们一直以来其实对叉 G 的 BP 讨论是最多的。上次因为 MKS 家里有点事，并不是以援阵容出场嘛，就这次做了很充分的准备。
We have been always study XG's play style, and last time we have the matchup, MKS was having some personal affair, so we couldn't fight them with our full lineup, and this time I think our study finally paid off.
Definitely did.
I'll ask. So, first of all, congrats on making to the major. Great performance from you. So you have Zhao Yu in your team who plays a lot of Marcy, and I really liked how you guys responded to the hero in this particular game. Did he talk a lot about the hero, or did it all just come naturally in the draft?
想问一下，队里的话，小鱼是个马戏玩得非常好的 选手。然后今天的话，其实面对到对面的马西，你们的处理也做得非常好。那这个是赛前他的一些就是会跟你们提到一些点来帮助你们准备到这种英雄的对处理吗？
是的，在我们对马西虽然小雨玩得很好，但优先级不是最高的，而且对面的马西勾替并不晚，我们并不是很怕。
Yes, definitely. Although Xiao Yu plays a fantastic Marcy, but we didn't value the hero too much, and we knew from Extreme's point JT doesn't play Marcy, so we don't think Marcy is good on their draft anyway.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Congratulations on qualifying to the major. You've been playing competitively since 2016, but were unable to make it to an international LAN. How does it feel to finally book your ticket to an international event?
首先恭喜你们拿到了 Major 的门票。我想问一下，作为你来说的话，其实从16年就开始打了，但是一直没有能在国际赛场上去参与过国际大赛。现在的话，终于是来到了 Major 的舞台。我想问一下，你现在的心情是怎么样的？
非常非常的开心，然后对自己有这么一个团队也感觉很高兴。
Yeah, I'm extremely happy right now, and I'm also so happy for the team I'm currently having right now.
All right, a couple more questions quickly. Also, what was like your biggest motivator during these years of playing? When you're always playing the open qualifiers but not qualifying, and always on like the fringe of getting there but not getting there. Like, how were you able to keep your spirits high to eventually get to this point where you get to the major?
那我想问一下，是什么样的这种驱使着你会一直的去尝试呢？就是每次可能离大赛都差一步，但是每次都没能成功，是什么样的动力在驱使着你？尤其是在你遇到困难的时候。
作为一个职业选手，我觉得每个职业选手都很想打 TI， 我觉得是这种就动力支持我。
I think every 你说。
就哪怕是去 TI 一轮游，但还是很想打 TI。
I think for every pro player, you always want to go to TI, and no matter what result you get, even if you just go there and lose first round, I think it's still worth to going there. So it's the TI that drives me to keep playing.
Good stuff.
Yeah, we all have that TI dream, man, or had at least. Congrats on the win. I want to ask you one thing, not Dota related. How are you guys going to celebrate it? Congratulations on the major. What are you doing after?
我们每个人都有个 TI 梦，但是我现在想知道的是，队伍里在今天比赛获胜之后，大家会怎么样来庆祝今天的胜利？
因为有2个东南亚的还没有来国内嘛，就可能只是出去吃个饭。
Yeah, we still have 2 players at Southeast Asia, so we're not united yet. So the rest of us probably just gonna go hang out and have a meal together.
Okay, so not together, but still you can hang out a bit. Yeah,
in spirit. All right. Looking at your Dota buff, it says you're rank 4. I don't know if you're still rank 4. How on earth do you get to like top 5 as position 5? Like, give me the secrets. How do you maintain such high MMR as a position 5 player?
看了一下你的这个 Dota buff 上的数据，我之前的话是第4名，然后我不知道现在还有没有保持这个顺位，我就想知道你作为一个5号位的选手的话，是怎么在天梯里保持这么高的一个天梯分呢？
就适量的打单排吧。我觉得对于5号位来说，单排不需要打特别多，只需要保持好状态。
但你的分特别高，你就是。
是的，就分特别高，就是自己，保证自己的胜率吧。
I think as a position 5, you don't want to play too much rank gaming. But yeah, for me, I don't really play that much, but I just try to bring up my win rate.
Sure, so just really good. Fair play. Good answer.
I only have one more question. Were you surprised to how Extreme responded to you guys' aggressiveness in like the 10-minute mark of the game? They had a really good game with Doom. He's up 4,000 gold. You guys can't really lane bottom. So you guys go top and you fight them. Were you surprised at how quote-unquote badly they responded to your play?
我就想问一下，其实这场第2场比赛前10分钟打的是比较艰难的嘛？末日下路无解飞，你们在下路管不了他，他领先了4000的经济。 你们有没有想到 XG 会在你们选择进攻上路了之后，这么着急的去跟你们在上路展开了一系列非常吃亏的兑换？
我觉得他们的打法，他们会很坚定的守优势路，这个是我们已经考虑到过的。前期那么烈，但是我们小技能很多，并不是很怕。
We knew XG is a team that they're very determined to defend their safe lane tower. We kind of already knew before we push into the top lane, and also we are falling back on gold, but I think we have many small spells that we can throw, so we don't really afraid of them.
Yep, I would agree. Well played.
Last question before I let you go is, aside from winning the major, what sort of aspirations do you have over there, and what are you guys trying to prove or achieve?
我想问一下，就是除了在 Major 上取得一个非常好的成绩之外的话，这次去到 Major 的话，有什么队伍就是目标或者想这样心态去面对这次的 Major 吗？有没有想到得到的东西？
我觉得就尽自己全力吧。
Yeah, I think as long as we play our best, we are good.
Alrighty, well, LWW, congratulations on taking that final slot. Congratulations on going to the major, a win here today, and thank you so much for joining us.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
感谢你接受我们的采访，恭喜你们进入 Major.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Oh, nice to hear. It feels very wholesome. Obviously, not all of them could be together because they do have some SEA players on the side of eHome, but it's nice to know they're going to go out for a little bit of a celebratory dinner for those who are currently in China.
They could call them up and be like, whilst they're eating.
That's true. They can. Those in Southeast Asia can go to their dinner. Exactly. That's it. A long distance little dinner over there. But guys, this is our final series. This was the end of Winter Tour Division 1 China DPC.
No. I disagree.
Actually, that's a point. If we refuse to leave the panel, then technically it never ends.
They will literally just cut us off midstream.
We will still be on
We will
panel.
still just be here.
We will still be running our own show.
Exactly. And then we just need to find 10 players to simulate DPC games, and then we'll be fine.
Do we have enough talent left? Do we have enough talent left that we could all just consistently...
We can cast from here.
Yeah?
We have like
just
9
4 of us.
Yeah, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could. Or we could just have a look at the results and the leaderboard for the end of the DPC, because today was all tiebreakers. We wanted to find out who was going to be on top there. LGD Asta, it started off with them in 2-0 for LGD, and then a 2-0 for eHome Extreme for that final major slot. Was the only surprising thing the fact that it didn't go to 3 games either series?
Well, Shiro did call it yesterday. His wish came true.
He did. He
like
did. He
for
said,
the first series, yeah.
I hope there's going to be a 2-0 no matter what, he said.
Yeah, he got his 2-0 wish, luckily in his favor as well.
Mhm.
The second game probably I expected 6 games today, to be honest, from both series.
That's why it didn't go to 6 games.
Yeah, that's
That's true. Yesterday you wanted 6 games and it didn't go to 6 games. Whatever Lizard wishes, it just doesn't come to fruition.
So you know what to do next time.
Life is hard.
Very
hard.
hard.
Yeah.
Life is difficult. I don't know if we're going to be having a look at the leaderboard, but it goes LGD, Asta, Knights, eHome, Extreme, IG, Asta Aries, Dawn. All from the top of my brain.
Nice. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, but those 4 top ones are the most important ones, right? That we need to know. Like eHome, I always love the underdog story. These players that haven't been to international lands going there, like you can see the emotions. You kind of can't but not cheer for them. At the same time, I'm not sure what happened to Extreme Gaming. Like these last 2 games, throughout the seasons, I wasn't super satisfied with the way they played. I expected way more from them, specifically when it comes to the strategical approach of the game. Like I feel if you have PYW and DY, like your game at the 15-minute mark should be impeccable, unless someone really throws in the lanes.
Yeah, for me, I just have a newfound respect for the region, at least. First time covering it, and I look at this leaderboard now, the 4 teams going to the major. You got consistency with PSG and Asta. They're the ones that you expect to do the deep runs. And then you have like the volatility of like the new kids on the block with Knights and eHome. You're not seeing the old school players of Extreme or whatever kind of take over that slot, or at least the players that you kind of the Western scene knows more. So we're kind of getting a mix of new and old going into the major. Sure, PSG has new players, but just the kind of the org names at least. And I'm excited to see if we can get those Knights and eHome runs. Maybe they take some of these games that we don't expect them to, and now kind of trying to show their worth in the international stage once again.
I'll tend to agree. I think eHome is a team that I have found a lot of respect for. I didn't really know a lot of any of their players, maybe some of their names, but they play well, they look great. Same with LGD. 3 new players, top of the leaderboard in China. This is some good stuff. I think this region is very strong. I didn't know that much beforehand, but impressive. I love it.
Very advantageous roster swaps for those teams that are going to the major. Final thoughts, though, guys, words. Because Western Europe's already done. China now closing up. Division 2 for some regions have already started. Actually, for most regions have already started.
Yes.
Last day in studio, T.
Please, T.
Quickly.
Zoom in quickly.
Oh, he wants his solo. Oh.
Zoom in.
He's got a word for you.
I'm waiting.
You're not getting to zoom, man.
God damn it, it's fine. Release the patch!
Oh
we
my
want the
gosh.
patch, please!
I thought it was gonna just be like nice
I thought it was gonna be like
words.
a
yeah,
meme.
like no, I thought it was gonna be like, oh, thanks PGL, thanks Twitch chat. I thought it was gonna be like that.
I thought it was going to be a funny picture.
Anyway,
I saw
listen.
some pop up here on this.
No, I've already said thank you. It's been great, but please. Actually, no, after the major is fine, but memes.
I'm just glad I lowered my volume before that happened.
sorry.
No, it's
I
fine.
didn't.
It's all good. But yeah, I'm just super happy to have been here once again. Like the Chinese region obviously had a little bit of a break, so we were blessed with another week of Dota. These last couple of days have been like the cherry on top. Like what else is there to say? Like after yesterday's series between PSG, LGD, and Aster, you just have to be looking towards the major. Like that's where you expect every game to look like that, more or less. Not every single one, but most of them.
They came back from the Chinese New Year break with a lot of fighting spirit, these teams.
Yeah, I think for me, just to keep it short, I think we've seen some amazing games, some amazing series. I love Dota. This is amazing. I don't have any more thoughts.
Okay, no more thoughts. All I know is that there is still going to be some Division 2 action happening over the next few weeks. Massive thanks to PGL for all you guys out there watching as well, supporting us on Division 1 here. And I look forward to the major. I'm excited to see how far the teams that we covered on both Western Europe and China go. But for now, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next tour.
Let's go, PGL.
See ya. Bye.